Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Long live General Khalid. Long live General Khalid, our revolutionary warrior and scholar who taught us how to lead the way and how to stay strong. We're going to salute the brother this morning at the beginning of the program as we go into our revolutionary message. Be sure to wipe your feet coming in the House of Revolution. We celebrating today. We're learning today. You know, I'm going to be having two broadcasts. I'm going to run this one and later I'm going to run a geopolitical broadcast. We got to learn about who are you, the theft of your melanin. We're going to get into that because that might have something to do with some cloning stuff. We got to dig deep, but we got to start this program off by making sure that we pay the tribute to our warrior, the great legendary Khalid Abdul-Muhammad.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Our unity in sisterhood, brotherhood, and struggle is profound, principled, and forever. Our struggle is constantly and continuously against the oppressor and against all in us, which is in contradiction to our values and the choice we've made. We choose the liberation of our people as our life's goal and struggle as the method to achieve it. Our choice is conscious, full, and free. We accept all risk and welcome all reward it brings. We have nothing better, more revolutionary or rewarding to do with our lives than to struggle. Struggle to bring into being a new world, a world in which we, our children and our people can live and love and create freely and stand and walk in a warmer sun.
As our Holy Days commemorations continue, today we remember the man who put the warrior in warrior scholar. Today is the birthday of the quintessential truth terrorist, the knowledge gangster, Khalid Muhammad. A man who made it a point to speak the truth no matter who didn't like it, even those closest to him. He never was one to back down, and there's a lesson to be learned from that. He spoke the truth to his people. If somebody wanted to hear a bit of information, he would remind them, do you actually want to hear the information, or are you looking for some white people who will agree with me? Now, that was a completely different way for a master teacher to be speaking to an audience, but Khalid Muhammad understood that over the decades and centuries, we have picked up a number of very bad habits, and the only way to root out bad habits is to do it directly. You can't tiptoe around it. You got to come straight up the middle. If as Black people we're going to be able to regain confidence in one another, we have to be honest about the fact that we currently do not have that confidence in one another now. Now, that excerpt that you just heard from Teacher Khalid was an expression of the principle of jihad. Jihad, as everyone knows, means holy war, not just against oppressors or against enemies of Islam, but also against the flaws and failings within a Muslim's own nature. Corruption and weakness cannot be ignored. It has to be fought against. That is what Khalid Muhammad meant when he was saying that we have to struggle constantly against the oppressor and against anything in us which is contradictory to our values and the choices that we have made. The man was talking about commitment, which happens to be the foundation of all religion. Except what he was talking about was religion starting with you, your commitment starting with you. Before we go pointing at each other and saying what other Black folks need to do, we got to make sure that we're getting things right ourselves. He understood that before we can have people held to a standard as a group, we have to first hold ourselves to a standard individually and be willing to accept the criticisms and critiques that go along with it whenever we fall short. That's what Khalid was always uncompromising about, and good for him that he did so. Too many times as Black people, when we're looking to shirk our responsibilities to ourselves and to the group, we try to hide behind rhetoric about, well, you do your thing and let me do my thing. We can't do that. And the reason why is white supremacy is a group sport. Hence, Black empowerment must also be a group sport. And Black people have to get past the idea that they don't have obligations to the group. And whenever some Black person comes along and speaks strongly about those obligations, we can't decide that, well, he's not really talking about us. Khalid made it a point to be direct with everyone. He was a true original, part of the new breed of grandmaster teachers. He knew that we're at war, so he made every ideological contest he entered into combat. He spoke with the slang and the game and the toughness of the streets. He recognized it was a new day, so a new vocabulary would have to be used. One of the reasons that so many Black people from so many different backgrounds eagerly listened to Teacher Khalid and identified with him was because he spoke with respect to the different religions in the group. Yes, he was strident, singularly bold when he spoke. But he also understood the reality that by simply not trying to impose his religion on others, he could win the respect of all. He made it a point to reach people where they are. That's why he spoke the way that he did. If the people are into this particular form of hip hop or this particular form of slang, maybe you can open some eyes if you speak to them in terms that they're more familiar with. To a lot of people, Khalid Muhammad's approach might have seemed strange or unnecessary, but in reality, the only thing it was simply unorthodox. But then again, when it comes time to reach people's minds, do you really think that there's going to be a one-size-fits-all solution? You can't sum up a man in a single word, but if I had to choose one of the many words that best describe Teacher Khalid, it would be strength. The man had mental strength, ideological strength, spiritual strength. Louis Farrakhan capitulated to the demands to suspend Khalid from his role in the Nation of Islam. Khalid was repudiated by the U.S. Congress and the white media and the bootlick class, but he didn't so much as flinch. He didn't back down, he doubled down. Khalid didn't view his association or membership in the Nation of Islam as merely an opportunity for social climbing. To him, it was exactly what it was supposed to be, a platform, one that was going to be used to boldly and stridently advocate for Black people's interests. And it was a platform that he used to great effect to provoke and galvanize his people. Now, of course, bringing up Louis Farrakhan, especially in this context, I'm sure is going to hit a little note with some people. But I'm not exactly attacking the man. What I'm asking you is this. If you got offended by my mentioning that Louis Farrakhan actually suspended Khalid Muhammad from his role in the Nation of Islam, then my question is, were you upset with Louis Farrakhan for having done so? Obviously, I don't want to relitigate the discord that erupted between Khalid and Farrakhan, but my point is that Khalid Muhammad did not back down from anything or anyone. He stood on principle, no matter who didn't approve of it. And that's very difficult for most people. They usually have one eye on their principles and the other eye on the people around them. And tragically, it's usually pretty predictable which one they're going to lean in the favor of. But with Khalid, you knew that his principles had to come first, and he was willing to take whatever the punishment.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Lomax for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the donation, brother. Salute.
Consequences, blows, and detriment came along with it. That's the reason why I chose the audio clip that I used for the beginning of this commemoration. When Khalid said our choice is conscious, full, and free, that we accept all risk, he meant it. And that scares and bothers a lot of people, because when you find somebody who stands on principle to that degree and makes it very clear it ain't just talk, well, what that also means is they're going to be not merely expecting it, but demanding it of the people around them. You can figure out pretty easily who's serious about it and who just wants to seem serious whenever it suits them by whether or not they actually stand on it, especially when they're being criticized. Do they try to find some middle ground, or do they instead make the case for why it is that they will not be moved? We know what category Khalid fell into. His intentions were as plain as they were honorable. He wanted the respect of his people and the fear of the oppressors. He achieved both. Remembering our heroes has real value, mainly because we learn from what they've done and we incorporate parts of that into our own lives and pass those lessons along to the next generation. From some heroes, we learn diligence in our research. From others, we learn eloquence, choosing the right words to express those ideas. And from others still, we learn to speak without reservation or concern for who doesn't like it. Having true holy days is important because by having annual reminders of the people and events that shaped us, we reinforce a culture that honors and empowers us. The more we reinforce it, the deeper it's ingrained within us. Today, while you're going about your duties and the workaday life and everything else that you have, make sure that you take out some time to remember and say a prayer of thanks for our brother Khalid Muhammad. Make sure you take out some time to remember what it is that he did, not for his sake, but for your own. You see, when a group of people have something that's important to them, when they choose things that are valuable and edifying for them, and they make it a point to incorporate that into their lives, it strengthens them. And so we salute our brother Khalid Muhammad. He opened the eyes of many and shut the mouths of many more. This is why we must and will remember him and cherish his contributions to Black empowerment, because by doing so, we will profit from his example. Good day, and be one.
Forgotten that once we were brought here, we were robbed of our name, robbed of our language. We lost our religion, our culture, our God. And many of us, by the way we act, we even lost our mind. We want revolutionaries no matter what school or movement or organization you come from. We must build an African united front.
Khalid Abdul Muhammad was an activist, a one-time member of the Nation of Islam and national chairman of the New Black Panther Party. Muhammad was born Harold Moore Jr. on January 12, 1948, to Harold Moore Sr. and Lottie B. Moore in Houston, Texas. Moore's aunt, Carrie Moore Van, raised him while living in Houston, where he attended Phyllis Wheatley High School. After graduating from high school in 1966, Moore enrolled in Dillard University, located in New Orleans, Louisiana, to pursue a degree in theological studies, but he didn't finish that degree. While attending Dillard University in 1970, Moore heard a speech by Louis Farrakhan, who was at the time national representative of the Nation of Islam. After hearing Minister Farrakhan's speech, Moore joined the Nation of Islam and changed his name first to Harold X, then to Malik Rushideen. He eventually became Farrakhan's protege, helping to bring new recruits to the Nation of Islam. Muhammad later received his Bachelor of Arts degree from Pepperdine University in Los Angeles, California. In 1978, he was appointed Western Regional Minister of the Nation of Islam and leader of Mosque number 27 in Los Angeles. In 1983, Farrakhan changed his name to Khalid after the Islamic general Khalid ibn al-Walid. In 1985, at the age of 37, Khalid Muhammad was appointed national spokesman and representative of Minister Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. In this role, he traveled to Nation of Islam mosques throughout the United States and eventually made a trip to Libya to meet its leader, Muammar al-Gaddafi. He became Minister Farrakhan's national advisor in the Nation of Islam. During his time with the Nation of Islam, Khalid Muhammad gave very dynamic, powerful, and often controversial speeches.
The white man is the devil. In case you forgot, you haven't heard anybody say it in a long time. You ain't heard nobody say it in a long time. The white man is the devil. I say it every day. I say it every day like a religious catechism, so that I can remember to remember, just so I won't forget. I say it like a mantra. I say it when I'm brushing my teeth and gargling my mouth all the while as a devil. Early in the morning, I say it as a part of my meditation. I open up my prayers. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I seek refuge in Allah. I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed devil, the white man. Damn it, it was the devil that killed Brother Anthony Baez. God damn it, it was a devil that shot our brother down on the streets of Brooklyn, shot him 24 times. It was devils who killed Brother Yusuf Hawkins. It was devils who were responsible for Eleanor Bumpers. It's devils who killed Jerry Lee Amy and Eula May Love. It was devils who brought you here on the slave ships to the hells of North America. You better remind yourself every day.
Despite the controversy, Muhammad remained popular with youth in the black community and often appeared in hip-hop songs by Public Enemy and Ice Cube. In 1993, during a speaking engagement at Kane College in New Jersey, Muhammad used language that some European Jews found derogatory and insulting. He also was accused of attacking the Pope in his speech. In response, the United States Senate took the highly unusual step of voting 97-0 to censure him for making the speech. He was also silenced by the Nation of Islam as a minister, a move which prompted him eventually to leave the organization in 1993.
During the speech, Brother Khalid made remarks that were not consistent with the proper representation of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his teachings and guidance, myself, and the Nation of Islam. I found the speech, after listening to it in context, vile in manner, repugnant, malicious, mean-spirited, and spoken in mockery of individuals and people, which is against the spirit of Islam. While I stand by the truths that he spoke,
This was
I
treason.
must condemn in the strongest terms the manner in which those truths were represented.
And I'm not even getting to any debating about what happened for the great Khalid Muhammad, but this, for what he's saying, is the reason why we're paying a tribute to Khalid today, and I posted on my Instagram, because I already know, like Malcolm, a lot of people act like they can't speak the truth about Khalid because certain segments of society might be mad, and that is damn sure true. The people love their leaders so much they're willing to disrespect Khalid and willing to disrespect Malcolm. That's why we starting the program off. Long live Khalid Abdul Muhammad, one of our greatest warrior leaders ever. And when this happened, this absolutely put the hit on him. This was the assassin. This was it. This was the final nail in the coffin when this speech was made for our great leader Khalid right here.
Therefore,
He said this.
Dismissed Brother Khalid from his post as minister, representative.
And it was history repeating itself all over again. What had been done to Malcolm was not done to Khalid.
And national assistant.
Muhammad, however, would continue to make dynamic public speeches at universities across America, and once in 1994 appeared on The Phil Donahue Show. On May 29, 1994, former Nation of Islam member James Best attempted to assassinate Muhammad. He was shot by Best after making a speech at the University of California, Riverside, but fortunately he survived the attack. In 1998, Muhammad became the national chairman of the New Black Panther Party, a black nationalist organization that loosely modeled itself on the original Black Panther Party founded in Oakland in 1966. During his time with the New Black Panther Party, Muhammad organized the Million Youth March in New York City and led a march in Jasper, Texas, protesting the vicious murder of James Byrd by white supremacists. Muhammad remained national chairman of the New Black Panther Party until his death from an alleged brain aneurysm on February 17, 2001. Muhammad eventually died in Atlanta, Georgia, at the age of 53. He was buried in Ferncliff Cemetery in Westchester County, New York, near the graves of Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz. On a personal note, Brother Khalid Muhammad was one of my own personal jegnas. I first met Brother Khalid when I was a president of the Black Student Union at Syracuse University. And after that, we developed a relatively close relationship, with me calling Khalid or he calling me. And eventually I became one of his speaking agents. I would mail his lecture package to different Black student unions around the country, and if my work helped Brother Khalid get a speech, he would pay me 20% of his speaker's fee or honorarium. One of the last times I saw Brother Khalid, I hadn't seen him in a few years. He asked me, "Peace, brother. What organization are you in, or what organization have you started?" When I began to tell him that I was a teacher and we started a school, he stopped me mid-sentence. And he said, "Brother, you have far too many skills and way too much knowledge just to be teaching. I didn't ask you what you did for a living anyway. I asked you, what organization were you in?" That was Brother Khalid's way. Raw, upfront, take no prisoners. After that, Brother Khalid urged me and insisted that I join an organization or start one. He invited me to a speech he was delivering at the famous Harriet Tubman School in Harlem, New York. I attended that speech, and that was the last speech I would have heard from him and the last time I saw him, because not more than 2 weeks after that, I received news that Brother Khalid Muhammad had died. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Black Power General, Pan-African revolutionary, master of various schools of thought as it relates to consciousness. A brother we sorely miss, and a brother whose spirit we hope to keep alive. Ashe.
Whatever your philosophy and ideology is of your organization, stay right with your organization. Just accept black nationalism as your major goal and objective. He said, if you're in the church, stay right in the church and organize in the church. You don't have to leave the church. We want to build an African united front. We want revolutionary Christians. We want revolutionary Muslims. We want revolutionary black Hebrews. We want revolutionary Yoruba. We want revolutionary black men and women who believe in the principles of Maya and study ancient Kemet. We want revolutionary atheists. We want revolutionary agnostics. We want revolutionary socialists. We want revolutionaries no matter what school or movement or organization you come from. We must build an African united front. And we must accept revolution. We must accept liberation. We must accept freedom and independence as our primary goals and objectives.
His spirit's beauty, his soul is right. His name is man, his face is black, and he would die for you to get your freedom back. He lives with danger, he lives with fear. He knows of chains, that's how he came here. His life is hard, you know the facts, yet still he died for you to get your freedom back. When will you decide to know him, to show him that you understand? It's the least that you can say to the man as he passes your way. You tell him easy, you said behave, and yet you can't see that you're a slave. He asks your help, no answer back to a man who died to get your freedom back. When will you decide to know him, to show him that you understand? It's the least that you can say to the man as he passes your way. You tell him easy, you said behave, and yet you can't see that you're a slave. He asks your help, no answer back to a man who died to get your freedom back. His spirit's beauty, his soul is right. His name is man, his face is black, and he would die for you to get your freedom back. He lives with danger, he lives with fear. He knows of chains, that's how he came here. His life is hard, you know the facts, yet still he died for you to get your freedom back. When will you decide to know him, to show him that you understand? It's the least that you can say to the man as he passes your way. You tell him easy, you said behave, and yet you can't see that you're a slave. He asks your help, no answer back. To a man who died to get your freedom back. When will you decide to know him, to show him that you understand? It's the least that you can say to the man as he passes your way. You tell him easy, you said behave, and yet you can't see that you're a slave. He asks your help, no answer back. To a man who died to get your freedom back.
Part of a self-defense. Hashim, has been a number of years since Khalid Muhammad has died. What's the purpose of this tribute?
Well, Roland, the purpose of this tribute is when a man give his life for black people and he leave it all on the battlefield. We were taught by Dr. John Henry Clark, when a soldier fall on the battlefield, that you say you respect, you stop, and you give him his proper burial. But if your word is true and you respect him, you pick up his work and you carry it on. Dr. Khalid Muhammad made his spiritual transition in 2001. This is the 19th year we're doing this tribute, but we've been carrying on his work with the new Black Panther Party for 19 years, and we're gonna be doing it to the day we die. The purpose is to show the world that we care about our people, we care about our leaders, and we will never let our leaders' spirit die. And I remember that day in DFW when I first met Dr. Khalid Muhammad, April 1st, 1994. It was a man standing next to me who worked for Dell and Morning News called Roland Martin. He said, look, brother, this is chaotic. You want me to get control of this media for you? And you helped me control the media that day. The first day I met him, you were standing next to me, and you helped me get through that weekend. And so it's a privilege to be on your show tonight. And I got attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz from Mississippi on the phone. Go ahead, Roy.
You having you're also having, of course, John Carlos, who's going to be keynoting, and he, of course, with the famous protest in Mexico City at the Olympic Games there.
Yeah, and the reason we're doing that is because when you talk about Black power and a fist being in the air, Dr. John Carlos, this is the 50th year anniversary of 1968 Olympics when he threw up that fist. And the day he threw up that fist in Mexico, he was told by the Olympic Committee to leave the city the next day, but he had a visa, so he stayed. But it's amazing when you can win the Olympics, be one of the fastest men in the world, be told to leave. And when he got back to America, he didn't get the Wheaties boxes, he didn't get the endorsements from Hertz, and he didn't get to run through airports like OJ. He was looked down on by America, and his family went through tragedy. And 50 years later, he still talks like he talked in 1968, and he has become my mentor and has worked with the new Black Panther Party. And I was with him a couple of days ago. And the Olympics, they just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, the Olympics finally admitted they were wrong and conducted in Denver, put him in the Hall of Fames of the Olympics, him and Tommy Smith.
Early.
So it's an honor to have John Carlos at his age, still traveling the world, talking Black power and still educating. So he will be the keynote speaker, and we honor his 50 years of service.
Long live Khalid.
All right, so this event is taking place where and what time?
It's going to be at the 3D Complex in Latonia, Georgia. The reason we're doing it out there in Latonia, Georgia is because the brother who took a chance on buying this complex spent a lot of money, and he used to work with Tyler Perry, but it's the 3D Complex. It's on 2244 Panola Road in Latonia, Georgia, on the corner of Covington and Panola. Beautiful place. And we're trying to put it on the map. for black people can start using it. And the brother has sacrificed and put a lot of money, and we got to support black businesses. Attorney Shabazz, can you hear us? Okay, I thought I had Attorney Shabazz on with us.
Yep. Well, first of all, Hashim, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a bunch, and good luck with the event tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Roland.
All right.
We just want to show the great General Khalid Abdul Muhammad some love and support today, you know, like we do Malcolm, because we know I brought this, it's a divide in the revolutionary community, and in some people, they gotta praise Khalid quietly. They don't want to upset some people. They gotta praise Malcolm quietly. They don't want to upset their teacher. Man, long live Khalid Abdul Muhammad, one of the greatest amongst us, you know, whoever walked amongst us here. And it's a shame that he was murdered and the plot was hatched. But we just want to show him some love. And we want to hear Khalid speak for himself from the grave.
No, brother, I didn't like what my father did to my little brother, Attorney Malik Shabazz, like that in front of everyone. I was the first to call the million. We all love you for that. And if you heard the tape, saw Brother Clemson Brown's video or any of the others, or if you were there, you know we gave props to Minister Farrakhan from the beginning to the end. And if you visited our website on the World Wide Web, we invited him. I didn't expect him to come, and I'm nobody's puppy dog. I'm not going to tuck my tail and go sniffing behind nobody. Louis Farrakhan didn't teach me that way. Much of what I am, by the power of God and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and what they put in him, he put it in me. And that's the way I'm going to be from here on out. I'm not changing. I got one letter from Minister Farrakhan in 5 years. One letter in 5 years, though I had written him. I called him repeatedly. You've heard me talk about it, right at the UAM forum. For years, he set up meetings and postponed the meetings. When I was in the hospital, shot down like a dog, he never visited me, never sent me a letter, never sent me a postcard, not a penny, not a nickel, not a dime, the whole damn time. I know what happened between Malcolm and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and how Malcolm's letters were being intercepted, how his calls were being intercepted. So I know when to reach my father, so I would call him early in the morning when I knew he would answer the phone. And I would sometimes speak directly to him, and he would be just as nice and promise that we would meet, and there were no meetings. I stopped doing that, and I said everywhere he was going to speak, I would go and sit on the front row or the second row to say, here I am. Will you see me? Can we talk? Can we work this out? I want to come back. Remember how dedicated I've been. Remember how committed I've been, how devoted I've been. Remember, I was with you when your son was not with you. I was with you when your daughters were not with you. I was with you when none of the Nation of Islam was with you. Remember me, I'm the one who used to pack 2 pistols to make sure that nobody would do anything to you. I'm the one who would stand next to you with a gun and a Bible. I'm the one who was willing to take a bullet for you. If an enemy stood up to shoot you down, I would sit on the front row, the second row, begging, almost pleading. What in the hell do I look like 5 years later, calling a man saying we're having the Million Youth March? Will you come and help us, please, sir? Hell no. We still invited him because it was the right thing to do. But we don't have to consult you. We consult God and God alone, God damn it. What's the next question?
Now, you know that's a very hard act to follow. This is Carol Taylor, The Little Black Book, and I...
Long live the great Khalid Abdul Muhammad. General Khalid, may he's immortal. He's an immortal and may he live forever.
Melanin. What is melanin? Melanin is a complex polymer derived from amino acid tyrosine. In humans, it is responsible for producing or determining the pigments in the hair, skin, and the eyes. According to Dr. Delbert Blair, this complex polymer has the ability to turn you into a god. So it's a god. Although no human is supposed to be worshipped, a god can simply be described as an individual, a race, or a group of people able to do the supernormal. These are the 5 ways that the presence of melanin in your body turns you into a god. Instantaneous reactions to energy field. Since melanin reacts independently to the rest of the body organs, it is capable of reacting instantaneously when exposed to different energy fields.
People who have melanin have been told that everything in the body is governed by the brain, and that every reaction in every system is brain governed, and that is wrong. Melanin acts independently. It is capable of instantaneous reaction to energy fields without being processed through any of the neuron synapses and dendrite stems of the brain. In other words, it acts as a chlorophyllin carrier. It takes energy, reacts to it, and processes its own information to its nearby cells. That's why you can get, again, those beautiful moves of the Michael Jordans, those cuts and so by the football players, and those immediate reactions, because you can't stop and think. They have to train people without melanin or with little melanin to react. People with melanin react anyway, because it's like what they showed on the Black Buddhas. You have eyes everywhere. You are totally conscious, and you don't wait for brain processing, which slows it down. We'll prove this to you in the classes, because you can inflict pain, and if you have your mind off somewhere, it'll take sometimes up to 15 seconds before you feel the pain. And you can even delay that longer if you're trying to offset pain by merely mind control. They don't teach you, though, with melanin, you can make that instantaneous reaction, or you can delay it up to 30 seconds, or you cannot even get to feel it at all by simply using certain ways with melanin and ingesting certain foods and herbals.
Speeds the healing process in half. Melanin can speed up the healing process by half, and by a third in strong magnetic fields.
Melanin is a gift from the gods. With melanin, you can speed up your healing process in half. And if you really get into a strong magnetic field, nothing to do with the electricity, which hurts you in the main, you can be even cut that into a third. You can see into the body without using anode-cathode ray bombardments, if you have melanin, by using magnetic fields. Once you begin to use this kind of energy in this fashion again, per se, you can speed up everything that your body does and everything that your brain does. You can even speed up the kind of energy and frequencies that normally you're attuned to that come in to your body and into your brain. This makes you a god.
Bilocate. When functioning correctly, people with melanin can be in consciousness in one place and the body in another.
When your melanin is functioning correctly, you can bilocate by being in consciousness one place while being in your body in another. Some people call that state now death. That is real life. That's why they used to have guardians for the body, watchers, and all kind of other terms that some of you from Louisiana, from Mississippi, from the old country, and with the teachings of the god Valdal knew about. And that's what you used to run to those people to bilocate and tell you what was happening and to influence your enemies. And you know your grandmothers and grandfathers talked about it, and some of you may even practice it now. But practice it in the light, in the full capacity. It is a gift of the gods. You earned it. When you don't do the drugs, and I do a lecture called Drugs and the Astral, if ever you want to get a dope head off of his drugs, teach a person with melanin who still knows that he has a soul and a spirit, and she has a soul and a spirit, that they actually can ground their soul on hell. That's the other term for earth when the non-melanin carriers came. And have to go through this 9 lifetimes to get it straight again. And if they don't believe that, ask them, what do you think they're doing with their life now when they themselves know down deep that the days are passing by and they're going nowhere except into a total extermination of their physical body. The herbals that you take work differently because they have part of the earth in it, and part of that earth awakens the old earth people who are melanin carriers. And therefore, all of those kingdoms of the plants, the animals, the insects, the birds that fly, and everything that creeps and crawls and moves responds to that vibration because it was a vibration that they were created in also, and they look upon you as gods. Gods who don't know who they are.
Rich astounding frequencies. When melanin in form of high energy yields vibrates, every cell in the body vibrates faster, producing astounding frequencies that can be physically tested.
Inasmuch as melanin works on every part of the body and is in every cell of your body, now when the energy fields of Earth change, it will begin to vibrate faster, and every part of you will begin to quicken in what it's capable of doing. The tests of any kind, the inoculations using basic low vibrations, food that does not have energy stored within it cannot work well for you now because you are in the process of change. When the melanin in a form of high energy yield throughout the body vibrates, every cell in every organ vibrates faster. Since melanin is also in the brain vibrates faster. And the frequencies that it can reach are astounding. There are the frequencies that let you seem to be out of your body looking down on it that they all talk about. There are the frequencies that let you sense when something's going to happen to one of your loved ones before it happens. And if it's happening, almost go crazy because you know it's happening even though you're not there. It beats any switch on EATT, Northern Telecom, or Bell Atlantic. It is your instantaneous form of communication. It is a thing that messes up your cable TV when you pass by it. It is a thing that sometimes when you get excited, again, begins to interfere with your TV patterns. And it's a thing that we just don't utilize enough. Why? Because who was going to teach it? The teachers were killed when they brought us out of Mother Africa. The teachers were killed when they attempted to do it here. And even under the Masonic Guild and the ancient ones who tried to at least serve the gods by helping the children of the gods know who they were killed and tortured as worse as you were because they didn't want you to know who you were. They wanted to steal the planet, imprison you, and take what the gods had left. Again, I'm talking about gods, advanced scientists from many worlds watching a special project here on this planet Tierra, Shan, Sanche, all names for this little place.
Cosmic wisdom. When operating correctly, melanin can cause the pituitary gland to release hormones that give flashes of the cosmic universe.
Melanin, when operating well, causes the pituitary gland to release hormones that they haven't even cataloged. They can't, because they have no way to measure the hormonal things, because they're instantaneously then and they're gone. But when they're there, they give you flashes of the cosmic universe. Intuitive flashes in full color of who you have been and what you can be. The same flashes that when you depart this body and your life passes before you, that you go through again. But did they ever teach you that you don't have to die to bring that about? That cosmic wisdom of knowing everything that your ancestors knew is yours every night when you go to sleep, and between 11 and 2:30 when the melanin glands are working at its best. But you must have total darkness. That's why they give you the TVs that never go out. I told you in a previous lecture, everybody in here this summer will get one shade darker than they are, whether you go out in the sun or not, because the light will be entering into you. The energy will come in whether you close windows or doors or not. And for those who are not used to it, it is absolutely carcinogenic, leukemic death that they're asking to go out in the sun this summer. But as the melanin is stepped up, if you must go on in it, you can survive. The point is, again, it will begin to make your head feel as though it was almost wavering. And until you balance out that melanin and get the higher frequencies going, all it will do in some cases is to give headaches, other cases to make you want to cover the head. But at night when you sleep, each night having been exposed to that, the melanin will go through a metamorphosis, and you will wake up with more insight as to who you are, and certain psychic abilities will begin to form within 48 hours after that exposure. If you adapt to it, the next time out, more happens. And then the DNA and the cells will begin to come together, just like a magnet, because magnetism is what it will awaken in your body. And then they'll begin to entwine the strands little by little up to the year 1997, when all melanin carriers are supposed to have 10 of their strands back together. Then you will see the difference in having melanin and not having melanin.
So, what do you all think? Does the presence of melanin in your body return?
About the unknown that elicits such fear and curiosity. Whether it be in books, movies, or real life, mysteries have the ability to trigger deep emotional responses that can put in flux everything we thought we knew about the world around us. For the past few months, we've broken down some of the most mysterious events to ever take place in popular culture. Events that have sparked viral social media interaction, raised introspective questions, and have reshaped not only our perspectives, but our basic understanding of the role science plays in everyday life. But just when we thought mysteries couldn't get any more puzzling, another unexplained phenomena arises with both scientific and cultural applications. An unexplained mystery that could possibly restructure individual identities and race relations forever. Are you on the edge of your seat yet? Good, because you just might need superpowers to brace yourself for this one. On December 21st, 2020, an astronomical event 400 years in the making took place. The gas giants of Jupiter and Saturn, two planets that have brought much wonder and fascination to our solar system, joined forces in a collaboration that would make even the likes of Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak proud. The event, astronomically coined the Great Conjunction, or the Christmas star by some, brought into alignment the orbiting paths of both Jupiter and Saturn. The passing of these two planets happens commonly, but what made this event so special is that it had been 400 years since the two planets passed this closely. So closely that from our perspective here on Earth, the two planets almost exactly overlapped each other in the night sky. Considering that this event took place during the day 400 years ago, it had been 800 years since it was actually visible by humans at night. Add in the fact that many from across the world were still in lockdown or practicing safe social distancing measures, Word of this event inspired thousands from all across the globe to go outside and witness one of the rarest celestial events of all time. And that curiosity for astronomy is where our mystery fully develops. Like a hateful tweet about Beyonce that got in the hands of the Bayhive, an interesting belief about this event spread like wildfire. Black Twitter and every other social channel possible went ablaze with a statement that on the onset of this astronomical event, every black person on Earth was to receive superpowers. Yes, superpowers. I'm talking Luke Cage, Storm, Cyborg, Wakanda forever. It was believed that the conjunction of these two planets would somehow spark a genetic adaptation in people of African descent, unlocking code within their DNA and allowing them to physically and mentally do things that were only thought to be fiction. Black people from all walks of life were prepared for the moment, sending tweets, making comments, and creating posts about what they would do when their superpowers were unlocked. I myself ventured to the peaks of Griffith Observatory to witness this intergalactic phenomena in hopes that my superpowers would unveil themselves in front of the hundreds that were in attendance, where I could hopefully fly out or teleport over the Hollywood sign and take my rightful place as the official leader of the Black STEM Avengers conglomerate. Okay, a little dramatic, I know. And obviously, none of that happened. I didn't morph into the Incredible Bulk. That's the Black Hulk, if you didn't get that reference. 21 Savage was still Savage, not ruthless. 50 Cent was still 2 quarters, not a Benjamin. And Pooh Shiesty was still, well, just Shiesty. Black people from all across the world were once again left disappointed, toyed with, played, and bamboozled. But was the notion of people of African descent having superpowers really that far-fetched? Is the thought of an entire nation of highly educated and powerful and sophisticated Black people with superhuman capabilities truly just that of a Marvel comic book? Well, for the purposes of this video discussion, I'll be keeping a running tally throughout of my own personal unique superpower skills. Ability to keep audience engaged with popular rap and pop culture references. Check. In order to make sense of this all, we need to first understand what sets Black people apart from other racial groups. Forget the common stereotypes like member size or the ability to hoop or play football. Even though Black people make upwards of 70 to 80% of the NFL and the NBA, skin color alone is not enough to scientifically categorize a person's athletic performance. Or is it? Melanin is a commonly misunderstood and misconstrued molecule. It's often associated with people of color, but what some may not know is that every single race has melanin. Yes, she has melanin, and she has melanin too. Whether you're a red-haired Kathy Griffin or obsidian black Akon, your skin contains the molecule melanin, just in varying amounts. Melanin is found in different areas of the human body, including the skin, hair, pupils, inner ear, brain, and adrenal gland. It's responsible for protecting your DNA from harmful UV radiation and is broken down into different types, known as pheomelanin, neuromelanin, and eumelanin. Pheomelanin is found in the hair and skin and is responsible for producing red and pink pigments like those found on your lips and nipples, and is most notably detected in people with red hair color. Trippy red, notwithstanding. Neuromelanin is a darker polymer pigment. It's found in various areas of the brain, and high accumulation of it has been linked to degenerative diseases such as Parkinson's disease. Eumelanin is what we normally associate with darker skin pigment. It also makes up the dark colors in your hair and eyes. Varying amounts of brown and black eumelanin can give skin differing pigmentations as well as hair color, with blonde resulting from low levels of eumelanin and black hair forming from higher concentrations. Melanin is produced within special skin cells known as melanocytes. Every human has these cells, it's just that some produce more melanin than others. If we look at the archaeological history of humanity as well as our evolution, we find that early humans who were more exposed to high concentrations of UV radiation from the sun developed vastly higher amounts of melanin. This molecular component is finely tuned within our DNA and is subsequently passed down from generation to generation. And that is where our scientific mystery comes into full light. Get it? Light, UV radiation, sun. Ability to make funny puns. Researchers have made a spectacular discovery in the molecular property of melanin, a discovery that makes our previous inquiry about the possibility of unlocking hidden superpowers not just a concept of science fiction, but rather science fact. Melanin, but more specifically, eumelanin, can conduct electricity. This has been known by scientists for upwards of 50 years, meaning the DC universe wasn't that far off in 1977 when they introduced Jefferson Pierce, aka Black Lightning, as an electricity-yielding metahuman. Chained together in its natural form, eumelanin acts as sort of an electrical bank with the ability to take in or lend electrons as dictated by environmental conditions. The molecules can shuffle electrons as well as surrounding ions to create an all-natural electrode material. So if scientists have known this for so long, why then have we been deprived of our innate superhero gifts? Well, the cultural and race-related conversations around that are certainly enough to debate for a future science video. But the immediate scientific reason is that eumelanin, in its natural biological state, is too weak to have any practical electricity conducting benefits. It wasn't until the past 2 years that scientists found a way to improve upon this natural conductive property. The discovery, made by a group of Italian researchers, showed that eumelanin conductivity can be boosted to allow its use in things such as medical implants and other bioelectronic devices. Combining metal elements with eumelanin or superheating it with graphene, as scientists before it tried, did help increase its conductivity, but proved to be impractical in the human body since we naturally reject certain metals or other artificial chemicals. The researchers found that by heating eumelanin in a vacuum in a process known as annealing, they could calm down its chaotic and unorganized molecular structure, thus forming a neatly aligned molecular sheet that can maximize its natural conductive capabilities. In a weird twist of irony, however, they also found that the full electrical powers of eumelanin were held back by one molecule that has plagued eumelanin-rich human beings since the beginning of time: water. Though ion-enriched water is a strong conductor of electricity, eumelanin actually loses all of this conductivity when exposed to water. Considering how even Superman has his kryptonite, it becomes apparent how even some of the most stereotypical beliefs are somewhat rooted in scientific truth.
We're swimming right now, right where the tectonic plates between North America and Europe are separating, right in the middle of the crack. This is pretty crazy. The water is 3 degrees. We're in dry suits and about to look at some underwater views. This is bananas. My black ass in the water trying to snorkel.
That was a video of me snorkeling in Iceland. Just so you know. For proof. Ability to swim. Check. This electricity conducting ability of eumelanin sets the stage for a number of interesting superhero applications. Imagine taking a melanin-rich individual like Lil Wayne and biologically enhancing his body with nanoparticles that would allow him to record sound waves digitally into the recording studio without ever having to touch a mic. Or embedding Lil Yachty with a bioelectronic device that would enable him to insert his ad-lib, Lil Boat, into any conversation at any time.
Lil Boat, boat. That's Lil Boat, Lil Dad.
Probably not the most sought-after superhero powers, but with the ability to create sheets of thin eumelanin film that can be used to coat electrical devices or components and then insert it into the human body. Development of this technology may forever change the way we think of true superhero abilities. Who knows, when the next great conjunction takes place, Black people may not have to worry about unlocking their special powers, but instead controlling and harnessing them as to not give away all their innate bionic capabilities. I'm the Hip Hop MD. This is Hip Hop Science, reminding you that curiosity is nature's PhD. Never stop asking.
Well, Sheikh Anta Diop was an example of what I talk about when I say you have to know the 5 domains. I mean, he was a physicist, a chemist, a scientist, a linguist, a historian. So he embodied almost all of those. He just, he didn't do the astronomy part, you know, and astrology, but he embodied almost all those things that I talk about that you need to master. So he became like my Jegna in terms of a prototype of how I need to fashion my skills. Because when he came to UNESCO in 1974 and challenged all of UNESCO, all the white scholars, I mean, him and Thea Bingo came in ready. They came in with their books and all the sciences, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology. You know, they had all of their stuff. And the Europeans didn't have nothing. They just came with their whiteness. They didn't have no documentation, no nothing. So Thea Bingo them blew them out of the water. So that showed me, to me, that was the epitome of symptomatic thinking. I can prove everything that I state and that I can back up. So that became a profound influence for me, you know. And then when he talked to Dr. Jacob Brothers and said that we don't learn them to do next year, we're not even serious. Because you're going to the wolf to ask how do we rabbits avoid being eaten. And the wolf gonna say, well, take this path, and when you see a cave, rest up in there first, you know, and that's the wolf did, you know, and get your PhD there so that you, Carter G. Woodson said our most educated blacks will be our new enslavers. That the European master can go to sleep and his house will still be taken care of, because we like, master, we sick? Master, our house on fire? Malcolm said they won't even let you near the plant. He's talking about our house. We sick, okay. And so Diop set the bar for me as being a linguist. I mean, he was doing DNA testing. He can prove the melanin context of the mummy. So he didn't just come and say, this black because they look black on the wall. He was like, give me a tip. All I need is just a centimeter, just a tissue, and I can prove, because it takes millions of years for melanin to break down. And then he did the scientific formula of what melanin does. And you know, there's been melanin conferences among the European Jews since 1936, because many of the diseases they have, melanin will cure it. It's the lack of melanin that, and their incest and things like that. But melanin is the root that can help cure many of these. So they've been having, no black people invited, but melanin conferences on black people since 1936. So we have to understand. So when we started our little melanin conference, they were kind of like Mickey Mouse conferences compared to what the Europeans were doing with melanin conference. And we know that melanin is the most powerful molecule in the animal domain. Melanin is to humans like chlorophyll is to plants, like carbon is to minerals. And so even when Asar is depicted green, he's not called the great green, he's called the great black. Green and black are synonymous with life. Nobody has the capacity to do what we can do. So that's why we learned basketball and we took it over. We learned football, we became the best. Everything we do, we learned, you know, their way of music like that, we took it over, we came. America's only classical music is jazz and African music. The instruments, sound, we imitated nature. We took it over. We could imitate any sound we heard in nature. Sometimes we could even do it with our voice. And then we developed the instruments. So these strands of DNA separate us from everybody. I know they want to say, and Dr. Laila Africa used to prove, he said, even if you went and said that we're all the same in the inside, he said, that's wrong. The African internally is totally different from the European internally. Our bone structure. That's why you can take a bone. My daughter has a master's in cultural anthropology and forensic work. They can take a bone and by examining it, tell it there's the African or European. By its constituency, how it was made up, its constituency, its power. They can tell, they can even tell the cause of death from examining a bone of that, you know. So the African internal structure is different. So what Lila Africa was trying to show you is that the medicine that's in the pharmacy is all geared towards a European male. And what they need and what we need is totally two different dosages. You know, he's saying that if diabetes scale is, if normal is 80 to 120, and you got 110 and you're African, you might have diabetes already. Because what's normal for them is not necessarily normal for us. And when they say you need one pill, we might need 3. Or just the opposite. They need 2, we need 1, you know. But it's not the same dosage that everything that they do is based upon a white albino, a white male. And so we got to look at medicine totally different, but I know we don't do that. But that's why we're the sickest people in America. One of the richest countries, the most long-lived of people now have the shortest lifespan. There's something wrong with that formula. And I say culture is our medicine. So once you go back to your culture, you start eating culturally, you start thinking culturally, you're around people who are thinking like you are. So the endorphins that are being emitted is powerful because there's love around you. You're thinking love. I'm thinking gratitude. I can't wait for the next day, so my stress level is really down. I'm getting plenty of vitamin C. That's why I'm out there almost every day. I'm getting my vitamin D on. The #1 cause of stress is a lack of vitamin D. Vitamin D breaks down the immune system. And so every black who lives above Florida got a vitamin D deficiency unless you're outside 5 to 6 hours a day. Outside of being a farmer, who do you notice out there 5 or 6 hours a day? So 95% of all black people in America got a vitamin D deficiency. So that means you don't handle stress well. And who's the most stressful people in America? The black male. So there's a ordinance goes out that we shouldn't even pay Social Security because we don't live long enough to collect it. I'm just honored. I'm in the mid-70s. I'm one of the rare few, my colleagues, graduated from high school. I got one black person who graduated from, no, two black people who graduated from high school are still alive, who graduated in my class. So we had to change the way we think. So my brother, this is a whole way of life, this study. And when I study how great Menchu Hotep is, and Imhotep and all of these other, that's inspiration. And I want our young people to know that. I want it recorded. I want it to be recorded. I want them to be able to take this information and run with it. I want them to, what they do with the basketball, I want them to do that in the computer room, in the corporate headquarters. Whoa, those numbers is off the chart. He just slammed the Wall Street. You know, that's what I want brother to do. You remember Eddie Murphy when he did trading places? And he says, oh, you guys ain't nothing but a bunch of bookies. Oh, I know what's going to happen. And he was like an Ian Putty commercial. He wanted it because he understood the street. He understood that, you know. So they don't want you in that room, that corporate world. So, brothers, I say thank you very much for allowing me to, you know, share this time with y'all.
Oftentimes, due to the society we live in that promotes the European standard of beauty, many Black women can feel like their beauty isn't good enough. But this is starting to change more and more as they realize their melanin really is kind of like magic. Everyone has melanin, both light and dark-skinned individuals. Melanin is a broad term for a group of natural pigments found in most organisms. It is the primary determinant of skin color. Black women greatly benefit from melanin because it prevents them from aging as quickly as other groups.
A study found that Black women's skin typically ages about 10 years slower than white women's skin. Here's why. Human skin has 3 layers: the epidermis, the dermis, and the hypodermis. Melanocytes in the epidermis produce melanin, a natural skin pigment. Melanin blocks UV rays, which can accelerate the aging process. Black men and women produce more melanin in their skin, which results in darker pigments. The more melanin in your skin, the more protection you have against the harmful effects of sun exposure. Too much exposure to UV rays can cause skin to age quicker, resulting in wrinkles and sunspots. Since white women produce less melanin, they can show signs of aging faster. This doesn't mean that Black women won't experience skin aging. It just happens at a slower rate.
Melanin is a molecule. And the concept of melanin is, it is black in its nature. And we find it in the cosmos, we find it in the heavens, we find it in water, we find it in land, we find it in everything that exists.
Scholars and scientists have been having conferences about melanin, to my awareness, at least since the 1920s. These scientists said that the pineal gland, they refer to the pineal gland as a vestigial organ. That is a calcified gland within the body that serves no purpose, as if the creator would create something that you didn't need. And it was only after the Vietnam War, in the late 60s and early 70s, that they began to rewrite their interpretation of the pineal gland. The reason for that was that a large number of African Americans fought and died during the Vietnam War. And whenever a soldier dies, there's an autopsy that's performed before their body is sent back to Dover Air Force Base. And what they discovered, what these physicians discovered, is that when they performed the autopsies, the 75 to 80% of the African American soldiers had a large functioning pineal gland. The pineal gland is normally about the size of your thumb. So it was not a vestigial organ in 70 to 80% of African Americans, but it is a calcified organ in 75 to 80% of people with European ancestry. So they began to reevaluate the pineal gland.
So this is a complex molecule. It's found in the brain. It's found in your adrenal glands. It's a powerful free radical scavenger. In other words, it helps the body prevent this oxidation. So it's an antioxidant. Melanin may play a much bigger role than just absorbing all this radiation. And when you get it into your body, it actually has a major effect on your immune system. It protects genes and it actually repairs broken DNA. Isn't that wonderful? Something breaks down because you're exposed to chemicals or radiation. Think of the people of Japan right now in 2011 who are suffering from huge amounts of radiation. What could we do to help them prevent cancer developing? Well, you need a DNA repairer, and that's what melanin does. It exists in many other tissues, as I mentioned. It's actually a very important molecule in any woman who's having a baby because the fetus has all this melanin in it.
The sperm of the male and the egg of the woman, they're both layered with melanin, so that when the sperm penetrates the egg, there is a melanin explosion. And that melanin helps to formulate the fetus within that egg. And that fetus is literally coated with the melanin substance. And that melanin substance then goes on to form the brain and the central nervous system. So every human being begins with a melanin explosion.
In steering things in the body, in the whole regulatory system, melanin's role in embryological organization, that's in the baby's organization, and tissue repair and tissue regeneration may be connected to the major role that it plays to balance the body. That's called homeostasis. Here's a picture of a baby at 35 days of pregnancy, and this is the eye of an embryo. Notice that the eye is pure melanin. That's an amazing picture, isn't it? To see all this melanin is inside, and when the embryo first forms, there is what's called the dark streak. It's all melanin.
It is the dynamic, the primary dynamic in every part of the cell. It's a primary dynamic in the core of the human being as well as to the surface of the human being. Its intelligence is responsible for the forming of the nervous system. Every part of the nervous system has these little black dots all through it, which essentially carry information.
The body is actually a communication system where everything is connected to everything else, and it works through light. It works through light. It's called biophotons. And in this communication system, cells have connections to other cells called integrins, and electrons and light flows between cells. So it's like a supercomputer. In fact, there's somebody even studying whether energy is directly absorbed from the melanin in your skin and transformed into energy in your body. And it's thought to be, by some people, a master molecule that actually steers how the body communicates.
Clearly, the more melanin you have, the more beneficial it is to your being and to your body. How could anyone ever be ashamed of the melanin that possesses so much magic? This video was sponsored by Talia YG. For more information on their products, go to www.naturalhair.org.
Move, Captain. I want to ask a second time.
We all love superhero movies, but the characters in these movies are so exaggerated it will take humans thousands of years of research and medicine to reach such superhuman capabilities. Luckily, we have superhumans living among us today. The people on today's list do have remarkable powers that will blow you away. Here are 7 black people with real superhuman abilities you have never seen before. Number 7. Alonzo Clemens' photographic memory.
It's believed that his head injury somehow rewired his brain.
He's coming along, isn't he?
Damaging cognitive abilities, but freeing up extraordinary artistic gifts.
Alonzo Clemens is an artist with a remarkable background. When Alonzo was a child, he suffered a bad head injury, resulting in savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a rare condition in which someone with significant mental disabilities demonstrates certain incredible powers, which in Alonzo's case is sculpting.
Art.
You're probably thinking, dude, I know a guy who does this. No, you don't. What makes Alonzo special is he doesn't use references to make his sculptures. Just name the animal and he will sculpt it to the T. Alonzo does his sculptures with amazing speed, great accuracy in form, and artistic beauty.
That took you 15 minutes at most.
Alonzo cannot describe how he sculpts and why his ability mostly relates to animals, but considers his ability to be a gift from God, an inner urge that enables him to show how he sees the world. Whenever he is asked how he does it, Alonzo will simply smile and point to his head.
He never learned how to do any of this.
Leave a thumbs up if you're impressed with his gift. Number 6. Ben Underwood, real-life daredevil. Marvel's Daredevil got his powers through an accident, but in reality, this is quite a rare phenomenon. Meet Ben Underwood, the real-life daredevil.
And I can tell where desks are in the classroom and stuff like that. I can hear the wall over there, the couch over there. I can hear the wall behind me. I can hear the wall over there and the TV and the computer.
Ben lost both his eyes to cancer at the age of 3, but with his mom's relentless encouragement and Ben's reckless hope, he developed his own form of echolocation and learned to see again. He used it to do amazing things that blind people don't normally do. He was determined to live his life to the fullest. Using only his extraordinary hearing, he could walk around without a cane or a guide dog, so his parents treated him like any other child. His little brother didn't even know he was blind at first.
I didn't really know he was blind. I just knew he was my brother.
Unfortunately, the cancer that took away his eyesight when he was young returned again when he was 16 to take him away. Number 5. Anise, the child with healing powers. Anise is not your average girl. She is said to possess the power to heal people from every kind of illness. What makes Anise's story quite unique is while normal children are born after 9 months, she spent 3 good years in her mother's womb and started talking when she was only 7 months. Many have traveled from far and near to witness the power of the 3-year-old super healer. According to her parents, they started experiencing unexplainable miracles ever since their daughter was born, and her powers seem to get stronger as she gets older. According to her parents again, her niece has experienced several visitations by the Holy Mary, and she is capable of reciting the Hail Mary prayer without having to learn it. She refers to Mary as her mother and Jesus as a brother. This isn't the first ever Marian apparition, but it is definitely the most unusual, especially when it involves a 3-year-old who has the powers of healing. Do you believe in miracles? Let us know in the comment section below. Number 4. Troy James, aka Twisty, the contortionist. Troy James has a rare ability only a few people are lucky to have. When Troy was little, he thought everyone else could bend their bodies like the way he did, only to find out his ability is a rare one.
What is he?
Thank you.
He has a rare condition known as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. People with this gift usually have very flexible joints and stretchy skin. According to Troy, he has always been this flexible, no training or practice required. In fact, when he was a child, he took it for granted, thinking everyone else could bend their body like the way he could. It wasn't until other kids started teasing him for being weird. He got super embarrassed and hid his ability until high school, where it suddenly became the coolest thing ever. This unique ability has given him roles in several Hollywood movies, like The Void and The Strain. One of his iconic appearances is in The Flash, where he played Ragdoll. Number 3. Stephen Wilshire. Wilshire's gift is one you've probably never seen before. He has an insane memory with intricate details. Wilshire was mute when he was young, and at the age of 3, he was diagnosed with autism, and at the age of 5, he expressed interest in drawing, and when he was about 7, he became fascinated with landmass and landscape while still being mute. The instructors at his school would punish him for his lack of verbal communication skills by temporarily taking away his art supplies. Initially, Stephen would respond by making inaudible sounds and eventually uttered his first word, paper. While it is true many people are blessed with such gifts, what makes Wilshire super special is he can look at a subject once and then draw an accurate and detailed picture of it. He frequently draws entire cities from memory based on single, brief helicopter rides. Number 2. Eliud Kipchoge.
The first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours. One final lung-busting stride for Kipchoge. One giant leap for human endeavor.
For those of you who don't know, Eliud Kipchoge is very good at marathon, with 2 Olympic gold medals, 9 major marathon victories, and perhaps the greatest PR stunt in the history of sports. So what makes Kipchoge special, you ask? Well, Kipchoge uses 85 to 90% of a runner's aerobic capacity. That is twice the capacity of an average man, and a sustained heart rate of about 160 to 170 beats per minute, which is only possible in humans who have hearts that can pump like a machine. Eliud Kipchoge became the first human to run 42 kilometers in less than 2 hours. For people like me who don't run, it can be hard to put that time in perspective. It is fast, yes, but just how fast is it exactly? And how hard is it for other athletes to beat? Well, the answer is simple. It is undoable. Number 1. Safo Katanka, the engineering genius. A pastor is perhaps an unlikely candidate to become one of Africa's first car manufacturers. But that's what Kojo Safo, who is locally known as the Star of Africa, has done. Safo started his family business, Katanka, 20 years ago, making electrical devices from TVs and sound systems to musical instruments. He did all this with virtually no background in engineering or manufacturing whatsoever. His company now manufactures any type of vehicle you can imagine. According to Kojo Safo, he gets his design, engineering, and ideas from a divine being. Which one exactly? We don't know. Which of these people have the most intriguing superhuman abilities? Leave us a comment down there. We share with a friend on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter. As usual, I'm your host Murphy, and I'll catch you in the next video. Stay safe. Peace.
I want to touch on the importance of melanin in the human skin. So me, and I'm pretty sure most of you guys grew up thinking or hearing that being black is bad, being too black is bad, being light-skinned or being white is more, you know what I'm saying, powerful or more attractive because that's obviously what we see on our commercials, on our TV, everywhere we go, on posters, you know what I'm saying? We see these Caucasian images, we see these more lighter images being more successful in life, and most likely in comedy, people talk down on, oh, you're black, blah, blah, ASS, you know what I'm saying? That's straight buffoonery, that's foolishness. And if you have knowledge of self, scientifically, you will know that the more melanin in a human body is the better, the more in tune you are with nature. Our sun is the primary life giver on this planet. And our melanin, through a process called ultra-fast eternal conversion, it allows our skin, our melanin, to absorb that sunlight, those harmful UV rays that can be harmful for some people, and turn it into harmless heat in the human body. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically, melanin gives us the ability to live our everyday life with the sun or with nature, because sun is a part of nature and it's a primary life giver to this planet. Our sun gives us so much nutrients, and our melanin allows us to adapt with this powerful force, the sun, and adapt us to live in peaceful mutuality with the sun and with nature. So that's one thing that melanin can do for you. And I took a couple notes here stating the difference between the black, more melanated man and the Caucasian man, which has less melanin. It is said that all humans possess melanin, but not to the degree that African people all over the world do. Black people have around 360 melanin centers in their stomach region, as opposed to Caucasians, which only have 40. The African black human, which has primarily 12 melanin centers in their brain, while the non-African brain only have 2 melanin centers. The key to effectiveness of melanin is the fact that it is primarily carbon-based and is the most effective in handling heat and ray of the sun, primary life giver of the planet, which I talked about earlier. The ancestors of not only the world, but primarily black people had highly developed body parts and organs, especially a part of the human body called the pineal gland. This is where it gets important, because the pineal gland is where our melanin processes. This part of the body, along with the pituitary gland, allows individuals to sense things and visualize things in their environment that cannot be sensed through the ordinary 5 senses, and which do not work nearly as much as it did in the past because of a dumbed down society. I mean, things like fluoride in our water, the poisons in our food, our organs of our human body, it can't work as strong as it usually does. And they know that. That's why they poison us. That's why they spray us with chemtrails. So we can't, you know what I'm saying, be as strong as we can. So even physically, not even spiritually, physically, we're not as strong as we can because of all the poisons that we take in our body. So it's important for you to stay healthy and pick your poisons. Another note I took, melanin means black amino and is a color pigment composed of hydrocarbon chain which has various amino, nitrogen-based compounds attached to it. It is carbon that gives melanin its blackness. Carbon is the organizing molecule that gives melanin its structure. It is carbon that gives melanin the ability to absorb energy and bend with other molecules while retaining stability. So basically, these notes that I took is basically pointing key things of how important it is to have melanin, or to even process melanin. Because as I was telling you, as a black male, I don't care if you're light skinned, whatever, you can be out in the sun and your melanin, just having the amount of melanin you have, it will allow a production in melanin just by being out in the sun, working out in the sun, playing out in the sun, having sun out in the sun, it would give a production called melanogenesis, a production of melanin, which will make you darker, and which will make you stronger, you know what I'm saying? It will make you more in tune with the universe. Our melanin is processed in our pineal gland. And through our pineal gland, it's our pineal gland organ is a very powerful organ, which allows us to do supernatural things. as some of them were stated in the notes, but also this is what allows us to be more like telepathic. You know what I'm saying? And you can work on that through meditation, other things like that, yoga, just getting your body back in tune with nature. But I really want young black males and young black females to know how they're important. And you having melanin is just putting you on a whole different level than some of these other people who don't have as much as melanin. It puts you more in tune with nature. It's more power. And we are the original people of this planet. You know what I'm saying? We are the originators. Most of these races, they came from us. We father these races. Most of these races, they still pray to our ancestors. They walk around knowing who we are, and we don't know who we are. We have to put this idiotic stuff behind us. We watch TV. We think it's cool to be light-skinned. Girls try to straighten their hair. This is beautiful. This hair right here is beautiful. Our skin is beautiful. It's powerful.
In this video, I'll be discussing the various interpretations of the third eye and its connection to our so-called reality and dream worlds. Let's start with the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a small organ shaped like a pine cone, hence its name, which I'll get into later. It was also the last endocrine gland to have its function discovered. Its location, found deep within the brain, implies its significance. This led to it being considered a mystery gland, with all kinds of superstition, myth, and even metaphysical theories surrounding its supposed function. It's often associated with the sixth chakra, or third eye, called ajna in yoga. It is believed to be the dormant organ which can be awakened to unlock our hidden telepathic abilities and our inner vision. In the physical body, did you know that the eye views objects upside down? Then it sends those images it observes to the brain, which interprets them and makes it appear to us as right side up. According to Rene Descartes, who considered the pineal gland the seat of the soul, said it was our link to the one non-material part of the universe, the mind. This is one reason why I never try and refer directly to the terms right, wrong, good, or bad, because I find them to be such vague extremes that don't actually exist except on paper in people's minds. Generally, those terms are left up to each individual's imagination to determine which is which, until they're pulling rabbits out of their own hat and eventually pulling people down with them. I do think that the terms positive and negative are ideas we can relate to because it is what lines the very fabric of our universe and essence of our being. Life and death, light and dark, hot and cold, ad infinitum. Since everything essentially came from the same singularity in space, it means you and all that surrounds you are an amalgamated, randomized, ever-changing interpretation of itself, perceptually aware of the countless randomized branches extending outward at any given moment, which, when you think deeply about it, is actually a glance into the many faces of your true self. Some of those faces are easier to relate to than others. Some are frightening and hard to accept. Others are exciting. However, all of them are inescapably a part of you as the self-aware universe. I always like to equate it to walking through a hall of mirrors of the mind, introspectively looking into the different aspects of the conscious self in the grand sense of the word. Unequivocally, what you or I individually think from the finite constructs of the ego is a temporary charade, a masquerade ball we all buy into for a short time to give us purpose. On the other hand, if one peels their perspective back enough, past myself, yourself, himself, herself, their selves, ourselves, one would see that it is just a game we play with our collective higher mind. When we step back into the discourse of the duality, however, we collectively demonize and burn people at the stake to continue forward with confidence in a given random direction, as we perpetually find ourselves caught in the eternal dance between a 1 and a 0.
The interior of the pineal gland, all along the inside, has rods and cones just like the retina on your eye. Do you think that maybe when they called it a third eye, that they knew what they were talking about? Do you think that an eye must have a cornea and a lens and all this vitreous fluid in it like we have? The fluid is there, but you just got the retina. So there's something that appears to be happening inside. It's like there's a little television in here, and you can actually get audio out of it, and you can get video out of it, and that video feed is being picked up by the rods and cones, and that's your imagination. That's the mind's eye. You actually have a retina. Have you noticed that when you visualize something strongly enough that you really do see it? You can close your eyes, but you're still seeing things. This is where it's coming from.
If you visualize something strong enough from your third eye, it becomes a reality. This is Mei, the kanji, for your third eye. Let's look at its construction. You see the wall-shaped crown, the sun, and the lid which opens up at the bottom. To help you understand it more visually, if you open up the lid to your crowned sun, I'll say it again, if you open up the lid to your crowned sun, that is your third eye. This leads me to the next connection in that kanji character. If you look at the open lid, it's actually a number 6. Look at the left-hand side. There are 6 emotions, 6 senses, 6 directions, 6 classes of characters, and the universe also has a number 6 in it. And if you close the lid at the bottom of the left-hand side, you'll see it's closed. That's deceased, or the late, or dying. As you can see, there's a lot more to kanji than meets the eye, pardon the pun. Allow me to continue. If you put a regular eye next to your third eye on the left-hand side here, and then you think about it with imagination on the right-hand side here, you are in meditation. Nearly every ancient culture knew of the hidden powers of the pineal gland and what it does to connect us to this reality. If you still have a hard time grasping this, just look at the shape of the pineal gland versus the shape of the pine cone, the lotus flower, our universe, and how it folds in on itself. Again, this pine cone connection can be found in nearly every culture. As we see here at the top left, the Pope carrying a pine cone-like staff. In the upper right, Bacchus, a Greek god, carrying a pine cone staff as well. In the lower left, Buddha's head being shaped like a pine cone as he's reaching enlightenment. In the center, the statue found at the Vatican is a pine cone, taller than 2 or 3 people, one of the biggest found at the Vatican. This connection is unmistakable. The pharaohs, the Mayans, and nearly all the ancient cultures knew this connection of the pineal. Look at the lower right. You see the staff of Osiris carrying the pineal as well.
The physical body of the pharaoh was rendered timeless, perhaps turned into an open gate, or perhaps a type of anchor. It was heavily supplied with all manner of spells, amulets, talismans, and other forms of magical protection. The strange practice of mummification still holds many mysteries. Why were some organs carefully preserved while the brain was scooped out and discarded? An unexpected insight into this question can be found in the work of Dr. Rick Strassman. This pioneering work has raised some very important questions about the pineal gland and its interaction with a strange hallucinogenic chemical known as DMT.
Interestingly enough, Rick Strassman found this connection to Buddhism through DMT, and that being one of 49 days. You see, in Buddhism, 49 days after death is called bardo, and the soul hangs around for 49 days waiting for a new body. And in Rick Strassman's study, the 49-day connection was found with the fetus, and 49 days after conception, the presence of the pineal gland and DMT is found. This just further proves that the mystics, monks, and gurus knew what they were talking about when they thought about the third eye as the seat of the soul. Which really makes you think those people we consider mental patients are crazy Are they actually crazy, or are they seeing into higher realms of reality that we are not able to see under normal states of consciousness by unlocking this chemical DMT? Rick Strassman found in these studies that people were reaching the same results, seeing the same things, and going to the same altered states of consciousness, all from different walks of life. Don't you think, if you haven't already, it's time to start trying to unlock your third eye so we can finally start to turn this ship around?
Fam, what's good? This your boy Thou, fam over TV. Appreciate everybody tapping into the channel, showing love, liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, you know, all that good stuff. Got another good video today. Go look over some crazy little stuff, man. Some melanin harvesting and third eye opening conspiracies and TikTok videos. But y'all make sure y'all like the video. Make sure you comment. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate everybody, man. Let's get it going.
Bam over.
Imagine you just scrolling through New York City, you look to your right, and a Jewish dude is just spawning out of the ground. Who you gonna tell? Because immediately I'd be like, oh wait, hold on, son. Where did you come from? And what is down there?
So, boo,
Why are you not talking? Where you going? Come to find out, the Jewish headquarters, they've just been building secret underground tunnels and not telling nobody about it. It was like, yo, no, we just want to expand. We don't have to tell y'all about none of this. And everybody's like, wait, yes, you do. Hey, this dude was onto them. He said, yo, there's Jews living under my apartment. I hear them digging or something. And for the record, I live on the ground level. Everybody was probably like, all right, buddy, take another hit. Ain't no Jews living underneath you. There was. And he followed up a couple days later. He's like, yo, I hear Yiddish under the floor of my New York apartment. Somebody explain what's going on.
Hey,
Somebody playing a prank on me.
Okay,
But I just know they're Jews underground. There were underground tunnels. The thing is, you know, it wasn't for expansion because that does not look like a good expansion type of tunnel. You know what I mean? I just want to know what y'all was doing down there because if there was a mosque
in the building,
and people was like, oh my God, Muslims are building underground tunnels. This would not be the reaction we would get. Shit would get bombed to the ground. Terrorists all over the place. But, oh my God, terrorists are living with us. And they was like, no, we trying to expand. Now you're dead.
What's up, Shia?
Not gonna help. They try to. Back up. Sitting up on.
For sure, Tom. Man, I'm still trying to understand what's going on with this right here. Like, what were they doing with these underground tunnels and everything? Like, even if they were there, like, it's just super weird. They going crazy over these tunnels and everything, man. Fighting back everything. They don't want it. It's something going on, y'all. Man, they look like they rough the way they going at the po-pos. What the? Man, that's crazy. I'm gonna have to look into that some more. Like, I don't know what they doing in them tunnels, but that's super creepy and super weird. Make sure y'all like the video.
And then is to put us alive on spits with a fire beneath it and turn us and roast us until we dehydrated.
Right.
And they pick up pieces of the bodies, and hundreds of whites will be standing and taking pictures with a body piece in their hand. They have the pictures. They show the pictures in the book.
Help it because it's right
What?
there. The whole melanin
They was eating this?
harvesting trade. Okay. Let me help y'all understand quickly what that is. Melanin is an aromatic biopolymer and organic semiconductor that is responsible for human skin tone.
Melanin. I be saying melanin. I mean, am I wrong, or he just got his little twist to it or something?
It's in black cats, black Angus cows, crows. It's that polymer that makes that skin tone. What a lot of people don't know is melanin is worth more per gram than gold, platinum, and silver. Melanin is coming in at 353. It's actually, I think, gone up to $428 per gram. Whereas gold is like $53, platinum's like $52.
What's up, man?
And there's this big, humongous market for it. And when and I'm going to use code here, when HC and BC and their foundation, when the earthquakes happened in Haiti and they were going on over there to help, what they did was they planted their foot in Haiti, and by doing that, their foundation on the surface, it's pretty much, it's planting their feet there in pretense of helping with their sustainable growth and agriculture, energy, environment, tourism, manufacturing, and that's on the forefront. But on the backside of it, the trafficking, the slaves, and I'm trying to talk code here so the algorithms won't pick this up, but also it had established a melanin harvesting trade that the foundation is taking advantage of on the Haiti people. And they are using the people to harvest the stuff, okay? It kind of will help you understand why the Democrats in general are for Planned Parenthood and the parents making the choice after the birth of the child on if they want it or they don't. It creates a
lot of people don't understand is that you
Hey, 400. What are you saying? 400 and something a gram for the melanin, and we got how much inside of us? Estimately, how many grams we got inside of us? Anybody know? Because how can that's 400 and something? How do you get them? How do you get? Can say if I wanted to give up some of my melanin, can you give up some of your melanin, or is that something you have to pass away and they got to take out of you once you're gone or something like that? Like, we got 448 grams to a pound. 448 grams. I think 448 grams is a pound, ain't it? Nah. 454. Man.
Hendrix was extremely talented,
That's
but never
crazy.
gave in to the brotherhood, never signed his name in blood, nor did he accept the oath. Jimmy just was a man who loved to play music. He signed with anybody who had a contract, something that his manager hated about him, and his manager also had him executed. You see, Jimmy did not accept the powers that be, so they put a tube down his throat and forced alcohol into his system, causing alcohol poisoning, making it look like he gurgitated off his own vomit when they killed him because he wouldn't accept the brotherhood. Laid his body on his side and put a bottle of wine next to it and said, well, he did it to himself. Some of his closest mentors who came to the funeral, as Miles Davis, knew the truth. Janis Joplin also knew the truth too. She also paid for her life because she was getting ready to expose why Jimmy was killed. So they took her life. We'll explain her clip as it's coming up. You notice how they're carrying Jimmy's coffin, or should we say casket, because Jimmy wasn't part of the brotherhood. We're also going to explain as the film rolls, there's a different level of sacrifice. Whenever you see a casket on the shoulders of a man who's carrying you out, you will sacrifice to the brotherhood. We'll explain that as the film continues.
What?
Jimi Hendrix was a brother who just loved playing music. That was it. They killed him because he wouldn't accept the oath or the traditions of the brotherhood. And that's just the honest God truth. Jimi Hendrix was a brother who never accepted Satan's world. Janis Joplin was very close niche friends with Jimi Hendrix. She also knew that Jimmy did not take his own life as far as choking on vomit after drinking. She knew that Jimmy was alcohol poisoned by his former manager, who did not like Jimmy because Jimmy had a bad habit.
See, I don't know what happened to Jimi Hendrix, y'all. I just know he was a rock star, and a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, just try to, you know, take some of his sauce and run with it. But they said he choked on his own.
Jimmy was a revolutionary.
He choked on his own blood. It's like, what? After drinking too much?
Or signing with anyone with a recording label, and he did not accept the oath. Janis was talking about this among fellow musicians whom she could not express enough to. Meanwhile, they would go behind her back and tell Jimi Hendrix's former manager what Janis was talking about. So Janis was getting prepared in 1970 for a concert in a hotel. As they went to check on her, the goons have already been in her room and gave her an overdose of heroin. Janis Joplin was getting ready to blow the whistle on Jimi Hendrix's death, and they could not have that, so they killed her.
Yeah, the inspiration was like, I mean, the first.
What? Man, that's crazy, man. So they said he was drinking, got drunk, and choked on his own vomit and died like that, man. He was part of the 27 Club. What's the 27 Club? They was 27 years old when they passed away? Lily? I seen that in some other videos too, like the 27 Club. What's up, fam? What's up, Andrew? That's just crazy to me, though. Like, I know Jimi Hendrix was a super rock star. I ain't really know what happened to him, but damn, that's, man. Okay.
Crossroads we made, if people don't know, like we did a Crossroads original one that was on our album, and that was for one of our homies that passed away in the hood. So he got killed trying to break up a fight. You know what I'm saying? He got killed. And so we did the song for him. But after Easy signed us, like we had started losing like a lot of our people. Like Wishbone, Uncle Charles got robbed and killed. You know what I'm saying? I mentioned him on the record. Lazy Bone lost his child. My cousin was murdered. One of our closest friends was murdered, and this is my brother-in-law. Cleveland area? Yeah, my brother-in-law was murdered, and every last one of them shot in the head. Every last one of them, except for Lazy's unborn child. Every last one of them shot in the head. Nobody never found for the murder. So it was like, yo, bro, we get on and we doing all this positive stuff, but all this negative shit is happening to us. Like we like, fuck is going on? So we got to pay homage. Let's remix this song and pay them homage. Like we didn't do this song trying to win Grammys. Or we doing this song for the people that passed away, right? And for us to heal and their families. And
that's why it was a hit.
what does crossroads actually mean? What does that word actually mean? Man, crossroads, like,
you at the crossroads, like where you about to like I took it like that. That's where meet you where we about to, cross over. Like, what I'm saying? You about to transcend or, transition, pass away or something, and you go meet your people in the afterlife. That song was a hit though, The Crossroads. It's crazy how it came about. If y'all just heard the story. He said all them close people, it was all shot in the head, and they still don't know like what happened and none of that type of stuff. That's crazy.
Because like, when we did the song, it's like it's the song Crossroads is actually like you're gonna see the person again at some crossroads and stuff like that.
Right.
Cross together. You know what I'm saying? But had I
We
the knowledge I have now, I probably never would have made the song.
Really?
Because I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't like
subscribe to that.
Yeah. I have
because you really
a lot more knowledge right now. You know what I'm saying?
What does Illuminati have to do with that? That's what when we Wikipedia you, they say you like Illuminati or you think niggas. No, you don't like them. You think niggas.
So long ago, man. That's crazy. I still remember that though. That bone era was crazy, man. But basically he was saying like how they was part of the industry and like people close to him was passing away. It's like they was unconsciously and not doing it like knowingly and everything, but people was being sacrificed close to him. You know what I'm saying? Shit crazy, man. Make sure y'all like the video. I appreciate everybody in the building. Make sure y'all like that video. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Let's keep it going.
So here's the most truth you've ever heard in one video. The rapture already happened.
Oh yeah, these videos are just for entertainment purposes only, y'all. So watch it with your own discretion. Everybody had their own opinion and everything. I'm looking at the video now. I see it's about to get on some religion type stuff. So I know that's sensitive, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you practice is whatever you practice. I ain't tripping. You feel me? So keep it cool. Let's go.
Happened. Sex was a sin in the garden. Jesus Christ already returned. The law was the mark of the beast. Israel was the beast. Jerusalem was mystery Babylon. Christianity ended in 70 AD. Today's Christianity is fake. The man of sin and false prophet were Jewish zealot leaders in the first century. The two witnesses were the spirits of John and Daniel. The Euphrates dried up in the first century. We don't need rivers to dry today. We have jets. The 1,000-year reign only lasted for 42 months. There's no third temple in Scripture. The Bible was written to the people it was addressed to. It's not for us. Hell only lasted for 40 years. New Jerusalem is in heaven, not on earth. Jesus ended sin, not evil. Jesus ended the grave, not death. They fled Judea, not the whole world. There is no destruction of the entire planet. When we die, we'll be a ghost. We can go to heaven or the lake of fire. Gentiles never had the law. We should not have 2.4 billion Gentiles reading the law and the prophets and going back to everything that Jesus Christ fulfilled and rejecting Jesus. Today's Christianity got here through war, tyranny, and genocide. Jesus' kingdom was not of this world, yet the Christians own the kingdom of this world. That's why their presidents swear on the Bible. Jesus Christ finished his work and received a new name that nobody knows. He defeated Satan. We should worship God today and not Jesus. Give me a follow. I have videos explaining all these things.
Yeah, we gave her fame.
I don't know.
We gave her idolatry. She is actually one of our antichrists. If you remember in the Bible, it says there will be many antichrists before the official and Omega Antichrist arrives, and she is one of the Antichrists for the women. And we really appreciate Sexy Red and her leading all the women down a path of Satanism. She's essentially a Satanist. If you listen to her music,
It's crazy. This video pop up on here, but earlier I seen a video of Sexy Red, and she was doing some crazy stuff like singing this song from BDG little nephew had talking about like I want to kill my mama and all this type of stuff. And man, let me see something, man. Let me see something. Y'all could be like, man. Let me see something. I'll bring it up after this. Let's keep it going.
you've never heard us speak about God. You've only heard us speak about destruction.
The downfall of humanity.
You see, women are very important. Women, you see, our goal is to make men chase women. And we want to capture the hearts of the women. If we can capture the hearts of the women and we can make men idolize women and chase women, then we can lead everybody into darkness and destruction. And with an artist such as Sexy Red, if we can get her to push an agenda onto women and make women idolize her and want to be her, we can create women who will essentially lead the men down a path of destruction as well. And that is our goal essentially. And artists such as Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and all of these spirits, ISIS, FISIS.
Hey, yeah, she definitely different, man. I ain't gonna front, man. Sexy Red, I don't know how she slid through and popped it off, you know what I'm saying? Much love to her. I ain't trying to hate on her or nothing, but you know what I'm saying? She ain't my cup of tea or nothing like that. But man, she rough, man. And that's what the girls like and everything, man. Like, man. I just be like, man, I just hope my daughter don't get to liking her. You know what I'm saying? She ain't on her, so. But she been influencing everybody, and she rough, man. I think she's not giving off a good message. She got them acting kind of crazy, but it is what it is. That's why we gotta make sure we talking to the young ones and telling them what's right and what's wrong.
Mulatto. We want to make these women all our puppets to lead all the men.
You done heard her, son. You probably just didn't know it was her.
When he bit the fruit off of Eve's word and forbade the entire human race.
You are a spiritual galactic force of nature. I repeat, the material 3D or third dimensional realm, although we're in a 10th dimension now, is not more powerful than your real body. Okay, so when you allow your real astral body to peek into this realm, it knows all truths. Your soul is the supreme consciousness that created all creation, and it knows all truths. So the only way that you can allow your soul to peek into this reality, all right, is for you to open your third eye. So this is what opening the third eye does. This is why when an individual opens that third eye, they become more aware, they become more spiritually in tune. Or if their third eye is completely closed, they won't even want to sit here right now and listen to no insight or no type of enlightenment because they have a calcified pineal gland. In order for an individual to even be aware of vibration and frequencies and raising their frequency, they have to have a decalcified pineal gland. They have to decalcify their pineal gland.
What y'all know about opening your third eye? Like, any of y'all know anything about that? Like I ain't never tried to like purposely practice or do something to try to open my third eye. I don't even know what basically what it is or even start. And I know it's like something with this gland, the pineal gland and all that stuff in there, but I don't know. Can you unconsciously open your third eye or something and be woke or something? Like I'm still learning all this, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all like the video. I appreciate everybody in here.
You know, so this is why even in ancient Egypt, you always notice all the pharaohs, or if you go look back and look at the pictures and the drawings of right now, you know, if you go look, you're going to see pharaohs with these huge snake-like head attire on, all right, that every pharaoh wore. And if you're not aware of what that attire represents, that helmet, if you want to call it that was shaped like a snake, represents the Kundalini energy. All right. The Kundalini energy rises up the base of our spines if you are a carbonated being, because as a carbonated being, you know, you are connected to the cosmos and everything around you, because everything around you comes from you, Black man, Latino man, Black woman / Latino woman, Anunnaki god / goddesses. You get what I'm saying? So understand that your spine is shaped like a snake. So to straighten the alignment of this spine, the straightening out of this spine always represented that one had opened up all of the chakras. All right. And once you open up the 7th chakra, then now you have unlocked your Kundalini energy. All right. Yeah, we definitely is there. We still gonna talk about that. We got PowerPoints coming up on that. All right, but just staying focused here. So Once you straighten out, align your spine, you have now you have unlocked your chakras, right? Once you unlock your chakras, you align your spine, which straightens out your spine, which allows for the Kundalini energy to rise, and then it flares up, open up the pineal gland. So this is why you always saying like pharaohs and stuff like that in ancient Egypt, they always, you know, when they had their head attire on, it's gonna always have a snake tail on the bottom, snake on the top. That represents the Kundalini energy. This means that the third eye was open, the spiritual eye was opening, leading them to higher dimensions, higher gateways. Peace to the goddess Portia Williams. Higher dimensions, higher gateways, people. Y'all be sure to smash that like button too. Higher dimensions, higher frequencies, higher gateways, family. So understand that this is why once you do open your pineal gland, your third eye, all right, you can no longer be fooled by anybody in this realm. Like an individual can't fool you. Nobody has to tell you anything. You sense things, you feel them because your spiritual eye is open. And then your soul knows all truths. Okay, so that's your third eye, your pineal gland. And remember, I told you have 7 chakras that you can unlock while in this material realm. Okay, so to unlock your pineal gland, you have to unlock, which is your third eye. You have to unlock your chakras. Okay, your lowest chakra is your root chakra, which is located at your tailbone. That's your lowest chakra, located at your tailbone, your root chakra. Okay, then you have to, after unlocking your root chakra, the next one up is your sacral chakra, which deals with pleasure, and that chakra is located like penis, where your penis and your vagina is at. Then you have to go up to the next chakra, which is the solar plexus, and that one is located where your navel is at. Have to unlock that one. Then you rise up to the heart chakra, which is right a little below where your heart is actually at. Then you have the throat chakra, which deals with communication. You have to unlock that chakra through being honest with yourself before you can even be honest with the world or others. All right. And then once you unlock that chakra, the next chakra up is the pineal gland. All right. You unlock that chakra. All right. The last chakra to unlock, peace to the God here. The last chakra to unlock is the crown chakra. But before it, which deals with the spirit, which deals with spirituality. And that chakra is the door that allows you into other higher dimensions. Okay, so you can't go to other dimensions without opening your crown chakra. But you won't even be aware of the crown chakra without opening your pineal gland. See, this is the chakra. That's why it's called the all-seeing eye, because it gives you all-seeing awareness. He who aware is alive. To be aware is to be alive. All right, so that's what you're doing when you open this eye. Now, that's 3 eyes. Now, you got 2 more eyes. I spoke about the eyes in your hands.
Damn. They got all types of shit going on, huh? I don't know nothing about the third eye stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know a little bit, the basics and everything, but I don't know, y'all, about all that type of stuff and everything. I just be keeping it basic, man. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just be a good person, man. Try to eat right, stay positive, man. Stay away from all the BS, man. Do your people right, man. Just live life right, man. It's like it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot to keep up with, man. Just gotta do our thing. Appreciate everybody in here. Make sure you like the video. Let's keep it going, y'all.
Y'all, why you shouldn't open your third eye. I'm gonna be real with y'all about what I know. Is my third eye open? No, I'm gonna let mine open naturally. I have never done a third eye meditation. I believe in letting mine open it naturally because I want to be ready and prepared for it. I got to keep working on myself, keep getting information. I'm smart with it. You know, I'm not forcing anything, because when you force shit, that's when you start getting you're not ready for what you're gonna see and witness. You're not ready to learn like all this shit is a matrix. It's this reality is nothing. Now listen. Number 1, I'm probably gonna give y'all like 3 or 4 reasons. I'm not gonna make nobody paranoid. Number 1, if you love eating chicken, my nigga, pizza, you know what I'm saying? Mama's cooking, them greens, macaroni and cheese, all that different shit, bro. That good ass fucking, oh my God. Bro, that shit sound better than, oh my God. If you love eating meat and all that shit, bro, don't open your third eye. Because once you open your third eye, you're going to look at animals totally different. You're going to naturally look at animals like you have never looked at them before in your life. You know how it's a newborn puppy or a cat and you like, oh, like they precious? Bro, animals is just like that. We are all connected.
When you know who you are, then you
Right. So he's saying like basically if you open your third eye and you eating meats and all that, it's gonna fuck with you because you're gonna be thinking like, damn, you gonna have a different connection with those animals and everything. But if you eating all those animals and everything from the jump, you shouldn't be able to open your third eye, right? Because you already eating on them and everything. So you shouldn't be able to get to that vibration to even open it. But I don't know. I mean, hey, what y'all think? Make sure y'all like the video. Appreciate everybody in here. Let's keep it going, y'all.
You're not easily controlled. You're not easily led because you can see the truth. Why they consider opening the third eye dangerous? And this is forcing it open because anywhere you go now, you can read a book or get on the internet and find out how to open your third eye. So some people do things to induce the opening of the third eye. They say that that is dangerous because the third eye opening should be a gradual process, just like a fruit ripening. A fruit that is sun ripened on the tree is much better
Right,
than a
Brandon.
fruit that is has induced ripening.
We didn't know, and our
When
parents
you
didn't know shit.
Reduce the opening of your third eye, it may be a shock to your system because now you're able to have heightened awareness of your own five senses plus. So you're going to be able to see more. So you're able to see auras, you're able to sense energy, subtle energy. You know that situation where someone walks into the room and you're able to say straight off, I don't like that person, or I like that person, because you're able to see a lot more than their physical. You're able to see the energetic aspects of them. You're able to hear more, so it means that you're actually able to hear perhaps voices from.
Shit, my third eye might be open then because I already be feeling like that. Like I already be getting that energy. Like if I'm around somebody or something, if I don't feel it or something, like I already be getting those intuitions and instincts and stuff like that, like off the energy. So I don't know if it's just about just being conscious of just, you know, living your life better and doing things, you know what I'm saying, to progress and be better, then shit, I might have already opened my shit unconsciously. I don't know. But make sure y'all like the video. I appreciate everybody in here.
Other realms, you're able to hear more frequency wise as well, more range. So a lot of musicians, most musicians, the third eye is
Crazy though, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely crazy. Definitely interesting. All this stuff
can bring about many positive experiences, it's important to note that there can be some challenging aspects that nobody talks about. Here are 5 negative side effects when you open your
There wasn't no meat on that pizza though, man.
third eye. 1. With an open third eye, you may become more sensitive to external stimuli, including noise, light, and energy. This heightened sensitivity can sometimes lead to sensory overload, causing feelings of overwhelm or anxiety. 2. Increased psychic abilities can be overwhelming if you're not prepared to manage the influx of information. It may be challenging to distinguish between your own thoughts, emotions, and the energetic influences around you, leading to confusion or a sense of being overwhelmed. 3. Opening your third eye can have an impact on your sleep patterns. You may experience more vivid dreams, lucid dreaming, or difficulties falling asleep due to heightened awareness and psychic activity during.
Oh yeah, I know my third eye definitely ain't open then. I just thought about it. I don't be having no dreams. I might have a dream every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Like every once in a while I have a dream and it be, you know, be like some vivid dreams too, but not like when I was young having all those dreams. Like I don't be having no dreams no more. So I don't know what it is. So I definitely don't think it's
During the night. 4. The opening of the third eye can bring up unresolved emotions or past traumas that need healing. This can result in emotional upheaval, mood swings, or an intensification of emotional states. It's important to address and process these emotions to achieve balance and well-being. 5. Overemphasis on the third eye can lead to an imbalance between the spiritual and physical aspects of your being. This may result in feeling disconnected from the present moment, difficulty staying grounded, or neglecting practical aspects of life. It's crucial to approach the opening of your third eye with patience, self-care, and a balanced approach. Remember to honor your own boundaries, listen to your intuition, and take the necessary steps to maintain a harmonious integration of your expanded awareness. Follow for more.
They like to call it the Reconquista. Everybody pay attention. This is what I want y'all to see.
Appreciate you, Margaret.
I told y'all that they used the Moors to defeat us. And after they defeated us, they enslaved all the Anunnaki gods and goddesses. Then they turned around and used the Moors to build up Europe. The Moors, being still under the spell that they've been under, went along to help the Europeans build up Europe. Now, soon as
Hey y'all, I'm still learning, y'all. I'm still learning, so y'all gotta bear with me, man. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to figure out like the real definition and background of the Moors. Like I really don't. One of my homies, he's super big on this. Like he be wearing the little fez hats and all that type of shit. Like I guess, but I'm still trying to understand what's going on with him.
they got through making Europe, the Moors, so the Moors helped the fucking human beings not only capture the fucking Anunnaki gods and goddesses, but they then turned around and helped build up modern day Europe. They also are the ones that set up the United States of America. Like the whole way we look at the structure of this country is based around what? The Constitution, the preamble, and the fucking Declaration of Independence. Do you know why? Who you think it was that told them they should have a Declaration of Independence if they want to keep us slaved? The Moors taught them that. The Moors told them that. The Declaration of Independence is a fucking big ass spell. The preamble is a fucking big ass spell. And when you recite it over and over, why you think they make you pledge allegiance to the flag? You're pledging your soul to that bitch. That's a spell. Who you think taught them to come up with a flag? Who you think? The Moors did, man. The Moors did. After they got tired of dealing with the Moors, they eradicated their ass. This is why to this day, right now,
I know, that's what I'm trying to see. Like, that's what my homie be saying. Like, man, we are, you know what I'm saying, our people. We are the Moors and everything. But like hearing some of these stories and everything, I'm just trying to see, like, are we? You feel me?
there are no more Moors on the planet. You know why? Because the era was called the Reconquista. The Reconquista was a centuries-long series of battles by Christian states to expel the Muslim Moors. So, you know, of course they're going to add these lies. Look, date, 801 to 1492. That's a lie on that date. The Moors were wiped out by the same motherfuckers they helped. Now, for you motherfuckers who be out there calling yourself Moorish Americans, this is why when y'all ass go to court and y'all be like, I'm Moorish American, that shit don't be working. This is why motherfuckers that be talking that I'm Moorish American shit, you wonder why they be laughing at your goofy ass. You know what I mean? I was locked up. You know what I mean? Niggas try to go in court and go per se and use them I'm Moorish American, so y'all rules don't apply to me. Get that goofy ass found guilty. You sound crazy, man. You go in them people courtroom talking about I'm a Moor. You don't even know what a Moor is. They've been eradicated and destroyed. You feel me? And then see a lot of people, they read Noble Drew Ali. So this guy motherfuckers feeling like they Moors. Nigga, you an Anunnaki god. You ain't no motherfucking Moor unless you want to be a house Negro. The Moors was the original house Negro. Then right after they helped fucking Europe conquer us, Europe used their ass to build up Europe and France and Italy and the whole fucking Europe in the UK that you see today. That was all built and designed by the fucking Moors. And right after they got through, as soon as they got through building up their shit, they slaughtered their ass. You know why they killed them? Because at the end, they still gods who was under a spell. So they couldn't let the Moors just keep going. Eventually, if they didn't kill them off the Moors, nigga, that spell would eventually fuck around and broke down, and they would have started trying to war back. And when they started killing off the Moors, that's exactly what happened. The spell, as soon as they started killing the Moors, the spell broke.
A number of What's up, that, Loyalty?
I've heard.
Listen, y'all. Listen, I definitely believe, you know what I'm saying, we all got some type of, you know, God in us. You feel me? But I just want to say, Rashad Jamal, man, he be having a lot of info and everything. I'm just curious, like, he had to like some of the stuff he had to somehow receive all this information. Like I just can't see him reading a whole bunch of books and him gaining all this information, like all the information he be talking about and everything. So he be hitting on some points, but sometimes he be going off the wall to me, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes too, like I gotta like really dig deeper to see for myself, but that's why you gotta do your own research. I appreciate everybody in here. Make sure y'all like the video. Let's keep it going, man.
From people in the Pentagon that the buzzword in the secret of secrets in the Pentagon is the Sumerian gods are returning, and that's what they're referring to as that whole area that Peter's.
Wow! Can you repeat that again, just in case anybody missed it? The buzzword in
the Pentagon, in the military circles that are in the know about the cover-up here, they kind of in whispered tones talk about the return of the Sumerian gods. And they're talking about the what we would call aliens or fallen angels returning into the Middle East, into Old Sumer area.
The Anunnaki.
That's crazy.
Could be.
Under the other ancient names. Do you think that has anything to do with why we're in Iraq?
So y'all believe that's y'all so I get. He said they gonna return. Man, hold on, man.
Into the Middle East, into the middle about the cover-up here. Peter.
Wow! Can you repeat that again, just in case anybody missed it? The buzzword
in the Pentagon, in the military circles that are in the know about the cover-up here, they kind of in whispered tones talk about the return of the Sumerian gods, and they're talking about the what we would call aliens or fallen angels returning into the Middle East, into Old Sumer area.
The Anunnaki.
Well, could be.
Under the other ancient names. Do you think that has anything to do with why we're in Iraq?
Man, and that was leaked from the Pentagon. They saying this, like saying they supposed to return, and like if it's the Anunnaki, if that our people, if they do return, I'm like, man, let me holler at y'all. Take me with y'all. Fuck it, man. Take me off of here. I want to go back with y'all.
Does anybody know what this is? I am in Lake Wells, Florida. And what is that? Aliens. Dude, these are fucking aliens. Holy shit. Those things like came out of that cloud. One there. There's like red things there. Up there.
Is that a cloud or?
Oh my god, I wish we weren't
Like, why is that cloud so lit up and it's like kind of dark?
crashing so we could stop. What in the world?
I see one over here that was moving, this little like star thing, and then this sun right here moving at the, like.
Is that?
What they doing?
That's aliens, bro. That's
That Project Bluebeam.
Take me with you.
Man,
I'm not in this fucking place.
I just said the same thing. I swear.
If that thing comes towards me, I'll scream. Unless you're friendly.
Man.
Wherever that other one is going, this guy right here is going to land somewhere. I don't know where he's going to land, but he's definitely going to land somewhere. And the other guy fucking disappeared.
That's crazy.
Holy shit, dude. I am freaking the fuck out right now. What is that? And that cloud looks like a fucking alien's face, bro.
It's lit up and everything. Like,
what in the fuck?
Is the moon behind it or?
Wow.
What's going on,
and then we
man?
have this. What is going on in Florida, bro? Wow. I am in shock. And then what is that? What is that, George?
Damn.
Look at that.
What was that?
Oh my God, dude. I cannot believe I am getting this on fucking video right now.
Hey, y'all. What's
Melanin is associated with the color of your skin. However, this pigment called melanin is part of your nervous system and your brain, and is basically the chemical key to life. It is called a civilizing chemical because it regulates all the rhythms in your body, when your eyebrows should grow, when you should become a man, puberty, when you should become a woman, what time your liver should be fed, what time your heart should be fed. It regulates all the rhythmicity of your system. It's a synchronizing chemical, better known as a civilizing chemical. It's how we classify races based on the pigment that they have. We're classified on the highest on the racial scale by the Europeans themselves. Everyone else has a lesser degree of melanin, and the Europeans classify themselves as having the least amount of melanin of any race. This causes them to have more ammonia in their system than black people, and more sulfur. I think it's the only time you smell it is when their hair gets wet. You're smelling the ammonia and sulfur. Sulfur makes things smell rotten. And they have more salt in their body than you do. And they have the least amount of peripheral circulation, which is circulation to your skin, than you do. The problem with ammonia is that if you put it in like a sub-degree temperature, it will boil. When you put it in a hot oven around 300 degrees Fahrenheit or so, it will freeze. It's a very tricky chemical. And that's why you walk into a room and it's very cold, and white people in it, they feel comfortable because the ammonia is making them feel warm. That's why you see them walking around with shorts in the snow. They have a lot of ammonia. They are biochemically different from you. The melanin is the chemical that's high in your ears, which causes you to absorb more sound in a sound. You hear the full range of a sound. No race can do that except you. Melanin is high in your brown part of your eyes, called an iris, named after a goddess called Isis. So it causes you to absorb more color when you see a color. You're the only one can see the true color of a color. Everyone else is seeing a pale or blue, a pale or red, a pale or green. So you see the world differently, and you hear the world differently. Melanin is high in your taste buds, which causes you to taste the full flavor of the food, which sets up what we call enzymes to help you break down more nutrients in the food with less energy. We call it conversion reaction. It takes less energy for you to get energy from the food. Europeans have to have worms and parasites and other dead things in their body to help them metabolize food, but that's good for them. I just want you to keep in mind that all worms and parasites are white, so I'm not going to go into that subject either. Nonetheless, we have this melanin in our system, and it's high in your brain, which causes you to store more information in your brain. We call it ancestral memory. This is blocked by a chemical called synthetic oxytocin given to women when they're pregnant, trying to induce labor, which causes the child to have blocked ancestral memory, can't connect to their past too well. They don't want to hear none of that black stuff, you know? So you have this melanin in your body, and it's primarily secreted, made in your intestines. It's made in all parts of your body, like blood cells are made in all parts of your body. It's primarily secreted by a gland called the pineal gland, which is in the center of your brain, in a water-filled space called the third ventricle. And inside of this ventricle, this water-filled space in your center of your brain, is the pineal gland. It's about the size of a pea, a green pea, and it's shaped like a pine cone, thus the name pineal gland. It, of course, it spins like the planets do. It has rotations, which are originally set in motion by hearing your father and smelling your mother. It causes a lateral and horizontal quiver reaction in the pineal gland that causes the child to be bonded to you in a special way that they can't be bonded to a parent that adopts them. This is the pineal gland. The problem with the pineal gland is most of the information is controlled by the military. And the military uses that to invent what you call computer chips today. The computer chips crystallize as similar to the melanin. All we know is that if you want to create a drug, you have to destroy, speed up, or slow down melanin. There's a chemist who founded a chemical company called Eli Lilly that makes Prozac and other drugs. He said a drug that doesn't work on melanin is not a drug at all. And that's how we measure whether a drug is effective or not. We call it the half-life, how long it takes a drug to spike its highest level of action. So we measure drugs' action by, well, it slows down or speeds up or destroys melanin. The primary reason why we don't know anything about melanin is because no one black has ever been invited to the melanin conferences held by white people, Japanese people, Germans, and Italians in history. They hold a conference about you, and none of us are ever invited. We have it every 3 years. They're always studying and updating information on melanin. That's how you control behaviors. That's what you call the nucleus of the cell. Every cell has a brain, and the brain of the cells in your body is melanin. So to study melanin is to study biology. But they never mention the word melanin in a biology class because they don't want to get you aware of what's really going on. Then we study melanin particles called electrons and protons and solitons and neutrons. We start calling that chemi after the word chemet. And you study melanin particles and we call that chemistry. But they're never going to tell you they're studying melanin because you may get wise to the game and know that the only thing there is to study is you on this planet. All devices are caused by the ability of melanin to create different kind of energy force fields, as people like to say today. It causes energy to spin to the left and to the right, which we call DL and L-phenylalanine and L-glutamine. We give it the names based on spinning. We do that a lot in chemistry. We name things after how it spins, or we name things after the color, riboflavins, rutins, phytoflavonoids. We give things names by color. We give things names by numbers, vitamin B1, vitamin B2, vitamin B3. And we give things numbers by Latin names, omega, beta, omega-3, those are Latin names that we give substances. All we do is rename the same thing, but switch the way in which we name it. One time we name it by letters, the next time we name it by colors, the next time we name it by numbers, and then you sit there totally behooved at what's going on, and all we're doing is talk about you, black. But the idea is to keep you totally confused and to some way manipulate your melanin. As I mentioned before, a lot of the research is done by the military because they need to know this. This is how you cause people to be dysfunctional. This is how you cause people to be functional. It's by your ability to manipulate and control melanin. Now, there's some black people who don't think they're black because they're not as black as someone from Somalia or something. But that man is just as black as that man. It's the melanin inside of his body that we measure, not the skin. It's the melanin inside of his body that we measure. Because you can meet some coconuts that are just as white as and you know what I'm saying. So we measure the melanin inside of the body, not the skin melanin, because this can change. Melanin is a very adaptive kind of chemical. That's why the people that can endure the most cold weather in the world are Eskimos, and they are colored people. They are not white, because the melanin has adaptive ability, what you call evolution. We don't want you to know that all it is we're talking about is adaptation, which is caused by melanin. So we say evolution. We're naming the behavior of melanin, so you won't know that that's what we're talking about. You say free radicals and antioxidants. They give it all these names. All we're talking about is how melanin reacts and acts on a chemical. But the objective in science is never to use the word melanin. Never. Now, there's certain things that are done in your body, such as reproduction, that's mostly mediated by melanin. It's the ability of the sperm to transport a black dot, and that black dot is melanin. And once that black dot strikes the egg, electrical spark goes off very high and causes a spin inside of the egg, so the egg and the sperm can be on the same frequency. But we don't want to tell you those things, not in science. We don't tell you that lightning starts from the earth and goes up. You think lightning comes from the sky. Mm-mm. All the metals on the earth. Metal conducts electricity. The electricity starts from the earth and goes up to the sky. And when you see it meeting its male or female component, a spark goes off of harmony. And you say, oh, the lightning strikes me. No, the earth struck you. You were struck by the earth. But we are educated backwards, so we can't understand the process of what's going on. Because nobody wants an intelligent black person. That's a dangerous black person. We want you to be as stupid as possible and practice being stupid on each other. Some people call it love. It's just two morons together. So we're trying to understand what is this biochemical thing called melanin, why are people talking about it, and all that sort of rubbish. But we're talking about it because that's the only thing in your body worth studying. That's the only way a chemical acts. That's the only way a vitamin or a mineral acts. It's called melanin. That's what harmonizes them together. That's why we study elements. Elements in science are called oxygen, nitrogen, ammonia, calcium, magnesium, potassium, mercury. We call those elements. And these elements are unified and dispersed by something called melanin. We have three major behaviors that a substance such as melanin or yourself, because you're a collection of elements, oxygen, calcium, magnesium. So it's three major behaviors you can have. You can either join together in harmony, which we call synthesis, synchronized harmony. You can join together in harmony, which we call synthesis, or you can join together and decompose each other, which we call decomposition. What are those two behaviors I just named? Can anybody repeat that? I don't hear you. They're listening. And the third behavior, of course, is displacement, which means if I don't like you and I come in the room, you stay in that place and I'm going to stay in this place. That's displacement. Those are the three behaviors that an element can have. And those behaviors are given birth by something called melanin. Melanin comes in various forms. It comes in a gas form, a liquid form, and a solid form. The only form we're talking about in European chemistry is the solid form, because we only deal with things we can measure and weigh, which we call objective measurements. We deal with objects. Subjective measurements, we don't deal with, because that's something you got to feel. You got to feel this is all right. You got to feel that this person is okay. That's a melanin thing, because the more melanin you have, the more psychic you are. The more melanin you have, the more spiritual you are. The more melanin you have, the more intelligent you are. The more melanin you have, the more human you are. That's why we gauge human beings by that. It's a humanizing chemical. The people with the least amount of melanin are the Europeans, the Caucasians, the white people, the melanin challenged people. They have the least amount by their definition. Now let's just take this melanin journey. I told you it's carried by the sperm and it unites with the egg and it causes two different spins to occur. We're just going to follow this melanin through its whole journey in life to find out how our journey is going to be dictated. But we don't want to tell you we're following melanin particles. We're going to call it DNA, which is a string of melanin wrapped around some sugar called ribose. See, we're not going to tell you, we're never going to tell you we're studying melanin. So we have these two strings of melanin, like you had banisters on us walking up a step. You see, one banister is melanin, and the other banister is melanin. They're united by a protein, which you call your genetic code. And the protein is the stairs that uniting both sides together. And we call that whole string with the steps DNA. And this DNA is dancing. It has arithmeticity to it. It's synchronizing the steps. Now, melanin is the center of all of this. But we have two ways to alter this melanin. We can alter this melanin by nature or by nurture. If I alter it by nature, you say, that's innate talent. If I alter it by nurture, you say, oh, he learned that from his mother, his grandpa. That's nurturing, where you get it from your environment. Things that are not made by the environment is called nature. So we can alter your thought process by nature or by nurture. And melanin is going to adapt. It's going to adapt to a hostile environment. It's going to adapt to an environment that's pleasant. Or the environment don't want to be in that place. It's going to deplace. Now then, melanin is adapting to the environment by nature or by nurture. By nature, some people say the nature of a person is to fight to be alive, fight and flight. That's man. But the nature is also to tend and befriend. That's female. The problem with science, the problem with you, the problem with the planet, the problem with biology, the problem with history, the problem with religion, the problem with insanity, the problem with your brain is that everything is named after man. Your brain is named after a man called Oedipus, a little boy who wanted to have sex with his mother, so he killed his father. Oh yes, your brain is named after man. History is named after men. Tutankhamun, Ramesses, Napoleon. History is men. Biology is men. Newton, all these Aristotle, Paracelsus. Everything is male orientated, so you're only getting one side of the whole story. Yeah, you're not only getting his story, you're getting a homo. Never mind, I don't want to go home. You're getting a lot of flavor there. So the way we're looking at each other and the way we look at chemistry is kind of like, it's sort of like that. So we're not really seeing the picture of what's going on. You have to look at it from both your male and female components of you, your nature and your nurture, your fight and flight, tend and befriend, your acid and your alkaline, your positive and your negative. You have to look at it from both perspectives. And what's putting these both perspectives together in synchronicity and harmony is melanin. Now, if I'm looking at this whole process of how things are getting along together, the process of life, because we're looking at life when we look at melanin. We're looking at how life starts when we look at melanin. We're looking at how life unfolds itself by breathing out and breathing in, by day and night. We're looking at the unfoldment of these two elements and what brings them together in harmony is melanin. Because it synchronizes, it civilizes them so they can act together. Now, with this process, you're looking at things differently. An example of that would be a tiger chasing deer. And the tiger's chasing the deer and killing the deer. And you looking at it and say, what a horrible animal that tiger is. He's just killing them damn deers. Now, if you are one of those conscious black people, you say, stop in this whole scenario and say, I wonder where the tiger came from. All the herd, I wonder where white people came from. No, you're going to keep running. You ain't got time for that kind of foolishness. I wonder where white people came from. No. Did the deer stop and say, I wonder where the tiger came from? No. They just keep running. So we're looking at a relationship we call symbiosis, synchronized relationship. We're back to melanin, but we don't want to say melanin. We want to use any word except melanin. So we're going to say symbiosis. The tiger is running after the deer. Is that a mobile phone? Ice cream for ice cream. Sugar and milk. I don't know why people pay so much money for it. Nonetheless, a tiger's chasing the deer, but if the tiger speeds up, the deer will speed up. If the tiger slows down, the deer will slow down. If the deer speeds up, the tiger will speed up. If that deer slows down, the tiger will slow down. They have a relationship. Because the herd of deer know that if they didn't have the tiger, they will be destroyed. Because the tiger gets rid of the weak and the sick, and they're too old to keep up with the herd. So if they didn't get rid of that, then lions could prey on them. Leopards can prey on them. All the animals could prey on them because they're turning around the sick, the tired, and the weak. So the tiger is actually doing the herd a favor. The tiger is actually a disposal system for the herd. The tiger is actually working for the herd, getting rid of the weak, the sick, the Uncle Toms, you know what I mean? So the herd can move forward. But if you're looking at it one side, you just see, oh, the tiger's just preying on those deer. No, the tiger's working for the deer, getting rid of the sick, the weak, the ones who can't keep up with the herd because they slow down with so much. Everybody's going to get them. Hyenas, everybody. You see? Now we're looking at both sides of the relationship. Now we're looking at nature and nurture. The herd is nurturing the tiger. The tiger is nurturing the herd. Now we're looking at both sides now. And that's what we have to do to reestablish our melanin. We have to look at how we function, because functionality is melanin. Function is melanin. That's all we're looking at, because there's nothing else to study. There's nothing else to look at in science. Now, we know that there's certain things that destroy our melanin, such as spiritual betrayal, spiritual suicide, because we go spirit, mind, body. Europeans go body, mind, spirit. We go spirit, mind, body. White folks go body, mind, spirit. That's their way. We know we come from the spirit world that manifests as mind, that manifests as body. We come from the spirit world. That's what we believe. So we're looking at spiritual betrayal, spiritual suicide. People do this sort of thing. They don't believe they're doing this thing because they don't understand what we're talking about. See, if I say I cursed you, that means I said something bad could happen to you in the future. If I say something obscene to you, obscenity is talking about your body. Are you still with me? I can either curse your future, say something obscene to you, which is talking about your body, or say something profane. You're just twice as intelligent as Einstein. I'm saying something profane. That's profanity. So you have profanity, you have obscenity, and you have cursing. You have to know these degrees of things. So when we're making that kind of movement, we're saying, I don't think I can do that. Why are you cursing yourself right now? Why are you cursing your future? You see, you God not cursing yourself. So he ain't gonna amount to nothing. He gonna get what he deserved. You're cursing his future. Are you following me? We're going around cursing ourselves, cursing our future, cursing others, which means we're going against the cursor, the movement of life, your melanin. Now we're going into some spiritual suicide, but we've been taught by somebody else that this is not what's happening. No, I just curse your future. I just condemn you. You'll never amount to much. That's cursing. You thought it was a word. That's not a word at all. You do it to yourself. You curse yourself before you curse someone else. Oh, I'm just trying to get into how this intricate this thing is. We're just overlooking the power we have. You can curse yourself to be a good person. Say, I'm just going to do better tomorrow. I just cursed myself. Because cursing is two things synchronized together by melanin. And if all you're doing is negative cursing, you're denying the whole side of yourself. You're going to life like that. So cursing is positive, cursing is negative. See, those are the two actions, the two stairs on the melanin. One is nature, one is nurture. You're still talking about melanin, but you don't know it. Because we switch words to keep you as stupid as possible. That's the objective. When I was organizing people for the mental institution, we were taught never to educate, manipulate. Never educate, manipulate. You want to control people? Never educate them. Never call a slave a slave. You say, what's a slave? A slave is somebody I own. I have to do what I want. Well, I ain't going to be your slave. Never educate, manipulate. Call them Joe. Look, Joe, pick that up. Never educate, manipulate. That's how we control people in the world. So we're dealing with the spirituality of our melanin. What we're saying is radiating all through our bodies. You can make yourself sick by what you say. What you think that is? That's melanin. You use the spiritual side of melanin to hurt yourself. We're looking at movement, and we give the movement different names, but the primary movement of your body is melanin. That's the mover. That's the shaker. Pancreas stress. Pancreas stress. Nonetheless, we're looking at melanin and how it moves and these different names we give it. Let us just say that you don't know anything about melanin. All you know is you're forgetting things. I don't know what I did with my keys. They were just over here the other day. I just put my keys down. I can't figure out where I put them at. Well, melanin is memory. Melanin stores memory. I told you that. So actually, you have some problems with your melanin. Yeah. So all I have to do is know how to nurture your melanin with a supplement, glutamine, ginkgo, gotu-kola, trying to give your melanin the right relationship. Because I broke up a relationship. Anything that functions singularly in your body is going to be trouble. Sugar goes into your drugs category. It functions singularly. It's made singularly. It's extracted from a plant. Now it's a single element of a plant. Single things cause problems. Coca plant, take out the cocaine. It's a single thing. It's going to cause a problem. They still with me? Poppy is a plant, no problem. Take out a single thing, heroin, morphine, you got a problem. Single things are dangerous. Things in relationships synchronize. That's no problem. So I want you to be single. Think of a single thing. There should be one universal currency. That's going to cause a problem. Because this thing is one. There's not one language, not one dance, one type of music, one race, one flower, one tree, one oak. There's no such thing as one. The only one is God. Everything else, if it copies that one, is going to have some problems. Because it's only one. Now, when I present this single thing, I'm separating the melanin from its relationship. Now melanin is looking for the relationship. It's like I have a 20-year-old man who's just watched BET or some pornographic rap music, you know, where they're shaking the booty, backing it up, back it up, shake that booty, you know what I mean, thong around, you know. So I got a 20-year-old guy who's horny, got a 6-pack of Viagra and 1 rubber. You better hide your daughter. Single. He's looking for his compliment, but he doesn't know how to look for it, or what the spiritual ingredient is to look for it, or what state of mind it is. All he knows, look for it. That's when we take the melanin from his relationship. It must be in a relationship to work. So what we do is take a drug and give it to you to cause a breakup of the relationship. You see, it's a breakup of the relationship. That's what we cause with these drugs. We don't tell you that. You see, everything has a relationship. You have calcium, you have magnesium, you have sodium, you have potassium. And I'm gonna break up that relationship because I want 1 sodium, 2 potassium. I'm gonna break up that relationship and give all the power to sodium. The relationship is destroyed. The relationship said, this is the way it is in nature, and I've nurtured it another way. And you still follow me here? So we're saying that I give a lady who's pregnant with a baby some alcohol or some cocaine or some white sugar. Now I've destroyed a natural relationship with calcium, magnesium, sodium. I've destroyed the natural relationship. I've altered the relationship. If you alter the relationship, it alters you. The alteration of the relationship starts with some chemicals. I'm saying cocaine or alcohol, but I've altered the natural relationship in your body. So I gave a lady who's pregnant with a little girl some heroin. The little girl in her womb, which is actually her uterus, is fighting the heroin, but the little girl's eggs cannot fight it because it doesn't have a liver or anything. So the heroin is going to the 3rd generation. Are you with me? Yeah. I've just messed up 3 generations just like that. By offering her a drink, I've just destroyed her eggs. Are you still following me? Yeah. This is how lethal it is to deal with a single thing. You're going back 3 generations here. What I'm saying is you are the eggs of a woman, not the woman herself. What I'm saying is these children are eggs. You looking at them as something messed up. I'm saying they were eggs first before they came a person second. And I got to the egg and didn't tell you that. I said, oh, just have a drink. Alcohol won't bother you. You're just 5 months pregnant. Don't worry about it. We'll sit down and drink a glass of wine. That alcohol went to the eggs because the eggs have no immune system. Yeah. 3 generations already. You sit down, somebody offer you a drink, you just tell them, brother, you trying to mess up my eggs. Yeah. Yeah, give this alcohol to your sperm, brother. You just messed up your sperm. It's because we're not looking at the whole totality of the subject because we have a degree of understanding. When you get educated by the Europeans, no matter what the subject, you have a degree of understanding. They never tell you, I'm going to give you a holistic degree. They say, I'm going to give you a degree, a baccalaureate degree, a master's degree, a PhD degree. I'm not going to give you the whole subject. So all you have is a degree of understanding. You come out the school thinking you got the whole understanding. You don't have it. You just have a degree of understanding. 2 degrees, 3 degrees, they didn't tell you how many. So when we have an education about chemistry or biology, all we have is a degree of understanding. So it's kind of hard to talk to people, get in awe of their little piece of understanding about whatever the subject is. No, you don't have the holistic understanding of this subject. How many times did they mention melanin? Melanin, what that? I thought watermelon, but I don't buy the melanin. They never even mention it in the classroom. But yet that's what they're studying. So we're going to be more mindful of the effect of chemicals on our eggs and on our sperm. You can't sit up all night drinking beer, giving your sperm beer. You can't do that. It's not going to grow properly any more than you feeding beer to a plant or soda pop to a plant. It's not going to grow properly, but you're nourishing your sperm and your egg the same way. How can the tree grow? How can the sperm? After a while, you say, I don't need no book to understand this, because I've never seen a rat use a book to understand what to eat. I've never seen that. You have to understand this with your melanin. You say, this feels right. I may not understand what he's saying, but this feels right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this book. I'm talking about your spirit. I'm talking about that melanin in you is trying to talk to the melanin in me so we can be mellow. So you have to feel certain information. Some information you can't read about. It's like I write books. I'm literate. So you say he's intelligent, but I have no literacy in another subject. You're not a farmer. Farmer can't read and write, but he's literate in his field. He can pick up the soil and say, this soil needs some calcium. He is literate, but not book literate, but you're illiterate when you walk on that farm. Are you still with me? You just think it deals with books? No. He has literacy, but not in your subject. That doesn't make him dumb. He doesn't need to know your subject. Fishermen don't need to know nothing about farming. They're fishermen. Their literacy is in fishing. But take them out of that, you can call me illiterate. You still where I'm going? No. All of us are literate. But what's the subject you're literate in? That's the question. Some people are very literate when it comes to relationships. They're always giving you advice. Oprah said that when she gave her shoulder, you shouldn't do that. Oprah knows she's single. She's a billionaire and can't find a brother to screw her. What? I screw over a 6-pack of beer. You know, most brothers, hell, be on welfare and get laid. Have a relationship. Please, a billionaire can't find a boyfriend? Please, I'll bleach my skin and marry the heifer. That's not subject. I went too ghetto there. I did. Excuse me, Oprah. So all of us are literate, but just in different subjects. So don't think because you don't know books, you don't know this. Hell, I got to sit down and talk to a fisherman. I don't know about the darn fish. You know what I mean? All I know is that the fish travel around, like in Kenya or someplace else. The fish travel where the food goes. So the fishermen follow the fish and they say, you're a pirate. What are you talking about? The fish moves, so I had to move. But all of a sudden now you're a pirate and now they're going to shoot at you. The fish move. I got to move to get me with the fish. So there's certain things that you innately know. You know birds don't eat out of the same tree every day. They ain't dumb. They don't go to McDonald's every day. Some days they eat out of another tree. They say, I got to eat out of this tree because I'm going in the ghetto. I got to eat this tree because I'm going to see some white folks. And they switch their diet around based on what they're doing. Because they are literate when it comes to vegetation. So everything has a degree of intelligence because everything has melanin. Therefore, everything is intelligent. Everything is spiritual. Everything has a language. Trees talk. Minerals talk. Dolphins talk. Babies talk. Unborn babies talk. Everything that has melanin talks. It's in the secret life of plants. How trees talk to each other. Daffodils talk to each other. Metals talk to each other. Iron talks to iron. Everything that has this melanin quality talks, and it has literacy. But since we have a degree of understanding, we think that we're literate and they don't. No. Everything alive talks. But you learn that when you have a holistic understanding. But when you have a degree of understanding, it's totally mystifying to you. So you go around trying to find the right answer, but you're knocking on the wrong door, asking the wrong person, and worse yet, in the wrong building. Let's get back to this melanin. I was trying to take it into the birthing process and the synchronization of the relationship. The melanin synchronizes relationships. It's how a relationship is formed, be that relationship synthesis, decomposition, or displacement. The blinking of your eyes is clocked by melanin. We call it the circadian rhythm. Melanin regulates the clocks in your body. How many times your eyes are going to blink, how long your eyelashes will grow, how long your hair will grow, and sometimes the synchronization of it is off. Sometimes it's been disturbed by chemicals. So a little baby may grow an inch overnight. It may grow a half inch overnight, of its finger, arm, leg, eyebrow, eyelashes. So every morning is a state of negotiation for them, because something grew and now they have to realign themselves. But that misalignment is caused by something that occurred to the melanin. In other words, if you get less than 2 hours of sunlight today, you have seasonal affective disorder, you are mildly depressed. If you are Black people, you cannot have less than 2 hours of sunlight a day. You're sunlight dependent. But if you're around the Europeans, you come into caves like this, a building or a classroom, and you're always away from the sun. We were educated outside in the sun. Some of us have different rhythmicities. Some of us are rhythm learners. Some of us are sound learners. Some of us are touch learners. We have different learning types and learning styles. But they're forcing you to use one learning style. Sit down, be quiet, take notes. Well, you may be a rhythm learner, bang on the pencil. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Or just move your leg. You're a rhythm learner. Stop wiggling in that chair like that. You need to be on Ritalin. And there you go, putting the child on crack. And Ritalin is the same chemically as crack. There is no difference. But I'm saying there are different rhythmicities in your system. But we only play one rhythmicity, and that's what gets, when you do one, you're going to get in some problems. So the child is a rhythm system, and that rhythm system is mediated by the melanin. But the melanin was compromised or destroyed by someone eating a diet that's alien to their race. It took your ancestors millions of years to put together an African diet, and here you go, changing it around, eating part of a pig's ass, called it bacon, waking up eating ass. Wonder why I call you asshole. So we're off our diet because we're off our culture. You're off your culture when you're off your diet. You're disrespecting your ancestors. You're disrespecting the holy place. You're desecrating a holy image. You're doing all of those things that we call ma'at. Our ancestors took millions of years to perfect this diet. Here comes the Europeans changing the relationship, changing the synthesis of your system. They don't eat that, eat corn. Don't eat that, eat breadfruit. Don't eat that. They change your whole thing. And then you say, yeah, that's soul food. Yeah, that's true. Good for whose soul? That's what I want to know. And why did they give it a spiritual name? And what did they mean when they called it soul food? Oh, yes, because that's what they were doing. They were attacking the soul of your race, the spirituality of your race. Do not think they haphazardly give things names. The only African word is nigger. It comes from the word niger. They don't want you to say niger. Don't say that word. That's a bad word. It's niger. The Black people captured by the Niger River were called nigers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. There's too much spirit in that word. No, don't say that. Mm-mm. Say mule people. Mulattoes. Say something, don't say that. So I'm just saying that the spirit that's coming at the spirit, and the thing to give you the most spirituality, to connect everything together, is your spirituality. To attack that is to attack you, and attacking you from that level. It's no accident what they do. It's mystifying to you. They go around calling a chicken chest a chicken titty. I mean breast. I've never seen a chicken with Brazil on it. Chickens don't have a breast. They have a chest. Duh. These names are it keeps you confused. So it's no accident that they're doing these sort of things, you see. No accident at all. The chickens are really kind of dumb when you think about it. If you were a chicken and raised by some white folks, I suggest you go on a fast. Quick. The more you eat, the more you go to McDonald's. You need to go on a fast. That's what I would say. Another subject altogether. Now then, this melanin, this civilizing chemical, gives us our ability to get along with each other. But if I change the ratio, the relationship between the elements in your body, I've nurtured your personality and changed it so you can't get along with this person. All I need to do is take away the lithium, which is in the middle of your brain. The right side of your brain is zinc. The left side of your brain is iron. The middle of your brain is lithium. Your heart is arsenic. Every part of your body has an element that it dominates in. Every part. You follow me? All I have is an elementary education, and right with that, I can do most of the things I need to do because I know where these elements go. I know that zinc is high in your eyes, you see. That's when you drive in a car at night and the light hits a cat's eye or dog's eye, you see it reflect. That's zinc. So I know zinc helps mediate the contact with you and your melanin. So I'm going to control the zinc, yeah. And then I'm going to alter the way the lithium functions. When I take away the lithium, which is an element found on what we call in chemistry the periodic table, when I take that away, you become manic depressive. If I want to stop manic depression, I give you lithium. Are you following what I'm doing? I'm just manipulating these relationships. Iron makes you rational and think. You break down thoughts. If I want you to be emotional, I take away the iron. What I do, give a lady a period, 7 days. Iron drops. Now she's more emotional. Just manipulating quite well. If I want you not to lose the ability to nurture yourself for someone else, or go into menopause early, I just block you from absorbing manganese. Manganese causes the ladies to go in menopause at 35. When I drop manganese, the lady goes into menopause even if she's 7 hours old, or 7 days old, or 17 years old. Because manganese causes that. So I just manipulate certain elements and I can control you. And these elements, relationship is formed by melanin. So all I have to do is alter the ability of melanin to synchronize manganese and iron in the right harmony, to civilize them. And I essentially altered you. But don't tell the Negroes that, you see. Get them to take bleach. Bleach is not bleaching your skin, it's bleaching your brain. Ever have 7. And you going around trying to act like those retards. You got 12 melanin centers, they have 7. So you denying the rest of yourself by following them. They're not as smart as you are. The more melanin you are, the more intelligent you are. The more intelligence you have with smell, with touch, with vision. You have all this intelligence. You're just using one to measure your whole life. One will destroy you. You're just using one to measure. You're denying all the other intelligence that you have. So when you're trying to talk to them and you're showing them this emotional rainbow that you have, you're too emotional. You're too emotional. What? This is emotion. You just ain't never seen it before. You look at them trying to explain it. I'm just being human. You want me to get in a tweet. That's all. I don't want to go there. But I'm just saying, you're showing them all of this emotion, but it scares the hell out of them. Look, calm down. Wait a minute. That's because of the melanin. There's certain physical things that makes you more human. Because I can see my hand out the corner of my eyes. That's called a field of vision. The Orientals can see here. The Europeans can see here. This is their field of vision. If you walk over here, you'll walk out that field of vision. They won't see you. You walk right by them, they won't even see you. You know why they didn't see you? Because you walked out that field of vision. That white man walked by me and didn't see you. That's right. You walked out this field of vision. You see more of light than anybody. You're black. You got all these emotions, all this intelligence. It scares people. I was on a bus with these people for 2 weeks. We were going to Mecca, Medina, something I was doing when I was a young and adventurous. And I'm on the desert with these people for 2 weeks. East Indians, Europeans, Arabs and some other assortment of crackazoids. So, I mean, melanin challenged people. I'm trying to be scientific, you know. I'm on the bus with these folks for 2 weeks, and, you know, white people smell different, you know, and then the East Indians smell different, you know. I'm getting all of these smells, you know. So I had to get off the bus because I was getting funkerized. I was getting like funky, you know. So I stepped off the bus and I just got on the bus accidentally. They were talking about me. I got on the bus. He comes smelling like vegetables and fruit. I didn't know we smelled. I really didn't know black people smell. They said they come and smell like some damn vegetables and fruit. Smell like a banana. I didn't know I was offending them. I thought they were funky and offending me. I'm offending them. I said, well, excuse me. I didn't know I smelled like something alive. Only dead things stink. And you know that. A dead dog in the street will stink. And I'm walking on the bus, smell like alive. They said, here you come, smell like something alive. They smell like what they are. They have that melanin challenge. So those are some of the things about the chemistry of the melanin, how it radiates in all these different areas. It's not just something you see in a lab. It's something you feel. It's something you feel. It's something you sense. It's something you feel a spirit of things. That's your melanin. I don't know. I'm getting a bad spirit from that person. That's your melanin. You have this large vocabulary of emotions and spirituality, and other people don't have it. You're assuming they're thinking because you think. They don't think like you. They process thoughts, but they don't think. You think. Thinking is a creation process. The more melanin, the more creative you are. Don't you know we've created everything on this planet? The cell phone, the laptop, the weed whacker, the clock, the bag, the mailbox. You name it, we created it. That's melanin. They copy. They don't create. We create the dance, the fashion, the hairstyle. When they put this first Egyptian exhibit, they took it to Chicago in 1832. The sisters were there doing this African dance, it's a fertility dance where you're showing the movement of the baby and the fallopian tubes and all that kind of stuff. They call hoochie coochie. Hey, look at them doing the hoochie coochie. It's a spiritual dance. And they were dressed in Egyptian clothes, which you can kind of see through. White people copy that and call it nightgowns. Nightgowns, because they associate our clothes with sexuality and animals. So they dress up like us at night and call it nightgowns. That's Egyptian clothes. Weird. They just copy things because we create everything. We created the internet. That was created in Mammoth, New Jersey by black men. The internet. The Windows program created by a black man. We create everything, and other people steal everything. They even stole you. That's how you got to the Caribbean. They steal everything, your religion, your clothes, your language, your science, everything. Well, that's because we have this high amount of melanin, so we do the highest amount of creativity of any race. We created more things to help improve life. The Europeans create things to destroy life. Are you still with me there? Everything we created was to improve life. Mailboxes, bread slices. It's an endless list. But they just copy. But that's our melanin. It's coming in different forms. So we have a high amount of literacy and creativity, which they don't count creativity in IQ tests. Are you still with me? They don't count black. They only count white. They fascinated with words. Oh, he talks very intelligent. Yeah, so does a thief. They just measure words because that's a big deal to them to talk. You introduce language to the world. You introduce the concept of zero, which changed mathematics for history. Before then, the Europeans counted in a row, what you call Roman numerals. When we came up with zero, you could line them up vertically. Changed everything. We invented zero, which to you is no big deal, but that was a big deal. Changed the way people think forever. Zero is how you program computers. You use 1 and 0. Without 0, there would be no computer language. I'm trying to tell you, your gift is. So nonetheless, I don't want to berate this because people think I'm talking about white people. But I'm not talking about white people. White girls who would say that. I was like, white people. I'm not talking about them. I'm just talking about how great you are. And how your responsibility is not to destroy your melanin with drugs, be it nicotine or caffeine. To make a drug, you usually have to cook it. Cocaine is cooked. Coffee is cooked. Nicotine is cooked. Whiskey is distilled, which is cooking. If you cook it, you can make a drug. That's for sure. You can just trace all the drugs, you gotta cook it. We ate natural foods because it nourishes our melanin. We had created the first sprouting containers found in the pyramids because we were eating sprouts. We were eating live things to keep our melanin alive. But we've gotten away from that and we got into this demelaninizing kind of state, following the Europeans, eating things that is not even part of our whole nutritional vocabulary. White potatoes, that's not even a food. We have problems digesting it. White yams, okay. White potatoes, no. This wheat is too acid for us. Spelt, yeah. Kamut, amaranth, yeah, fine. Kush, yeah, fine. But when you get into this wheat coming from that lint that they used to eat, you're creating too much acid, which will destroy your system. We got to get back into eating our natural grains, the spelt, the kamut, the amaranth, kiwa, kush. Maybe some of these words are foreign to you. But I'm just saying, these are some of our grains that we ate. We didn't just shape bread like in a loaf. Bread was given spiritual shape. Some bread was pyramidal. We call it cut. We shape bread differently. Europeans will shape the bread in a loaf like it's some fat penis. They're sick. And put a rubber crust on it. It's a sick vibration. So, and the stress reaction to melanin being challenged is usually caused prenatally by different stresses on the baby's system. Different systems are stressed. Reproductive system, excretory system, and we call the digestive system. And we have these different organs to act together. When they act together in a family, we don't say family, we say system in medicine. So various families are some kind of way stressed. And once the baby is stressed prenatally, the stress reaction lasts forever. Nature does not forgive or forget. That's something that God does. But when you do something against nature, you pay for it forever. Simple matter of just being born prematurely. The Europeans decide that maybe you're born too late or too early, and they'll speed up your birthing process. All babies are born on time. But if it's not fitting in the golf schedule or something of that sort, they will speed up the birth. And this causes some ancestral memory dislocation. So various systems in the child is compromised before it's born because of the emotionality, the spiritual emotionality or vocabulary of the mother and father that were not developed. We are born able to talk from the moment we are conceived. Talking doesn't begin after you're born, it starts in your mother's womb. Babies talk, they cry, they laugh, they play. You do all of these things before they're born. And they're not actually playing, they're actually learning social skills, learning how to move in 5 dimensions and do 5th-dimensional thinking. This is not playing. Children are not playing, they're learning how to be a person. They're actually going to work when they play. Playgrounds were designed for children and their parents. Interacting with them helps them to learn social limits, learn degrees of thinking. The playground today is a military designed by the Europeans, but playgrounds were designed for the family to play together. They pray together, they play together, they eat together. Playing is a family activity, and the Europeans in some kind of way divided that up. So what we do is we design playgrounds to stop you from having unified thinking. It causes fragmenting thinking because the swings are not related to the sliding board. There is no continuity in the playground, and that causes you not to have continuity in your thinking. It causes you to divide up your thinking, just by the way we design the playgrounds, mostly designed for monkeys. An athlete wouldn't practice in a playground. It's too dangerous. Pipes and gadgets and things like that, so you can really hurt yourself. And there's no warning on any of the playground items. But that causes fragmented thinking because the playground is not united. Whereas a child will unite its play activities. A leaf will fall on the ground and the child pick it up and pretend it's an airplane. From playing in the airplane, it may then pretend it's a boat. So it's telling a whole story with the item. Each item in the playground is meant to tell a whole story. That's why toys had stories on them, spiritual stories, writing on them. Because a play toy is a technology that develops culture and develops the child's holistic way of thinking. It is acting on the melanin. That's all I'm trying to say, essentially, just using social words to help you get into the flavor of what I'm saying. So with the disconnecting of the toys on the playgrounds and the toys not being specific for the child, there's not one size fits all. There's not one size of the shoe that fits everybody. Every toy should be designed to fit the learning type, learning style, thinking activity of the child. When you have one type of toy, one is going to cause problems because that's going against your melanin. Melanin wants unification. It wants family. It causes vitamins and minerals to be in a family. It's a unifying chemical. We are very united as a group. Maybe to us we are dysfunctional, and perhaps some of us are, but we are more united than the Japanese and Chinese and East Indians. Don't let them fool you. They do a lot of backstabbing, lying, and stealing on each other. They're full of incest. For those of you that's having sex with children, or your sister and your brother, that's what they do. We do the least amount of that of any race. Don't let them fool you. I used to be a therapist for those people. They are sick people. What I'm saying is unification happens before the baby is born and after the baby is born. It should be expressed in the way the child plays and the things that the child plays with. But if you want to see if the child is stressed by melanin or stressed by the social and emotional environment of the parents, they usually pee more on themselves or pee the bed, which is a protest reaction, or they cry at a higher pitch, or you pick them up and they stiffen their legs, or we call it splaying the fingers. They do like this, or they're scared. That's a stress reaction. When they do their arms like that, that indicates a stress reaction. That's why they say, stick them up, you're under arrest. You go back to your original fear position. You see? Nothing is done accidentally. That's why the sirens cry. Ah! That's the child crying. So you get nuded from that. You lose your response to children, the child in yourself and the child that you have, but you're still clear with me. Oh, we do this quite well. We make you dysfunctional in so many different ways. It's ridiculous. Now, the stress reaction of the child, they don't have all of these tools you have to handle that stress. You know, like lying to somebody, beating up somebody. You know how you release stress, go out and get drunk. Go out and have sex with somebody you shouldn't even have sex with, a midget or something. All these things, we're just releasing our stress to other things, to music, shopping, because we don't have a viable way to release our stress. And that's a problem in the child. They don't have all the tools you have. So all they have is peeing, bowel movements. Are you with me there? Mm-hmm. So they'll pee more. They have a bowel movement. Say, I don't like what you did, Mama. Take the shit. I mean, So they'll do that more because that's that medium of protest and they indicate that they're under stress. So this stress feeds back into your adulthood. So you grow up and you still don't have the tools you need to handle stress. And you still following me there? The child is under stress when they stiffen their legs, when they splay their fingers, put their arms like this. That is a stress reaction in a child, and you need to do something about it. It can be emotional stress, because we're holistic. Spiritual stress. Stress is not just something physical, slamming the door or cursing. It's also something spiritual and emotional. And physically, it shuts down certain parts of your body, like I was mentioning, the reproductive system, digest. They're going to have a reaction to it too. So that compromises or decreases the amount of nutrients a child can get from itself, because we feed ourselves emotionally first before we feed someone else emotionally second. We're intimate with ourselves first before we're intimate with someone else second. If I don't know how to be intimate with myself, how can I be intimate with you? I'm just saying it happens to you first. Remember, a crazy person talks crazy to themselves first, then they talk crazy to you second, because they've been practicing crazy all day. You know, they have these conversations like, when I say this to you, you're going to say this to me. And when I say this to you, you're going to say this to me. Then I talk to you, you don't follow the script in my head. Then I get angry with you, when actually I'm angry with my own crazy. But don't worry about it. Just be crazy and you understand what I'm saying. So these things cascade. Because you didn't handle stress well when you were infant, you won't be able to handle it well when you're adult. You don't have the emotional tools to handle stress. All you know is take it out on shopping, drinking, getting in an argument. Because some people don't feel good unless they cuss you out. Some Negroes have to cuss out a person every day to feel good. Yeah, they call you up and tell you all their problems. They know it's going to make you depressed. You can hang up, say, oh my God. Because they don't have the other way to handle the stress to dump it on you. Now you carrying that around with you all day. That's why I say just talk to one Negro a month and then go to therapy for that. Nonetheless, we will help you understand this whole stress reaction. Dr. Stevenson, can you?
T. Owens Moore, PhD, is trained as a physiological psychologist. He is a graduate of Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, and he has a master's and a PhD from Howard University. For more than 20 years, he has served as a college professor, a biomedical researcher, and an African-centered scholar activist. He is a distinguished educator who appreciates interdisciplinary studies. He has served as an assistant professor at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, and an associate professor and chairperson of the Department of Psychology at Clark Atlanta University, and professor and chair of the Department of Psychology at Fayetteville State University in North Carolina. His specialty courses are both in the field of neuroscience and African-centered psychology. I am so excited to be able to sit down with Dr. Timothy Moore. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for the invite.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course. So I know I just introduced you with all of those accolades, but what everybody knows you for is the deep dive that you do when it comes to melanin. And that's what I want to discuss with you today.
Okay. So it's actually been a 30-year deep dive. You know, you give me 20 years, so when you cut some years off, that's all right. Maybe it makes me look a little younger.
Hey,
you know?
Forgive me.
Yeah, no worries. I started out in 1995 writing a book called The Science of Melanin. And prior to that, just serving as a professor. But this topic of melanin kept coming up in grad school, kept coming up in topics relating to Black people. But what does it really mean? So if you ask me that question here on your program about what is melanin, it's a complex biopolymer. It's everywhere when you think about it, not just in our body, in our skin, but it's in the plant items, it's in the cosmos. So there must be something more significant about this. So that's why I took that deep dive early on to talk about melanin rather than people being confused about it. Let's make it plain.
And what exactly did you come to find in respect to its relevance in life in general before we specifically talk about our people?
Yeah, well, I think it's the issue of the power of what it does as a science as a molecule. I mean, it absorbs, takes in energy. All life is about energy. So I'm trained as a biological psychologist, physiological psychologist. I study the brain. So the issue is what's going on in the brain. That's when we start to look at behavior and the impact of how molecules and chemicals can impact behavior. So if we know that there's some areas in the brain that are darkly pigmented, how could that be when there's no sunlight getting to those areas? It must be there for a reason. So there's a biogenetic reason why those cells are dark, and that's to help us out with our movements, our memory, and our ability to work through our environments. So if it's depleted and not there, you see some deficits. So the deep dive is to now try to explore that. Because we don't always want to look at deficits and problems. We want to look at the actual enhancements and what happens when you are able to make it work much better.
So physiological psychologists. So now you're diving into the brain. Now, when we look at melanin in the beginning, it plays a big role in the development of the brain. Now, I've come to find out, of course, through your teachings, which you put in your books, that, you know, we kind of start off with these three skins: endoderm, ectoderm, mesoderm. And from these skins, this is where neural tubes and neural crests are formed. Do you think you can kind of expound a little bit on that?
Yeah, well, the ectoderm is the one where you got the opportunities for the skin to form. And also you start looking at in that area, it's also where the optic cup for the eye forms. What is going on with our eye? We got melanin on the back of our eyeball. What's going on with our skin? We got melanin on our skin. So you look at the ectoderm as that place where you start to see the formation happening. So as that little teeny cell, you know, the zygote coming from the gametes getting together, that little, I call it the black dot, what's it? The original Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
You know, so as it's growing there in the womb, you have all these divisions that are going on. The reality is, if there's a problem with the melanin and its formation, you can have neural tube defects, spinal bifida, problems with the development of the nervous system, which means you're going to have a problem with the organism. So from the very earliest stages of development, without it being there in the biology, you're going to have problems with development.
Now, you spoke on the zygote, which is a byproduct of the unification of the sperm and egg coming together. What I've always noticed in studying biology is the fact that no matter how advanced technology gets, scientists have never been able to see what happens during the stage of fertilization. And that has to deal with melanin being in the outer layer?
Well, I'm not a developmental biologist, but I would say that electricity is being generated when those cells are coming together.
Exactly.
And all life is really about division and growing and expanding. So when those like I said, the gametes get together and you get that excitation, melanin has to be there to excite and enhance the chemistry and the electricity for that cell to continue to grow. So that's what I'm saying, from the very beginnings of the stage of development. If you look at even inside of passion fruit, black seeds. You got the banana, cut that in the middle, little black seeds.
That's right.
So I think papaya, little black seeds. I mean, so
soursop, all of them.
Peach, all of them. So that blackness in the very beginning is important for the cells to grow in the right way.
And I feel that the reason why you're not able to see what's happening inside that fertilization process is because they even talk in quantum mechanics. They say when you observe a thing, it changes. So it's like perhaps we're not supposed to see it, so that can be at least one thing that keeps constant because it's such an important factor.
Yeah. So developmentally, like I said, in the womb, there are a whole lot of things that happen that we can't see. So that's why one of my books I have called Why Darkness Matters. And I like the term and the topic of in the darkness is where you see the light.
Yes.
So that's what's happening within the womb. I don't have a womb, so without a question, but as the development is going on inside that woman that is able to birth and give the essence of life, it's coming out of darkness. So we can't look at darkness as bad. And that's the other reason why we focused on melanin. And I talk about it because people think blackness is bad, or dark skin, or, you know, color is bad. And therefore people start getting caught up and trying to change their features because they're scared of what other people say about blackness and as bad. And it's not. So if we start talking about the science of it, we start talking about the power of it and its importance. Oh, you know what? Wow. I appreciate my appearance rather than trying to lighten my skin, looking like whatever the media is telling you should be looking like. So on the side or outside of just the science, it's a psychological issue.
Right.
You know, people have made it look like it's something bad, and the same people who are trying to make it look like it's bad are out there trying to tan and look like you. That's reverse psychology.
So a better and greater understanding of the physiological processes can aid in the healing psychologically.
Yes. And for me, I'm like I said, enamored at your biochemical knowledge base.
Oh,
I mean, you don't flip the script on me. You got me dressed like a brother in the hood, and here you are now like a professor. You know?
No.
So I look at it like for me, I say I'm incognito then.
Hey.
You know, I would tell everybody what I do because sometimes people are intimidated by that. And I appreciate the way you break it down scientifically for the common person to understand it. That's why they appreciate your products and they appreciate what you do. So I put in my book in 1995 chapter on science and technology and new things that are happening. So you've taken it to that level. I wrote in Pigment Power about new technology, and you're doing that. So I'm saying the research is there, data is there. Someone has to put it together so we can comprehend it. And I appreciate you taking to the next step to kind of deal with these issues of not just the physiology, but again, how it can also impact our bodies.
Wow, I receive all of that. Thank you. The only reason why I have the ability to do any of this is because, you know, you laid the groundwork. You know, foundation is key. You know, I didn't have to, no pun intended, search in the dark too much. You know what I mean? You kind of lit the way for a lot of us out here. And I'm just grateful to be able to bring you forward so more people can get a better understanding of how important melanin is. So okay, let's switch up a little bit as we dive further into the physiological side. So now we talked about some of the beginnings. Let's continue to talk about the beginnings. We have, it's real interesting, after a couple divisions, they call it a marula. And marula means blackberry. So even though science refuses to give credit to melanin and all that it does, it constantly names things after darkness or after blackness over and over again. Even when you go in the brain, you find like Amun's horns and things like that. So if you don't find blackness, then you find cultural references to our history, you know. And I noticed that you speak a lot of the parallels between Kemet and our culture along with melanin. Did you want to expound on some of those?
Well, the reality is, you say I laid the groundwork maybe for the contemporary times, but there's no way that I can, or we say that we are the creators and the builders and the only ones that ever knew. We know that our ancient African ancestors were dissecting the brain because they what? Mummified bodies. They had canopic jars where they put in organs. So we know they were cutting up the body and seeing things. So when you actually slice the brain, look at it from the side, that's the sagittal section of the brain, you start to see images. You start to see exactly where that third eye image comes from. When you see the third eye, the eye of Haru, you see the image of like a long slant, and you see a little spot in the middle. That's really the thalamus, which is dead center of the brain. And you see when you go down to this little bump, that's like the pons. So wow, here they are looking at that. And so they were studying this a long time ago.
Right.
So if you look at the tops of the pyramids,
yes,
the capstones are black.
The Ben stone, right?
How to get it way up there, and why does it happen to be black? Because it's channeling that energy. So they understood these principles, in my opinion, way back then. It's a matter of how do we now dissect it to make it understandable today, to make it relevant to our lives. I mean, I don't think they really had too much of a problem with the issue of blackness and lightness and color. They weren't into all that back then. They were just the people that lived in that land. They called themselves Kemites. So land of the blacks, they say, or not because the soil was black, but because the people were black.
Exactly.
If you go there today and you see how hot it is, you know darn well there couldn't be light-skinned people or melanin recessive people building that. It's too hot.
No.
You have to have something protecting you to keep you able to work in that kind of environment. So I believe they really understood the power of blackness way back then. We're now just trying to let's say regenerate it to make it relevant today because we've been told to hate ourselves. I mean, that self-hate is devastating.
It is, but like you said physiological psychologist. So we're talking about the connection between the mind and the body. You know, you have to be able to see it. I know when people come to me and they're dealing with certain diseases and they need assistance, you know, before I tell them to take any herb or do anything, I ask them, like, is this something that you feel you can do? Because if you don't know you can do it, then it doesn't matter what you take or what changes you make, you've already defeated yourself.
Yeah. And the power in that is that you can make yourself sick.
Yes.
Just from thinking.
That's right.
So you can also make yourself well. So in that process, there are chemicals that are being generated. So I'm sure you know about it as a master biochemist. The term you used before, pro-opiomelanocortin, POMC.
Yes, POMC.
It's a large
Super
protein
old.
molecule that can be split up and broken up. There are certain chemicals in there, such as CRF, corticotropic releasing hormone. It helps to stimulate a chemical called ACTH, adrenocorticotropic stimulating hormone. What do? Stress.
Right.
They help you deal with the stress of the moment. They also have opioids in it. That's why pro-opioid melanocortin, opioid, also makes you feel less stressed. But it's one of the chemicals that's cleaved in that large protein molecule.
Right.
And what's the other one? Melanocortin, melano. Got blackness in there too, something dealing with your skin.
Yes.
So as a powerful molecule, pro-opioid melanocortin can be cleaved to make these other small peptides that have impact on behavior. So now you can make those things generate in your body by having certain kind of thoughts. Because when people are stressed, they got a lot of cortisol being circulated. The cortisol can, get your body hyped, but too much of it can now lead to maybe depression. So that stress that we have in our constant daily lives, if you don't regulate that, you start to see why people get sick, or they certain have ailments and they can't understand why they're getting sick.
So you got alpha MSH, beta MSH, gamma MSH, all melanating stimulating hormones. Right?
And when you read the books, they say it has nothing to do with humans. Like alpha or beta melanocyte stimulating hormone in tadpoles, and may make them get darker or something like that.
We got tadpoles though. That's how we make more babies, right?
Okay, well, a little sperm. Okay. Well, we ain't talking about them tadpoles,
right? Exactly.
But in real, like little laboratory, they used it and stated in that kind of context, but it's not in humans. They say the part of the pituitary gland, which it's released in animals, we don't have, so it doesn't do nothing to us. Okay, but why is it that when a woman is pregnant, she gets darker on certain places of her body?
She gets that black strip.
Why is that?
Straight down the center.
Because something's being generated from the cells, and that's melanocyte stimulating hormone causing the cells to be darker. So it's doing more than just that. Right. So the extra pigmentary effects I talk about in the science of melanin is that it can serve as an antipyretic agent. Antipyretic, okay.
Fever.
You ever cook? Yeah, you cook because you're mastering the kitchen.
Yeah,
right?
I do my thing.
Pyrex dishes?
Yes.
Pyrex was deal with fire. It's an antipyretic agent, so it lowers the intensity of the heat.
That's right.
So it is like a natural fever reducer.
Exactly.
Wow. You mean you don't have to take Tylenol or acetaminophen? Nah, it's just something natural in your body. That's why fevers do have a role to play. To what? Get rid of that.
Of course.
That virus or that foreign agent in the body to heat it up. But your body has natural regulated mechanisms to ensure that it doesn't get too high. And that's that alpha melanocyte stimulating hormone, which you would think has nothing to do with skin. But it has to do with skin, behavior, a whole lot of things. I think you've talked about before, because some of your products deal with digestion,
right,
and feeding. But a lot of those early like food suppressant drugs, some of them had these hormones
inside of them, of course.
Because that gut produces them, and that gut relates to the brain and gut go hand in hand. So now on the science side, they've tried to manipulate those to help out people with their food, the dietary issues.
And it's interesting because when you put all our people together in a room, we generate lots and lots of heat. Okay. We deal with heat very, very well. We deal with spices. Anything that has to deal with the temperature rising, we always feel like we home right there. And I would assume it has something to do with those mechanisms being able to help us regulate.
Yeah, that's a deep thought you have there, because you think about if we had some food items here on the table in this warm room, even though the air is flowing, but the food is being exposed, and you cut it, and now you start seeing it turn brown in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
That's melanin forming right there.
That's right.
So that brownness is helping out preventing spoilage.
Browning effect on avocados, bananas, apples.
So it's serving a reason.
Then you have the Maillard reaction on bread too, and I think they call those melanoids
Yeah.
rather, that gives the bread that kind of brown crust.
Oh, not talking about mold.
Hmm?
You ain't talking about mold.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. But no, interestingly enough, you getting into mold now, we could get into fungus and fungi. And the only reason why Chernobyl has a whole like wildlife sanctuary now is because of this fungi that produces large quantities of melanin.
Was able to live and survive in that radiated environment.
Yes, ate all that radiation, turned it into nutrients for the environment, and now the environment thrives. And there's animals living there.
And it's so deep because when people have talked about melanin for the years, and you read the science journals, BBC articles, they say independent biologists have said that melanin can fight disease.
Mhm.
So melanin helps out to keep foreign agents out. And they say possibly all that stuff. And the word disease comes up because they're relating to black people. So they never talk about the enhancements and what it can really do. So the disease state, it's not a matter of just disease. It's just a matter of keeping the cells healthy.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm saying that on the behavior side, when you have a decimation of those cells that are supposed to be dark in the brain, you suffer from some neurodegenerative problems, like Parkinson's disease is one.
Yes.
So the deep in the brain, you have these cells called the substantia nigra. Substantia, substance, black substance, right there deep in the brain. If those cells start to deteriorate, it has impact on the person's psychomotor skills. They can't walk comfortably. You tell them to do something, they can't actually do it because the brain is not being initiated to make those cells work, to make that organ work.
Right.
And there's tremors.
Yes.
So there's nothing in the brain to stop that muscle organ system to stop the tremor. So now you're seeing that happen with a problem. Now what happens when it's enhanced? Slam basketballs like we do. You play football.
Yes.
I mean, have you seen gymnastics lately?
Yes.
You see who's dominating gymnastics?
Of course.
So I'm just saying psychomotor skill development is been more enhanced when it's working properly and you're feeding it properly.
Yes.
And so hip hop music, I think it was the 50-year anniversary of hip hop right now.
Yeah, we in it right now.
We impacted the world with that. And African people, even on Africa, the continent, what do you call it? Afrobeat music.
Afrobeats and what is the other one? Amapiano.
Now, we change the culture all the time, but all that is rhythm. Yes. Rhythm is all about life. If you don't have rhythm, guess what? You might be, I don't know, trying to destroy the world. So this darkness is, in my opinion, something that absorbs, takes in, and allows things to be at a certain state where there's equilibrium versus out of whack and out of order.
It almost sounds like the reduction of entropy is taking place when melanin is there, because there's always going to be chaos and disorder that's occurring in the system, in the environment, in the structure, and life emerges from the order and the stabilization. And that's what melanin looks like it's doing, is it's stabilizing.
Yeah, so in physics, there's been the chaos theory, and I kind of mentioned that in Science of Melanin, that in randomness, there is order.
Yes.
Even in our heartbeats, even in our breaths, and all the randomness that we have going on biologically and physiologically, there's order in that and how it happens. You know what I mean? Our rhythms of our body in terms of our sleep-wake cycle. You've talked about a lot about, people trying to stay up all night and, keeping their bodies untrained how it should be, and that's why the body then starts to get sick.
Exactly.
So we should be responding to the sun and the moon as it does, and talk about the psychoendocrinology of sunlight and darkness, and dark matter, dark secrets. Things happen at nighttime. Things happen in the daytime. When you work that midnight shift, or was it swing shift, and got your body all jacked up, and you start getting pimples all over your face, and start getting sore throat, and you got your body out of whack.
That's right.
So we have to find ways to keep us in order living this day and time, which it's kind of difficult today.
It is. Circadian rhythm is a must. Most people don't know what it is, and it's real simple. When you look at the word, it's a compound word. It's circa, circle, and then the DN part is dealing with the day. So it's just like a daily cycle. And our cycle is supposed to be expansion, activity during the light hours. And the reason for melanin is kind of like the sun at night. It is going to sequester all of that energy that's taking place during the day, and when we go to sleep and we compress, when we go to sleep and we rest and everything's in the darkness, the light is now within. And we use that light to heal. We can use that light to regenerate. We can use that light to plan for the next day. So when we do wake up the next day, we're ready and we're prepared for the world again.
And the deep thing is that where those cells are in the middle of the brain, the hypothalamus,
yes,
at the very bottom is where the biological clock is.
The SCN,
suprachiasmatic nucleus. Supra, because it's around the chiasm. That's like the place where the eyeballs kind of like merge. You got two eyeballs, but they merge in the brain. So the suprachiasmatic nucleus, if you destroy that, it can knock off an animal or a person's sleep-wake cycle. So that's cellular groups, but they respond to chemicals that are being emitted. So we know that at nighttime we have a chemical called melatonin that's being emitted. Melatonin's, in my opinion, is not just for sleep. It has multiple roles, and I talk about it in terms of its in animals. It can reduce their abilities to reproduce. So in the winter months, animals like deer or animals that out there and responding to the environment, melatonin levels are higher to prevent them from having babies. This makes sense to have babies in wintertime because they're gonna die. Yeah. So that's not how it works in humans, though. So it's doing a lot more. So it helps up the immune system. My concern today is that people think they can use melatonin for sleeping. And if you see commercials now, they got melatonin for children.
Oh no.
Yes. I don't know if it's gummies, but they have melatonin for children. And there have been reports in the past that people have been put in jail for giving their kids melatonin. Some lady had their kids in daycare and she's giving the kids melatonin to make them go to sleep because she got tired of dealing with them. She's in jail. So now you have commercials that have melatonin for kids. I don't know where that melatonin is coming from. I know there's some challenges that some people have had taking it and it could throw off their rhythm. So personally, I do not support that.
No.
But we know biologically it's doing something at nighttime. I don't think it's more than just sleep. It helps out with your immune system, keep your body.
Yeah, it's like asking your personal trainer to do your push-ups for you.
Right, you can do them yourself.
Yeah, you gotta do them yourself. So your body's developed, it's supposed to be making melatonin itself. I find it interesting the inverse relationship melatonin has with insulin. The fact that as melatonin increases, insulin drops. As insulin increases, melatonin drops. And this is why you're not supposed to be eating real late. You see, because obviously if you got a lot of melatonin in you, you don't need a bunch of insulin. You don't need to be breaking down sugars and everything like that because you're sleeping, and vice versa. And this is where the blue light comes in, because when you're up on the phone and when you're up looking at TV, the blue light actually, when we were just talking about palm seed, it actually stimulates the ACTH to lead to gluconeogenesis. So now you're spiking blood sugar. Now you're getting diabetes. Looking at the commercial. Wow. It used to be eating the stuff the commercial was advertising, but now you just watch the commercial and get the diabetes. Melatonin shot, insulin's way up. Now you got desensitized pathways in the body.
And the deep thing about this, hormones are so significant in life. You can take a teaspoon of sugar and throw it to an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and that's the most minute amount of, we're talking about the chemical in your body having an impact. Little. So this whole feeding thing, you talk about melatonin and insulin have an inverse relationship. Well, melatonin at nighttime, in my opinion, is retracting the granules so more sunlight can get in. Okay. You're saying it's higher in insulin, you shouldn't be eating at nighttime. Okay, fine. This issue of these chemicals that are in our gut, you heard of CCK, cholecystokinin?
Yes.
So when you eat, you chew, the food mixes with the mucosal surfaces of your digestive system, makes a chemical that goes to your brain, makes you feel sleepy. Y'all know y'all got a proper word for that, right? Yeah. But it makes you feel sleepy. But that's a little hormone doing that. That's not the only thing it does. I've studied in my research working with animals, vasopressin and oxytocin.
Yes.
More hormones. Vasopressin is supposed to be associated with learning behavior in animals. Oxytocin is associated with social behavior, social hormone. Well, they're also in humans. What was it doing in humans?
Male and female.
So the vasopressin in animals, it makes the animals actually like flank mark, like a rodent, a hamster. They're spontaneously aggressive animals, so they mark the territory. You put that in the brain, stimulate it, makes them flank mark. You put the oxytocin in, they're only different by 2 amino acids, those two chemicals. It makes the animals groom. So it's grooming what? So it can what? Flank mark. It goes hand in hand. But that's not the only thing it does in humans. So after intercourse or after orgasm, spiking oxytocin levels. So there's a touchy feeling coming from making love. It's like because the hormones that are there. So those hormones that are impacting behavior from the foods we eat, from the thoughts we have, that's why people are all jacked up. You start adding the food in there. I mean, we talked about this earlier about the movie, but cloning Tyrone. I told you I had experience when I traveled to Africa, and I think somebody was trying to get me because got off the plane. There was another name, Timothy Moore. It's like what?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
How
So
you know
they,
I'm coming?
so yeah. How did you know I was coming? Right. So the point I'm making is that in that movie it had about the people eating the chicken. Yes. And the place that I went was Tanzania. Oh my goodness, I saw nothing but Kentucky Fried Chicken Pizza Huts everywhere. Kentucky Fried Chicken. And in the movie, you talk about they put stuff in the chicken.
Put it in the chicken.
So we know that the hormones there's a lot of food that's hormone laden. And since it's in the food, you then eat it and that impacts and changes your hormone levels.
Yeah, I know a lot of it these days is through the soy. They even have a term called soy boys now. You know, when you deal with a male that doesn't have, an aggressive nature, any masculinity, devoid of it, they call it a soy boy because of the effect that it has on the hormones. And it affects both sexes. So some people think it just affects the male and it feminizes the male, but it also affects the woman where it makes them more aggressive.
So I was funded by the National Institute for Neurological Disorders and Stroke to study the effects of oxytocin on behavior. So I'm studying aggressive behavior in animals. So to study, hormones are a problem, right? So castrate the males, take out the hormones. So you don't have that as a problem. So I'm sorry about you don't like animal study. I'm sorry. I had to lay the groundwork for doing the research. Yeah, so you castrate the hamsters. There's no hormones. You got to find a way to scientifically investigate it, right? How do we know this product works? You got to make sure you know what's in the product, right? So the animals who were castrated were still aggressive. Must not be testosterone, huh? So went back to the drawing board and I published some articles on this. So the most of the food diets are basically soy based. It's easy lab chows, soy based diets.
Okay.
So maybe they're getting the hormones from the food. So we compared animals on a soy based diet and a casein based diet, which is no soy.
Right.
And so did those studies and we found changes in the brain as a result of receptors. Did immunocytochemistry and looked at changes in estrogen receptors in the brain, and also hormone levels were different.
Okay.
So we now know the diet is having an impact on the animal's behavior. We know in humans that happens, but I'm saying we have to do the groundwork with the science. And so my concern was that all the other studies that have done for years, and now you're looking at animals and research, if you're not looking at the animals being fed, then you might have your data all misconstrued.
Exactly.
So the soy, I'm not saying anything bad with soy. I'm not saying to or not to. All I'm saying is that yes, it can have an impact. So in your regular diet, there's something called phytoestrogens.
Oh yes.
Natural plant-based estrogens. So I mean we're getting them from several places. Even the plastic bottles that they say some people are consuming can have an impact on your hormones.
Oh, we're talking about phthalates now. And if you want to talk about movies, we get into Black Dynamite where they talked about Anaconda malt liquor.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Black Dynamite?
Yeah, Black Dynamite with Michael Jai White. This was a film similar to They Clone Tyrone, where they kind of superimposed, a lot of information and knowledge in the movie. And there was a conspiracy happening in the Black community of this Anaconda malt liquor that all the men were drinking, and it turns out that they were hiding an ingredient there that was causing their reproductive areas to shrink.
Yeah, this is not even funny.
To height what they call it, hypogonadism.
Yeah.
So I saw the studies or the reports that came out on phthalates, the microplastic chemicals, and it was resulting in a lot of children being born with abnormally small penises. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, look at Anaconda Malt Liquor.
That's deep. And I have in Dark Matters, Dark Secrets article about South Africa.
Yes.
P.W. Botha, when they had that apartheid going on,
right?
They were like, what can we do to put in the drinks of these blacks? They don't have malt liquor, I don't believe, in South Africa. But what can we do to put in the drinks? So the fact that you got governmental officials thinking like that, you talking about a movie that happened like that, and we know malt liquor is only sold in the hood.
Of course.
I got a bottle. I bought it to show the students. It says Fat Boy Malt Liquor.
Not Fat Boy.
PHAT, Fat Boy Malt Liquor. Now I'm telling you that you probably know it don't exist.
I had no idea it was a Fat Boy malt.
So if I brought the bottle in with a big old handle, make you feel real
with
good.
a big handle on it?
Malt liquor. Triple X on it.
Malt
XXL
liquor,
or something.
Liquor don't got no handles.
But they sucking us in. That's what I'm saying.
Making it easy.
Sucking in, and that stuff is cheaper than other alcoholic items.
Right.
And so those 40 ounces and all the stories, you see the movies, Boys in the Hood drinking 40. So yeah, you put that out there, easy to put something in the drink. Keep giving it to them. Have an impact on them. So yeah, that's a problem. And then we say about the communities. So I presented in Nigeria 2006 at a neuroscience conference. And I was presenting my work on the phytoestrogens. Yeah. And in Nigeria, there's a community, I think Igbo land. There's a lot of twins.
Ooh.
Why are these twins in this one little area? So you can Google that and study that and see that. But I was telling them it's because of the food, the yams, phytoestrogens, and so it's going to mess with the physiology. I don't know if you ever remember Usain Bolt talking about the reason why he's fast. He said it was yams. That's what he said. You know.
So that's what Charlie Wilson was talking about. Okay, we finally know what he talking about with the yams now.
So all I'm saying is that the food items, what we put in, has an impact on how our body responds. Without a question.
Wow. Yes.
And then the melanin as an absorber, taking in all that, it helps to protect, but in the long run can also create a problem, like causing the cells to die out.
I was just about to ask you about that, just how melanin plays a role when it comes to chemicals and drugs, how that it has such an affinity for these alkaloids and certain chemicals, and it could be a gift and it could be a curse. That's why certain things are targeted at us, because of how melanin reacts to these chemicals specifically.
Yeah, so basically chemical biological warfare is going on. I've done a presentation in the past on ethnic specific drugs and how they have an impact on people. So if melanin as a chemical or as a biological entity can absorb, it explains why you maybe could be doing Robitussin or NyQuil, and you go get a drug test and you find they said you got cocaine in your system. So there are studies looking at hair, and all that hair you got, they might say, let's go see if this guy's doing any drugs. Take a hair sample, and you may have had one of your products that had a lot of phenols in it or something. You're doing drugs. So the melanin is because of the melanin absorbing whatever's in those chemical processes. So the drug testing process is discriminatory. Who's there to fight for that person in court because they just lost their job? They said you were on cocaine. They weren't on cocaine. The hair sample showed it from some chemical item you've taken. So the melanin can latch on the chemicals and hold it for a while. That's why there's a problem with people having LSD trips. You took a LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide, a long time ago, and then maybe something later on in life, could be years later, it triggered you to now have another trip.
Right.
It's because the melanin's absorbing the chemical, keeping it in your system longer than it should be. So from marijuana to cocaine to any other chemical that is foreign, it may latch on and give a different feeling versus a person who is melanin recessive, not going to feel the same things. I don't think a lot of black people do, or melanin dominant people do methamphetamine.
No.
It's different high.
Yes.
They do a lot of marijuana, different high. And it has a lot to do with the chemical composition of the body.
Yeah, and we have an endocannabinoid system. Specifically, we have a nervous system that is designed to deal with cannabis, not necessarily externally, because we create all of these particular alkaloids, chemicals, terpenes, and things of that nature inside of our body. I know we make anandamide, the bliss molecule. We make that from arachidonic acid, as well as a host of other chemicals. So we're able to process these things inside. And if I'm not mistaken, if we take it back to the Pomsey, metcatholin, which is another component that's cleaved off palm seed, that actually deals with our endocannabinoid system.
Okay. And that's recent research in terms of coming up with anandamide and the receptors for marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
So the reality is anything that's natural in the environment, your body has something because your body's we're just replicas of the universe. Exactly. So from the cocaine, there's receptors for that. Oh, yes. From the opium, there's receptors for that. So for the marijuana, there's receptors. All those natural things that are out there in the environment, our bodies are supposed to can use it. And so there's receptors for it. So that storyline has been recent. I remember studying at the undergrad level. You ever heard of something called tetrahydroisoquinolines?
No. So
if you took alcohol,
yes,
mix it with dopamine, it makes these chemicals that are kind of related to almost like opioids. But tetrahydroisoquinolines, it creates a situation where the person is more higher than they should be. So that alcohol and the dopamine makes something. That makes sense because you talk about any chemical you put in your body, it's going to have impact on other chemicals. Right. And everybody who does the stimulant drugs, most of them are what's stimulating that dopamine, stimulating those centers in the brain for reinforcement from the nucleus or the ventral tegmentum to the nucleus accumbens, the mesolimbic system. You heard of that? Oh, yes. So the two systems. So people who are studying want to know about dopamine, two major systems, mesolimbic and the nigrostriatal. Mesolimbic is from the middle of the brain to the limbic system. Limbic system, the nucleus accumbens. That's the one that makes people like, I got to keep doing it. I got to keep doing that. That reinforcing effect. It could be donuts. It could be gambling. It could be sex. It could be that drug. But got to keep doing that. So something in your brain is doing that.
Is that addictions?
Yeah, absolutely. Make you keep doing it. The other one, the nigrostriatal, is the one for movement. So the other one is emotions. This one is for movement. So from the substantia nigra to the caudate nucleus or striatum, another name for it. The point is that both of them are dopamine, but two different effects. One for what? Emotion. The other for what? Movement. Yeah. So chemicals that are being taken. I read a book by Wallace Terry called Bloods. It's an oral history of the Black Vietnam veterans. Okay. And he was talking about how the brothers were taking, like marijuana, things that calming up, calm them down. The white people were taking like amphetamine, things that rev them up. Same experience, but dealing with differently. So physiologically, I'm saying if we don't look at that as a reason why drug effects are different between people, like blood pressure medicines, we don't look at it as a difference, we'll never solve the problems on that scale.
And that's one of the biggest issues in healthcare is the fact that they try to throw everybody in the same bin when they know we all have different phenotypes, different physiology, right? So it's like, how are we going to always have why are you going to have a RDA of anything when you know good and well, I need more iron than you. We know good and well, I need way more vitamin D than you.
So you're not funded by any of the pharmaceutical agents?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
So we get in trouble saying something like that? Okay.
I don't think so. Not today.
So the whole perspective with this coronavirus that hit and how it works with this ACE2 inhibitor, how it so-called gets into your system.
Let's back up for a
No,
second.
we got to go forward.
Let's back up real quick though before you go into that. It's called the what virus?
They call it the coronavirus because of the shape of it, right? The corona, it has all these spikes
in it.
Corona though, sun.
So they just put it in our face.
You can say that.
Please keep going.
If you look at the virus itself, how it gets into your body is by this ACE2 receptor.
Yes.
Guess what? It's everywhere in your body. Oh, really? So we know blood pressure medicines are different for certain people.
Right.
Black people don't do well with ACE2 inhibitors. Guess what? This virus gets in by that mechanism. People taking that lisinopril. Oh, you go YouTube, people getting big old lips and swelling facial areas from taking that medicine.
Right.
So Black people may do, or melanin dominant people may do better with calcium channel blockers or water pills, and not the ACE2 inhibitors. The point I'm making is that particular agent that was used to shut the system down, it attacked that system that is really all over the body. And then you now got Black people taking these medicines that are advantageous for that chemical to get into the body, while Black people are dying more than others.
You constantly taking a medication that inhibits that particular receptor, and then now you have a particular protein that's coming into your body that affects that receptor. Is going to, yeah, your body is usually going to shut things down that are foreign, but in this case it's weak and it's been getting beat down for all these years, because you've been taking this repetitious medication. Now there's no defense mechanism and it can find its way in.
And people were so worried about, oh, Africa's going to be decimated. Oh, African, because they don't have any medical, treatments. Oh, Africa wasn't even impacted by this. They don't have the blood pressure issues. You know what I mean?
Right.
The diets are different, and they got that melanin. So I wrote an article with a brother named Niana Rasayan, published in the Journal of Social and Behavioral Health, dealing with the issue of melanin being a milieu that helps to fight diseases.
Right.
And so we broke that down scientifically, but the reality is, you saw it, Africa wasn't decimated.
And this has a lot to do with the fact that when we are in the sun, right underneath our skin in the subcutaneous fat, we have cholesterol. When this cholesterol reacts with the sun, we end up producing, they call it a vitamin, but you would call it
Sotriol. So that sun and the environment too, also I think is something you look at with triggering things, because there's not a lot of technology in a lot of those places in Africa. Now, I've been to east, west, north, south. I've been all over Africa, and the technology is not as great. Kind of makes sense, because you think about these areas where technology has been great, you have a higher incidence of this dying from this particular agent that's out there. People start throwing in the 5G and this technology and the towers and the energy. And so you're infiltrated with all this technology, and your body's now more susceptible. Africa doesn't have all that.
So melanin has the ability to absorb all these frequencies of light. So that would mean that electromagnetic radiation would also affect melanin.
Yeah.
And when you say 5G, people say, "Oh, that's like 5 gigs." I'm like, "No, that's 5th generation, and it's like 22.4 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz. We're talking billions of cycles per second, which is a lot of waving going on.
Over that time period where everybody was at home, you go back to work, you look at all these
All
towers.
towers just pop on up.
They have to have a lot of them to make it work faster.
Yes.
So your toaster can go on by push the button. I mean, so you can now drive your car and not drive your car.
You can just say Siri, turn it on.
So that technology, I believe, is also having impact on people's health. So we're being geoengineered, and that's having impact. So you mentioned the cholesterol. You're right. Cholesterol from the very beginning is important for making those hormones we just talked about earlier. Without the cholesterol, you don't have those hormones. So cholesterol is not bad.
No.
You got your good and bad. You got your HDLs and your HDLs and LDLs. I mean, there's differences, but the reality is cholesterol is a needed substance. And you think about the changes in the body that happen, like people talk about when we go to, they clone Tyrone, and we talk about in the hair products too. And so a lot of Black women, when they were growing up, mom used the eggs and the mayonnaise and put it in their hair, and that's cholesterol, that's hormones. You start seeing people getting bigger than they normally should be because of those added substances that are being put in the body. When you think about your scalp, things can get into your scalp.
Of course.
When people do Head and Shoulders and all those Selsun Blue and those aluminum-laden shampoos, that stuff seeps into your body.
And I hear that a lot of coroners, after they look at corpses, they see these black layers and all this gook of the chemicals after all these years that have got collected and trapped.
Hair processing and all that.
Yeah.
It's dangerous, like I said, in terms of we don't really pay attention to these external sources that then get into the body and then wreak havoc. You don't die of natural causes. You just die of poisoning over time.
Right, because the body's designed to keep going. It gets aged. It suffers from senescence. It suffers from toxicity. And as long as we prevent that toxicity, cleanse the toxicity, keep on providing the electricity and light, then the body keeps functioning. Because we sitting right here talking, we looking at you. They say black don't crack, and you a testament to that.
Right. So that and one of the advantages we say of melanin is an antioxidant, right? neutralizes toxic substances.
Now let's unpack that real quick. I came up with an interesting take on antioxidants. So antioxidants, you use those for free radicals, right?
Yes.
I said people were like, what is a free radical? Can you explain that? I said, yeah, free radicals is Debo.
Okay.
From Friday. Snatching grandmama's chain.
Okay. All right. Making it real. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Rolling around the neighborhood, creaking on that little bike, just snatching grandmama's chain.
Okay.
And whenever you're able to give some stability to a free radical, which I guess would be Craig hitting him beside the head with that brick, you know what I'm saying? And you stabilize it, then it's not going to go around trying to salvage and take and steal from everything else, destroying all the processes of the body.
Right. So you are the movie expert, so I see how you're making that connection. In terms of wreaking havoc. But that's the reality of what free radicals are in nature. They are destroying the cells because they're trying to find an extra electron to latch on to. As it's doing it, keeps destroying cells. So the melanin serves to reduce those free radicals, diminish that damage, keeping the cells looking young and healthy. Not just externally, but what? Also internally. So that's why when we say melanin serves as a biological enhancer, yeah, it's not just absorbing energy, it's also keeping the body fit to not allow pollution and toxicity to destroy it. Now, the thing is, if we had a whiteboard here and a black eraser with black ink and a whiteboard, and I'm erasing it, and I keep erasing it, over time, that eraser is no longer going to work as well anymore because all that toxicity from the ink has gotten on it. So it worked really good early on, but you keep using it over and over. It's absorbed so much toxicity that now it's not working right. That's the same thing in the brain. So over time, again, we're living. So with the light shining in the environment, dust is everywhere. On all that dust is also viruses, particles. But as that pollution gets into your body, you're ingesting it. Where's it going? The early studies on Alzheimer's talked about the front of the brain, the frontal lobes, are where you saw a lot of damage. In the basal area, right here in the front.
Olfactory.
Kind of makes sense.
Smell.
And people talked about with aluminum deposits. Early on were like a lot of aluminum deposits in the nasal area. Kind of makes sense because you're breathing that stuff in.
Exactly.
And so as it destroys those cells and they start having those memory problems. The Parkinson's is a little bit different because it's not like you're sniffing it in. You could be ingesting it and then it now latches on and stays in the brain. You see in the commercials right now about paraquat, herbicide. Looks just like something that can be destroying those cells in the substantia nigra. Because all those paraquat commercials about if you think you have this, you know, the commercial at the very end. So if you think you have this, you can sign up for a Parkinson's disease study or something like that. But it's because the chemicals have been latched on in that brain, and now over time it was protecting, but it's got so much in there.
Compromising. Yeah. And you're suffering pallor. It starts to get pale. Start losing all of the melanated sensors. And there's 12 nuclei that go up the brain stem and into the brain.
Yeah.
And there's these rich melanin, and it's because we talked about the substantia nigra, and that's black substance. Then you got the locus ceruleus, right? You got the blue spot, but then you have these 12 centers.
Yeah, they all have different names, and that's why we talk about ancient times. Amenta means what? The underworld. Yeah. So that's the amenta nerve tract. So these black dots that are leading up into the rest of the brain, they each have a role to play in certain forms of behavior. Even if you think about cells that are in the brain going up, the reticular formation.
Yes.
Reticular activating system. I mean, it's all to keep the body alert. There's also the Raphi system to keep you up, to make you go to sleep. So all these chemicals have to be released.
Yes.
So the blue dot or locus ceruleus releases norepinephrine. The substantia nigra releases what? Dopamine. So those areas, if they're then not working right, yeah, those hormones aren't released. Guess what? The brain's not receiving the neurotransmitters, and therefore you're not thinking properly. Behavioral problems. So the amenta nerve tract is what they talked about way in the past, ancient times. Dr. King, may his soul rest in peace, was one of the kind of originators to talk about the black dot, the black seed, the archetype of humanity. You know, so he talked about the amenta nerve tract a long time ago, but that's what those black dots are.
And it's interesting because we start off as children in our development with black dots, connecting the dots. That's how we formulate our first images once we connect the dots, the next part is to fill it in with color. This is how we're able to establish order out of something that isn't visually stable yet. And then we add the colors to kind of create more of a defined and rich picture. So that's exactly what we're doing today, is connecting the dots. And what we have to continue doing is to connect the dots.
Absolutely. And that's why it's powerful for me, because in the classroom, that's what I try to do with the students, because you're going to have a class, you're going to have another class. Do you remember me saying that? Oh, yeah, right. Right. We're trying to connect the dots so you now understand, because you can't get it in one class. You can't get it in one semester. It takes time to kind of connect things. I never met you. You never met me. So I've seen your work. You've seen my work. We're on parallel universes, doing the same things, different ways. So that reality of now, how do you connect that? Guess what? You can blast off to another consciousness. So that's what we're doing here. I mean, I'm honored to be in the midst of, again, you taking this to another level with your family, your tradition, and your skill set. I mean, you could teach in a couple other biochemistry classes in a university, as far as I feel, in terms of what I've seen you present. So with us connecting the dots, hopefully the audience will understand a little bit better that they got to get to work. Not just for us telling them, you got to start applying what we're teaching so you can raise your consciousness.
Oh yeah, you got to get up, get out, and get something, So speaking of connecting the dots, we had a young sister here that spoke here at Black Dot not too long ago. We were just talking about it. You said that she did an amazing job with her presentation. Yes. And because she represents the youth, I wanted to ask, okay, what would you like to ask Dr. Moore if you had an opportunity? So she gave me the questions. So I want to make sure I get her questions to you. So our first question was, since melanin and spirit are connected, according to your research, as an individual begins to elevate themselves to a higher consciousness by elevating where they are metaphysically as far as the chakras and increasing their spiritual awareness, would their melanin begin to shift and evolve as well? Are there actions that we take on a spiritual level that can affect and change the way our melanin functions in our bodies on a molecular level?
Wow, what a deep question. What? And that's a deep student. Come on now. I actually saw her present. It's Kennedy, right?
Yes.
I saw her present at a conference, and she had my work up there, and I said, wow. Sometimes you think of people being dead when they start talking about the work on the video.
I know.
I'm still alive,
now.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a pretty deep question. I guess the metaphysical question, really. So does our melanin change?
Does it evolve? I think, is there an enhancement involved in this process?
Yeah, I think it has a result to do with consciousness. Since consciousness can change, yes, the melanin can change. Is melanin consciousness? That's the great question. Because where is consciousness? Because when we just talk about vibing, sometimes you can just feel something.
Right.
What is that you're feeling? It's a vibration. We just call it vibes. But where is it coming from? Exactly. And where do you feel it? Is it just in the skin? Is it something with aroma? It's all that, because there's aromatherapy, right? So you say, does it change? I say yes, because you think about the food items. We don't eat the same foods we ate when we were living on this planet. We were brought here, and given something, so it's changed our consciousness. So yes, I think that the environment and what we see in terms of media and what we're being fed, because you can be fed a consciousness by the radio, you can be fed consciousness by the television, someone telling you a vision, right? So all that then impacts, in my opinion, yes, how your melanin can function. So many people are disconnected from their themselves and their history because they don't know themselves, because someone else is telling you what to think. That's why we watch The Matrix, one of the scenes where Neo's coming out the pods, unplug himself. It says, man, Morpheus, my eyes hurt.
Yeah.
Because you never used them before. So yeah, I think that melanin can change, but it's not like the content's changing. It's the way that it's operating to absorb energy.
Right.
I mean, personally, I can't deal with commercial radio anymore, which means I don't deal with commercial TV, which means I watch sports. I mean, I like sports. I mean, but turn the TV down when it's commercials coming. Radio, independent radio. WRFG, you're in Atlanta, WRFG, 89.3.
Of course.
I work at Clark Atlanta University, 91.9, WCLK. So you put the independent radio stations.
That's the jazz station, right?
Yeah. So I'm just saying, put our money where there's like not marketing. And so in the marketing, it's all about, as we live this day and age that we're dealing with today, the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex. And you know, from the TV and the radio commercials, they got this drug, and at the very end, they say real fast, your ears might fall off, your hair might up, and your feet might go. They say all that real fast that there's going to be yeah. So I'm saying that environment feeds your consciousness in the wrong way. But you start listening to certain kinds of music, I think trap music really is a trap.
I mean, they say what it is flat out off the rip, right?
Got you stuck.
Yeah.
We don't listen to jazz anymore. People don't play real instruments anymore. That's why one of my favorite hip hop groups is Roots. Because they play with the band.
Black Thought.
You looking like Questlove right there with the fro, you know?
Come on now.
So for me, I'm just saying consciousness certainly can be altered by what you're being fed.
Yes.
When you're being fed something, I think it then changes your melanin. Not so much on a biological level, but on the way it receives information. Because we are all receiving information all around us.
Yes.
Cell phones. I mean, I don't like to use, I never talk on the cell phone with it by my head. It's energy.
Of course.
Get a headache. You already feel it. You know it. So that's changing something, right? So yeah, physically, there could be some changes, but the way the question's asked, I think we need to start looking at this issue of soul studies.
Soul studies.
Yeah, I mean, what is the soul? Our ancient African ancestors talked about 7 divisions of the soul. We just say soul. They had 7 divisions. So personally, she did come to my presentation where I talked about changing the term of melanin to kabafa. Kabafa, when we're dealing with these terms, dealing with spirituality and people connecting. Not so much the biology of eumelanin, pheomelanin, or neuromelanin, but the term of how spirit is related to all this. So what does kabafa mean? Kabafa is the first division of the soul. Ka.
Yes.
There's 7 divisions. Ka, ba, kaba, se, puta, atmu. So 7 divisions. Ka is the symbol of the body.
Yes.
2 hands
The
raised.
melanocyte.
Surrender. Yeah, so
Right?
that's the cellular Ka, right? So in ancient Middle Terror, it's looked at as 2 hands raised. That's Ka, the body. The second was Ba, breath, the human-headed bird. So when we start talking about spirit, you gotta have a body, gotta have breath.
Yes.
And here's the deep thing. If you've ever read George G. and James, Stolen Legacy, he has a chapter in there, chapter 5, talks about what Democritus was saying back in the day, Greek, I guess, scientist, philosopher, plagiarizer, whatever you want to call it, because you know they didn't create it. Greek history is like 640 to 322 BC. All the stuff they talked about was way before that. Talked about fire atoms. If you ever go back and read, they talk about fire atoms.
Fire atoms.
And that related to nous and the mind. So I'm saying, ka, ba, fa, adding the fire atoms, what our ancient African ancestors were already talking about. Was fire atoms melanin? So I'm saying kabafa, I'll write my next book to kind of put it in the context, but that is how I'm describing her question about does your melanin change on a spiritual level. I think if we start looking at changing the dynamics of the word, I mean, melano is a Greek word.
Yeah, it is.
So we're focused on European or Eurocentric ways of describing something.
Maybe that's why Dr. Sabi was like, there's no melanin. He's like, I'm not subscribing to that.
Fuck that. Right. So if we want to throw it out because of that, I'm all with that. I mean, you already know melanin's a carbon-based molecule. Fine. So we focus on that and the science of it. Good. But how do you deal with the spirit? You know, in African psychology now, we talk about Saku Shetty. You ever read any work written by Dr. Wade Nobles or Dr. Naim Akbar, great founders and basically presidents of the ABPSI, Association of Black Psychologists, talk about Saku Shetty. So Saku is really what we should be calling psychology. Psyche is another Greek word. Psyche just meaning the Greek goddess for the mind, but Saku dealt with she, the illuminator, the all-seeing eye. You're getting more than just the mind.
Exactly.
So we say she, women are more connected than men in terms of spirit. Women have more of a sense of intuition than men. So the she, the intuition, the illumination, the all-seeing eye, there's something more to understanding what we're saying as psychology. So to answer that question, when you start studying it like that, oh yeah, you can change it. So many people are disconnected from the history right now that they wouldn't even be able to conceptualize it. But once you change that melanin, maybe, and understand your blackness, or the concepts related to absorption, you now what absorbing it better.
All right, so we got the second question here. And just to expound off what you just said, it's like in the beginning was the word, and it's like what was in the beginning, and obviously it was sound because something had to be said, for them to say let there be light. You had to say it, so sound was there. But even before the light and even before the sound, darkness was there. So in the spirit, in the metaphysics, in the meditation, you're going to have a common denominator in all of those, and that's going to be the darkness, because that's what you see when you close your eyes. That's when you see what you see when you're still, you know so melanin is not just the polymer, but it's the darkness. It's just that we have the darkness a lot in us. I have recently heard the term neuromelanated beings being referenced on social media platforms by conscious Black creators when referring to melanin instead of just melanin as a whole. In your book, Dark Matter, Dark Secrets, you describe neuromelanin as being distinctly different from melanin, but also being found in the brain. Should we look at our neuromelanin as a separate aspect than the melanin that resides in our skin and other organs?
Since we're wrapping up, a quick response to that is yes. Because the brain is nothing to do with the skin ain't nothing to do with the brain, but they are all connected.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say nothing to do with, we're saying that skin is a different entity. That's the largest entity in the body, largest organ in the body.
Right.
But it's not the brain.
It's not.
The brain is the most elaborately constructed entity in the universe, but it's not the skin, but it's all connected. So we have to start defining what makes behavior. So the neuromelanated beings, everybody has neuromelanin.
Mm-hmm.
Even albinos have neuromelanin, but it's not working right in some people for it to be able to breakdance and move in this 50-year anniversary of hip hop. You know what I mean? So there's a whole creation that happens from what we do. And that's why I say I focus on us being endarkened. As we're being endarkened, not enlightened, guess what? We're able to understand this much better.
Endarkenment?
Yeah, forget the enlightenment. That's why we're all jacked up. Don't know anything. Endarkenment. Enlightened, you've been enlightened, but you don't know about your own history. So we have to endarken ourselves in that.
What are your thoughts on the term carbon-based beings?
Carbon-based beings? Well, we are. I mean, it's what melanin is. So if we want to start defining things, redefining things, I think we're in a better position rather than using Greek terms to define who we really are.
All right, this is our last question right here. Do you think with an increase of our Black youth focusing on studying melanin, that with the continuation of those studies and further pursuing that research as they reach higher academic levels, that we can begin to create treatments with a specific focus on melanin and create technologies that would enhance melanin in certain areas, cure and prevent certain neurological and physiological diseases, and create various surgical techniques with a specific focus on melanin? And if so, should we? With such an increased focus on melanin by Europeans studying melanin, dangerous for our people to do on a high scale. For example, high-level academic institutions and publishing research papers at labs working on melanin research in labs. Yeah, I think she just kind of put all that together. So I think what she's trying to say is, should we be studying melanin in order to create better healing modalities, regeneration protocols for ourselves, since Europeans put so much energy in studying
yes,
as well?
And it's only going to happen until we put the information out
there
and the technology for people to know. If we don't do that, there's no base.
Right.
So right now, I appreciate Kennedy's with her energy and level as she then goes on to grad school. She goes on to get her degree to now use what we're having as a baseline to now create those products or create that particular line of information that we need. Right now has to start somewhere. I think what we're doing right here is connecting the dots to now it's time for someone else to color it in.
Right.
So the next generation will be coloring it in. So without a question, what she's saying is what we need, but she's not going to be able to do it without having the right information. That's up to us.
And one of the greatest ways to start doing that now is, if you're talking about melanin, we're talking about color, we're talking about pigments. Pigments already exist in our environment. So when you start incorporating pigments into your diet, you start consuming these pigments, then you can utilize all of these light-based molecules in order to better your situation. And we find those in the berries with the anthocyanins. You find that in the prickly pear with the betalains. You find that with melanin being in chaga mushrooms in dates as well as in watermelon seeds. We love watermelon. Obviously, it knows how to utilize water in there. And then we have things like sea moss that have all of their dark pigments in there as well. So, being able to just stay connected with nature, then we can process light efficiently as long as we stay connected.
So nature's critical. Get off that laptop, that iPad, that computer, back to nature. Kids ain't even outside anymore. So it has to start somewhere. But as long as we're guiding them, I think we got a chance to win.
So Dr. Moore referenced a great deal of his research and informations and written works during this whole conversation. I would definitely suggest you rush and get as many of his books as you can. I'm going to let him touch on each one of these titles that we have here so you can see what they're about and what their titles are. We'll start off with his most recent work, which is called Pigment Power: Topics on Melanin in Science and Health.
Yeah, so I wrote that in 2020, right before the pandemic was really going on. I added that chapter called a Pigment Power Defense System to kind of put that out. But I was trying to explain the importance of this, not just black power, but pigment power. So the whole dynamic we just said about food items and what we need to be able to appreciate what we're putting in our bodies. And I talked about Rhythm Nation, I talked about how, all these things that are going on in our environment, politics. You have a black president, but was it really a black president? All those things like pigment politics is out there. So kind of dealt with that in Pigment Power.
And you can't forget one of the most powerful chapters you got in here, Penis Power.
Okay.
Brothers need to know about that chapter. They could learn a few things.
You got some beats in here somewhere? So beats are something that can be used for basically stimulating your cardiovascular system. Not so much cardiovascular, your nervous system.
Okay.
And give you energy. And so when you hear all the commercials about beet powder and beets, they really have a powerful impact. The point is that they're pigmented.
Mm-hmm.
Any food items with pigments are powerful. So in that chapter, we're just emphasizing the fact that beets are very important for stimulating your nervous system.
Right, because usually when people are talking about libido and they're talking about erectile dysfunction, it always comes from the perspective of the blood flow and the cardiovascular system. But you're actually addressing the nervous system aspect of it all. Yes. Powerful. All right, so we got Clue Seeker, a journey back through time to search for an identity. That's ironic. We were just talking about that, right? A journey back through time to search for an identity.
Yeah, the number 13 for me is a significant number because every time I saw this 13, things started happening. It's like it made me pay attention. So I started seeking clues. And then so every time I see that 13 or something with 13 in there, things were happening in my life. So I broke it down and wrote down as I was traveling through the world. Like I went to Portugal and I'm there hanging with some scientists that I knew from the area and they didn't see me. So I was like, I'm Ghost Man now. Here in the place that I work, you know me, but some foreign land, I'm like, you don't even see me. So just broke it down my explorations throughout the world, but how the number 13 and you got to pay attention to things in your life. You start to see how they impact you and how, if you don't pay attention, you're not going to be able to keep up with life.
Your last name, M, 13th letter.
Absolutely. I think I'll talk about that too. There.
Y'all got to get those books. We want to also acknowledge Henrietta Lacks. We want to acknowledge Dr. Mona Harrison. We want to acknowledge Ernest Everett Just, three giants in science that, aren't talked about enough, that have definitely contributed to where we are today and the findings, that are in these books as well.
And maybe we'll come back next time and talk about those people because they're very important in terms of what they have contributed. We can't pass over the HeLa cells, which comes from Henrietta
Lacks. And congratulations to the family who have just, won that case and they're about to get that payout for all these years,
And other companies that should be paying them something or give them some remuneration. And he said Ernest Everett Just, he's a black scientist who really studied about the cell membrane. Because of him, we know about how it operates. So it is Ernest Everett Just actually went to Dartmouth, I believe, and helped start Omega Psi 5 for those that are into the fraternity systems, but he certainly was a very influential person. And the other one you mentioned was
Dr.
Well,
Mona
a good
Harrison.
gentleman.
water.
Yes.
Yeah.
So all of the four phases of water, coherence domain, everything that we're learning today, even the splitting and the disassociation of water that melanin does, all of this goes back to the studies and the work that Dr. Mona Harrison.
So maybe next time we'll talk about the other scholars too.
Oh yes, part 2's coming.
Okay.
All right, man.
People who have melanin have been told that everything in the body is governed by the brain, and that every reaction in every system is brain governed, and that is wrong. Melanin acts independently. It is capable of instantaneous reaction to energy fields without being processed through any of the neuron synapses and dendrite stems of the brain. In other words, it acts as a chlorophyllin carrier. It takes energy, reacts to it, and processes its own information to its nearby cells. That's why you can get, again, those beautiful moves of the Michael Jordans, those cuts and so by the football players, and those immediate reactions, because you can't stop and think. They have to train people without melanin or with little melanin to react. People with melanin react anyway, because it's like what they showed on the Black Buddhas. You have eyes everywhere. You are totally conscious, and you don't wait for brain processing, which slows it down. We'll prove this to you in the classes, because you can inflict pain, and if you have your mind off somewhere, it'll take sometimes up to 15 seconds before you feel the pain. And you can even delay that longer if you're trying to offset pain by merely mind control. They don't teach you, though, with melanin, you can make that instantaneous reaction, or you can delay it up to 30 seconds, or you cannot even get to feel it at all by simply using certain ways with melanin and ingesting certain foods and herbals. Melanin is a gift from the gods. With melanin, you can speed up your healing process in half. And if you really get into a strong magnetic field, nothing to do with the electricity, which hurts you in the main, you can be even cut that into a third. You can see into the body without using anode cathode ray bombardments, if you have melanin, by using magnetic fields. One of my favorite people coming in there again, Brother Lilly. Brother William Lilly, hello there. Gotta say hi to you. This is a man who has helped me a great deal when I've come in here to New York. First time he's attended one of my lectures. I'm very happy about that. Once you begin to use this kind of energy in this fashion again, per se, you can speed up everything that your body does and everything that your brain does. You can even speed up the kind of energy and frequencies that normally you're attuned to that come in to your body and into your brain. This makes you a god. What is a god? I'm not going to go into all of that because that's a long thing, but any race of people or any individual that begins to do the super normal that everyone else is not usually able to do is looked upon as a wondrous avatar or person. People want to worship people. You shouldn't worship any person, really. No person should be worshiped. No person should be envied. Respected, studied, watched, emulated if what they're doing is good. That's as far as it takes, because you too are gods. How do I know it? You have melanin. All the history of the gods that came from various places, advanced scientists, advanced races of all description, from lizard-looking creatures to snake-looking creatures, from little short ones to very tall ones, 30 feet tall. The bones are still on our earth to prove that they did live here at one time in physical form. All were amazed at the most advanced people in our galaxy, what they had done with a certain issue of people here by giving them melanin, the gift of the gods. That's why you're being buzzed now with all kind of UFOs. I know Bobby Hibbert talking about the mothership and so, but they got motherships of all descriptions around here, good and bad. Some you don't want to get near. Don't even want to get within 50 miles of them if you can avoid it. And others, you want to run and embrace, and if they weren't around, you'd have been annihilated a long time ago. But we'll see about that. We talk it, break it down in our classes. Government's well aware, well aware. In fact, they've even built about 33 of them themselves, and I don't know how long, because that was last year, as they are now trying to get into photon drive and so. But your gift is that at the highest degree of the cultivation of melanin throughout the pigments of the cells, endodermal, ectodermal, bloodstream, and so each of those glands is then able to reach its highest vibration and loose what is called the astral body. The real mothership. As I said before in one of my lectures, and I had to do this because the brother kind of introduced it on a level that is way out esoterically, and he's right. To say all but one thing I agree with him on. So I have to now kind of change what I was going to present and back into the actual melanin wars to tie in with what he has started. When the melanin in a form of high energy yield throughout the body vibrates, every cell in every organ vibrates faster. Since melanin is also in the brain vibrates faster. And the frequencies that it can reach are astounding. They're the frequencies that let you seem to be out of your body looking down on it that they all talk about. They're the frequencies that let you sense when something's going to happen to one of your loved ones before it happens. And if it's happening, almost go crazy because you know it's happening even though you're not there. It beats any switch on EATT, Northern Telecom, or Bell Atlantic. It is your instantaneous form of communication. It is a thing that messes up your cable TV when you pass by it. It is a thing that sometimes when you get excited, again, begins to interfere with your TV patterns. And it's a thing that we just don't utilize enough. Why? Because who was going to teach it? The teachers were killed when they brought us out of Mother Africa. The teachers were killed when they attempted to do it here. And even under the Masonic Guild and the ancient ones who tried to at least serve the gods by helping the children of the gods know who they were killed and tortured as worse as you were because they didn't want you to know who you were. They wanted to steal the planet, imprison you, and take what the gods had left. Again, I'm talking about gods, advanced scientists from many worlds watching a special project here on this planet Tierra, Shan, Sanche, all names for this little place. Melanin, when operating well, causes the pituitary gland to release hormones that they haven't even cataloged. They can't because they have no way to measure the hormonal things because they're instantaneously then and they're gone. But when they're there, they give you flashes of the cosmic universe. Intuitive flashes in full color of who you have been and what you can be. The same flashes that when you depart this body and your life passes before you, that you go through again. But did they ever teach you that you don't have to die to bring that about? That cosmic wisdom of knowing everything that your ancestors knew is yours every night when you go to sleep and between 11 and 2:30 when the melanin glands are working at its best. But you must have total darkness. That's why they give you the TVs that never go out. Last night, I was in a hotel room. My wife would tell you this. She woke up because something awakened her, and there was a beam of light on the back of my head. And she said, "What in the heck is that?" And she awakened me gently and went and covered the cable receiver, which was actually obviously not a receiver, but a cylinder on the back of my daggone head. I didn't even know what hotel room I thought I was going to myself. So it's by accident that this goes to the back of my head. What was it doing with my occipital lobe where my psychic equipment is? And by now you should know I am a psychic. Okay, I do channel. But I thought I was under my own control. What the heck was messing with me then? The same thing that messes with all of us all the time when we begin to come into consciousness as to who we are and begin to not talk about it, but do it. Melanin, then, is a gift that separates you from anybody that doesn't have it. People say that black people are ugly. People say that people with melanin are really not desirable, and they're so on and so forth. Isn't that an interesting photograph? You can't see it from there, some of you, but it shows a very pale woman and a very dark woman. It's the same woman. With artificial melanin and in a natural state. And the caption says, "Stay beautiful year round." Keep your melanin with you wherever you go. Be more desirable and wanted. Fulfill your wildest dreams. Wear the colors that you only dreamed of previously. But everybody hates dark people, right? The gods loved you previously, pale people, by giving you permanent glands and melanin capability because it understood that the planetary frequency was going to be changed by those who don't like you and wanted to see another race of their own prosper on your planet. And they beat off your overseers because it would have been total bloodshed in the cosmic universe and in this solar system to have fought them longer and say, let them have their sway for a season. They changed a beautiful, oxygenated, and I heard what the brother said, magnetic field into an ozone-infested electromagnetic field and cut down the frequencies and then cut off your 12 basic strands of DNA and limited you to 2. And then later on even saw that that one was halved into 2 helixes. This only means this: if you understand anything about computers, anything at all about lines that carry power, if you've got 12 lines of cable bringing a current from one source to wherever you want it, and you've got one cable, one line, bringing you a current from wherever you want to you, which do you think would be more powerful? Should be more powerful if they're both of equal value. The 12. Well, you had 12 lines throughout your body bringing you 12 kinds of energy which you could utilize. And they messed with 11 of them. Cut them, and they're now what they call junk DNA. There is no such thing as junk DNA. Go back and tell your professors I told them that, and they lie. Or they're ignorant and they shouldn't be professors teaching genetics. Junk DNA are those strands that were cut, and when they weave back together again, and they're going to, you will have the power potential of 50 gods, 50 supermen, 50 atlases, and Schwarzeneggers and anything else that you want to have, because the physical body will then follow the astral, etheric, mental, causal, higher forms of energy. And all your dreams will become answered. Don't think that anybody's going to let that happen if they can stop you. And they're going to try to stop you with every means known to this planet. It is a war on. The only thing is, you only realized that there were battles. You didn't know you were in a war for this very planet. But many of you now are coming into that consciousness, as you should and must. The best from Kemet, Aikubu land, is here in the United States. Survivors of those DNAs, even though you see they killed your ancestors, they couldn't kill the DNA strand that produces those kind of beings. That's why killing is such a stupid, wasteless thing. because all you do is to transform that energy into a higher form that will be able to withstand the thing that took out its ancestor, and ancestral rights go on. That's what they were trying to tell you when they said study your ancestors, because you are your ancestors. Did you hear me? You don't have to pray to your ancestors. Look at yourself. Every molecule, every DNA, everything that ever was in melanin is never forgotten and transplants itself into another body with the same memory that was locked in the first one. You just have to get the key to know who it is. That's why they don't like to take you into regressions, because all of that comes back. It still comes back sometimes with the drugs, and that's what the people who take the drugs don't understand. They get flashes of greatness without being able to maintain it, and then since they haven't raised their vibrational rate, the whole thing wears out, and you age overnight, forget what you did know even in this incarnation, become stupid and rancid, and go around helping to have other people with less possible intelligence take care of you. That stupidity has got to stop. The potential, when you can bring those strands back together, is to do everything that the best computer, PC or mainframe, hardware or software can do, and do it 9 times better and quicker, and even have the machines fearing you as they used to. That's what the whole concept of machine Manitou that the Algonquins who used to populate your area here were afraid of. They're teaching you now of virtual reality. Virtual reality is your consciousness in just half awakened state being used, where whatever you can imagine, you can bring about. That is past the virtual reality. When your melanin is functioning correctly, you can bilocate by being in consciousness one place while being in your body in another. Some people call that state now death. That is real life. That's why they used to have guardians for the body, watchers, and all kind of other terms that some of you from Louisiana, from Mississippi, from the old country, and with the teachings of the god Valdal knew about. And that's what you used to run to those people, to bilocate and tell you what was happening and to influence your enemies. And you know your grandmothers and grandfathers talked about it, and some of you may even practice it now. But practice it in the light, in the full capacity. It is a gift from the gods. You earned it. When you don't do the drugs, and I do a lecture called Drugs and the Astral. If ever you want to get a dope head off of his drugs, teach a person with melanin who still knows that he has a soul and a spirit, and she has a soul and a spirit, that they actually can ground their soul on hell. That's the other term for earth when the non-melanin carriers came. And have to go through this 9 lifetimes to get it straight again. And if they don't believe that, ask them, what do you think they're doing with their life now, when they themselves know down deep that the days are passing by and they're going nowhere except into a total extermination of their physical body. The herbals that you take work differently because they have part of the earth in it, and part of that earth awakens the old earth people who are melanin carriers. And therefore, all of those kingdoms of the plants, the animals, the insects, the birds that fly, and everything that creeps and crawls and moves responds to that vibration because it was a vibration that they were created in also, and they look upon you as gods. Gods who don't know who they are. Inasmuch as melanin works on every part of the body and is in every cell of your body, now when the energy fields of Earth change, it will begin to vibrate faster, and every part of you will begin to quicken in what it's capable of doing. The test of any kind the inoculations using basic low vibrations, food that does not have energy stored within it cannot work well for you now because you are in the process of change. I told you in a previous lecture, everybody in here this summer will get one shade darker than they are, whether you go out in the sun or not, because the light will be entering into you. The energy will come in whether you close windows or doors or not. And for those who are not used to it, it is absolutely carcinogenic, leukemic death that they're asking to go out in the sun this summer. But as the melanin is stepped up, if you must go on in it, you can survive. The point is, again, it will begin to make your head feel as though it was almost wavering. And until you balance out that melanin and get the higher frequencies going, all it will do in some cases is to give headaches. Other cases to make you want to cover the head. But at night when you sleep, each night having been exposed to that, the melanin will go through a metamorphosis and you will wake up with more insight as to who you are, and certain psychic abilities will begin to form within 48 hours after that exposure. If you adapt to it, the next time out, more happens. And then the DNA and the cells will begin to come together, just like a magnet, because magnetism is what it will awaken in your body. And then they'll begin to entwine the strands little by little up to the year 1997, when all melanin carriers are supposed to have 10 of their strands back together. Then you will see the difference in having melanin and not having melanin. But time is something that you can control. You can make 1997, 1996. You can make 1996, 1995, if you're willing to put the discipline necessary to bring it about. I don't even know if it's good to bring it about at this time. I don't know, because it means your loved ones will think you're crazy. People will begin to fear you when things begin to move, or TVs begin to go off, or lights begin to flicker when you pass the top of your head near it, or you wake up in the middle of the night and can't sleep because visions and colors are coming to you, or you see objects in the room and you may scream, and they'll say, my God, get rid of this food, what has happened here? They will. Your own best friend laying next to you might put a hurt on you. You know, at the job, if suddenly when you're doing this, you suddenly say, who's that over there? Nobody sees anybody. Oh yeah, human resources, if it gets that far. You know what I'm saying to you. You've already had to hide many of these tendencies, which are already happening. If you're into the wuxi herb, I'm not talking about the bad stuff now, I'm talking about the natural herbals. Very heavy into those things again, you know what I'm talking about. That is that thing that these dope heads don't understand. They know they lost something, they know it puts them in a different vibrational rate, but they don't understand you can't mix it with drugs and expect it to work. You've got to discipline, and at night, between that 11 o'clock, even with your time zone change here, I guess it would still be for you about 10 o'clock and 3. That's when the melanin and the melatonin and the melanocytes vibrate through the pineal gland and go throughout your body. That's when you're supposed to have absolute darkness into your meditation. And as I stated before, never go to sleep without meditating about what you want to happen to you. Don't leave all that equipment on recording and you don't give it direction. You don't, somebody else will. Use your equipment or your equipment will use you. It's gonna work. Let's hope that you are the one that make it work. Somebody's in your house robbing you, you don't aid them. You turn on the alarm system and work your apparatus for defense. Am I wrong in saying this? I mean, is there something I'm saying that doesn't make sense? Whether you believe it or not, at least look at the possible logic for this. Because you haven't known before who you were, but thought you were that you ought to be, you have been hated by those who weren't. I don't need to go back over there again, do I? No, I don't, because you heard it. You just want to feel good again. For too long, people have been making you feel good so that you never work at staying good, and you may be gooder than they thought or not as good as they thought, and you're living again on the rhetoric of it. I want you to begin to work at it. I want to inspire you, but I want you to work like I must work, and everyone must work, because it's not going to just be handed over to you again. If you're not ready for it, it's just like giving a loaded gun to a 3-year-old. Enough strength to pull the trigger and not enough strength to know any of the repercussions once it's done. The government of not just the United States, but I want to stay with this one for right now because it's where we live, brought about the thing called AIDS. And I've got a whole thing on AIDS, what it is, what it isn't, and a whole tape on AIDS, the update. We're not going to go to an AIDS lecture. I'm not teasing you, as some of you, I think, have mentioned. I mentioned these things and don't go far enough. These are all separate things. This is about melanin, so I'm telling you many of the things that were done. What I'm saying to you now is this government produced AIDS. Many of you already know that. But the reason why they produced AIDS through Helen Lack, and HL was Helen Lack, V was for virus, a black woman who died of cervical cancer in 1951, and they sipped her melanated cancer cells all over, and that's why the AIDS virus had an affinity for melanin. Okay? What they wanted to do was to work on a substance called melanin, and they knew if they could attack melanin, everything else on the planet was susceptible, including the plants, because they produce melanin in the form of green chlorophyll. If you spend enough time in a cave or in a well or in darkness and you have melanin, you first will turn ashy, and then you begin to turn greenish blue. People with little melanin will turn very pale and ashy and lose the probability of melanin at all and become very pale or albinos, cut off from the ultraviolet rays of our sun. But what they haven't told you is that Earth has another sun. Did you hear me? Deep inside the Earth is another sun which radiates and energizes plants from underneath, and melanin carries from underneath, so they can do anything they want to one sun. You can go to the other sun, so when they block out the sun soon, all that's going to do is intensify your melanin carrying ability, because the inner Earth sun, which they dare not tell you about, will still take over. Nature, through the Creator first cause pride, does not play. Knows full well what she is about, and knows that the order for this little planet has got to change now. AIDS was supposed to take out melanin carriers. AIDS caused your immune system to kick in even further and brought about the very thing that they didn't want. It always works like that. AIDS mutated and began to attack the very thing that they tried to get it not to do, because it met with another strand and strain and began to attack people without melanin. Whole lecture I do on melanin. The church, because in your flyer you found it said AIDS and the government, your job, your church, and you. The church people in general didn't understand this. And they began to call and say, AIDS is a thing that is in his righteousness. The Lord God is going to invoke to wipe out evildoers. Well, if the Lord God would just wipe out evildoers, we would be so happy, it would be a shame, and I'd be all for AIDS. On your job, they said, we shall not pay you because you are a walking, cancerous, potential disease-bringing organism, and we won't be able to work because if you come around, you give us AIDS. So your money supply was threatened. Your source of income through your JOB was threatened. But notice how they've even backed off of that now. In the NBA, where they pay fabulous salary to fabulous black men, if you got one cut, your whole career was threatened. Now they put a Band-Aid on it, stop it from bleeding, and you go right back on and do what you're supposed to do. And I understand why Magic Johnson is so frustrated, because he never should have stopped playing ball anyway. He believed the lie. He believed the hypes. He believed the great white coats. Now, since the nation and others such as myself, through tapes, and I didn't talk to him directly, tapes are trying to send, people try to get to him and say, listen, brother, this is the truth. That's when he got so mad and got off all the government panels about AIDS and all the rest of the things and went on back out there now and doing his thing. They made him ashamed for being a man. And what man hasn't had two women at one time, even if it was only for an hour, in his mind? He didn't rape those women. Those women wanted him because he was a man, a man's man, and that's just the nature of things. Don't you also feel that way? We listen to such foolishness. In mother country, they have many wives if they can afford them and if the women want to stay there. There are places where women have many men if they want to spend their energies that way. The whole point is, let's talk about the reality of what they were saying there and not about the foolishness of what they were saying there. AIDS attacked them worse than it did us if we have melanin. And it was not why it was created. AIDS in you. You've noticed that even though you hear constantly bombarded what AIDS can do to you, there doesn't seem to be an innate fear of it. I know, because you walk around, you still kiss, you still hold, you still eat anywhere. I see the vendors up and down the street. They could all have AIDS in their foods. You don't stop to ask that, do you? You say, how much is it, and is it good? Where am I lying, folks? I don't lie. I make you think, I hope. When this deadly virus that they didn't know where it came from and they didn't know anything about was going to wipe up half the human race and everything else again, was released, everybody refrained for sex for a while. And everybody didn't want to go to work. And they dare not get cut. And they didn't want to kiss. And then they told you, well, that's okay now. They've now done further studies and they know that it's only sexually transferable. And again, if you watch and have safe sex by wearing some kind of protection, it's going to be all right. Well, that's not what they said to begin with. And if they didn't know what they were talking about in the beginning, why did they let loose all of this false information and scare people half to death and stress out the nervous system and the immune system and give you something else to get scared about, as though just living amongst pathological creatures isn't enough. When the body is in disharmony, anything can attack the immune system and usually will. That's why stress is probably worse than the AIDS virus itself. And fear is worse than both of them put together. Because when you live in fear, you can't open yourself to melanated light. You can't sleep well to let the pineal gland kick in and let your immune system kick in. You can't worry because you can't feel good because you're constantly tight and worried, and stress alone will bring you any disease that you want. And in fact, if you think about and fear something long enough anyway, you will bring it to you, the very thing that you fear. Whereas love and relaxation will also bring to you, and this is what we also teach in our classes, the same thing that you want. Because whatever your mind sees and knows and you can visualize and turn that second strand to try to unite and bring about, it will come to you. Anything you want, you can have if you think about it long enough and really, really want it. You'd be surprised. We half and 1/4 want things because we don't know what we're going to do with it if we had it, but we really don't think we're ready for it, and that right there means you're not going to get it.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna be doing the second live stream, a geopolitical live stream, in maybe 5 minutes. I'm finna set it up, but I'm gonna end this live stream because I don't want to connect it. So, Coffee, follow me.